take this seriously. This is real. If you're here to get me out, then you need to be here. With me. In this darkened, abandoned Kmart, with the sleepwalkers all around us, moaning their agitation to the gloom. Maybe it wasn't a surprise that he'd decided to divorce himself from the real world. The shock was that he had taken it so far. "I'm not pretending, Sal," said Fishy. He sounded unusually serious. Part of me pointed out that this was a ridiculous place to have this conversation. The sleepwalkers were pressing closer and closer until it felt like we were perched on the last island in the world, waiting for the sea to carry us away. The rest of me ordered that part to be silent. This, too, was survival. Survival of the mind, not just survival of the body. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see the pixels bleeding off the edges of the world. This is a game. It has to be a game. If it's not a game, then everything I've ever loved is gone and I'm not getting any of it back. So let it be a game. I'll play to win until the day I don't. It's the least I can do. But I refuse to let this be real. I refuse to let her be gone. Fishy's wife had been killed when her Symbogen implant decided it would be a better driver for her body than she was. According to Dr. Cal, his disassociation from reality had accompanied her conversion. His wife tried to eat him. He decided the world was actually a complicated video game. It wasn't the worst coping mechanism I'd ever heard. It was just, under the circumstances, pretty inconvenient. "So what do?" I asked. "We can't climb down and we can't stay here." Fishy's teeth were a flash of white through the darkness. "Can you jump?" The shelves were firmly affixed to the floor, thanks to California's earthquake regulations. The magnetic clamps that held them were old, and some of them were misaligned, but they were holding fast, doing their duty even after the people who had installed them were long gone. Maybe some of those same people were here with us, mindless meat cars being driven by my cousins, no longer able to understand their own technology. The thought should probably have been unsettling. I didn't have the time to waste on feeling bad for them. Fishy, who apparently spent his free time training for video game survival situations, went first. He leapt across the space between shelves without hesitation, as if some unseen controller was guiding his actions. He didn't need to be afraid of falling. He knew that none of this was real, and that if he toppled into the waiting hands of the sleepwalkers below, he would simply wake from the terrible dream that had redefined his reality. My own fate was much less assured. I didn't have a comforting delusion to wrap around my shoulders and keep me safe. The only thing I'd ever had to lie to myself about was my own humanity, and while I had held on to that lie for as long as possible, I had also willingly set it aside when it became clear that it was no longer doing me any good. I knew this was the real world. I knew that I couldn't fly. And I knew I was scared out of my mind, which didn't help. The sleepwalkers were becoming more agitated, and the hands that were reaching up to grab and drag us down were becoming more plentiful, clustering around the shelves until even the magnetic clamps weren't enough to keep us from rocking slightly. That was the motivation I had been waiting for. The shelf rocked, and I leapt, flailing wildly until I felt Fishy's arms lock around my waist and pull me safely away from the edge of our new perch. He was grinning again, his teeth gleaming in the faint light that was capable of reaching this deep into the old Kmart. It should have turned my stomach. I hate the sight of human teeth, the violent, hard reality of them. But given the circumstances, his obvious joy was more of an anchor than anything else. I could hold on to that joy, using it to keep me from toppling into the waiting hands below. "You okay?" he asked. "No," I said. "I am not okay. What's happening? How did they get out?" "Why did you come in?" Well, I came in because you decided to play St. Patrick and the Snakes with our shambling buddies here. And Dr. Cal freaked out, and Nate freaked out, and everybody freaked out. And nobody was willing to, burn the place to the ground while you were still inside it. even though that would have been the most reasonable reaction under the circumstances, said Fishy. So I said I'd do it since hell, what are they going to do to me? Eat me. Game over is something I'm really looking forward to. There was a faint wistfulness to his tone, like he spent his nights dreaming about the day this game would end. I didn't know what to say to that. I pulled away, getting my feet under me, and looked down at the crush of moving bodies around us. I couldn't see more than sketchy outlines and shadows, but that was more than enough, all things considered. How did they get out? I asked again. Fishy sighed. You're like a dog with a bone sometimes, Sal. Anybody ever tell you that? Like a dog with a bone. Maybe I was like a dog. People had spent enough of my short life telling me to sit and stay, telling me when to speak, and ordering me to be quiet. This wasn't a time for that sort of command. I'll follow you out of here, but I need to know. All right, said Fishy. Come with me. And he turned and jumped for the next shelf, leaving me no choice but to follow. As soon as I landed on our new perch, the reason for both the pause and the leap became clear. By lingering on the first shelf as long as we had, we'd lured sleepwalkers over to it, and were now above a relatively clear stretch of aisle. He leapt a second time, and I followed, trying not to think about what would happen if I missed my landing and fell to the floor below. I was Sal Mitchell. I had survived worse things than an obstacle course in a darkened store, and this was not going to be the thing that took me down. Fishy stopped after the second jump, taking a few breaths before he said, "The doors were tied shut from the outside. We couldn't chain them. It would have been too obvious that we were using the place for permanent storage, instead of closing the place off like terrified suburbanites. Aside from that, it would have made the place a death trap if anything had ever gone wrong. Start a fire, watch everybody die when no one could get close enough to deal with a padlock." "Did someone cut the rope?" I asked, following his words to their obvious and horrifying conclusion. Sherman had been a part of Dr. Cal's family once. He probably knew where the bowling alley was, and it wasn't like he would be above that sort of treachery if he thought that he had something to gain from it. To my surprise, Fishy laughed. It was a low, rueful sound packed with regrets. "Oh man, that would almost be better, you know. We could have some DLC about spies and traitors and maybe get some pew-pew going. But no, something chewed through the rope, probably a squirrel." "What's DLC?" I asked blankly. "Downloadable content," he said, and tensed and jumped again. I followed him. There were no other alternatives. The shelves had been positioned so they were never more than about 4 feet apart, creating aisles that could hold a shopping cart, but were still narrow enough to force consumers to fully engage with the material goods around them. Most physical stores had changed their designs, as internet retailing took over an increasing share of the market. Not places like Kmart. They had a working formula, one that was built on low prices, impulse buys, and narrow aisles. I was starting to feel like we might actually reach our destination when Fishy stopped jumping, his shoulders suddenly going limp. I crept closer, squinting to see through the darkness, and realized what had happened. We were on the edge of the women's clothing section, a vast, open space broken only by the silver skeletons of the racks that had once held discount scrubs and polyester trousers. There were no shelves here for us to use as higher ground. There weren't that many sleepwalkers, either. The main concentration was still a half-dozen shelves back, trying to figure out where we had gone, but that would change soon. Soon didn't mean immediately. "I can get us through this, but you have to trust me," I said. "Can you trust me?" "I guess it's my turn," said Fishy. "What do I have to do?" I told him. Climbing down from the shelf without making any noise would have been impossible without the metal clamps to lend stability to the enterprise. As it was, I held my breath until my feet were back on the dirty linoleum floor, and only started breathing easy when Fishy was beside me, looking tense and unhappy in the gloom. I couldn't fault him for that. He'd seen me walk among the sleepwalkers without being devoured, but he knew that I was half one of them, while he was just a human, heir to all the sins of his forefathers, including the mad, brutal science that had put him into this situation. Silently, I slipped my hand into Fishy's, tangling my fingers with his, and began walking toward the back wall. There were a few sleepwalkers here, full-bellied and too lazy to have joined the exodus when the doors were first opened. I breathed slowly in through my nose and out through my mouth, trying to fill as much of the air as possible with the taste of my pheromones. "Friend," I thought fiercely. "Friend, friend, do not eat us, for I am your friend and he is mine." It was a complicated thought, too complicated for my primitive chemical messengers to convey, but I hoped it might seep through at least a little, at least enough to let us get away. There was a soft, fleshy sound as Fishy opened his mouth like he was going to say something. I turned to him and shook my head fiercely. "No. No, do not speak. Do not remind the cousins that you're something they aren't. Do not give them cause to notice you, to fall upon you in a living wave and take you for their own. Anything other would be seen as food and as a threat to their survival. I was not other. I had my pheromones to protect me. If I could keep Fishy as an extension of myself and not a being in his own right, he might have a chance." I couldn't see his expression, but I heard his teeth click together, and I was content. We continued walking. The sleepwalkers around us were stirring, rustling in the dark as they turned toward us and the disruption we represented. I kept my breathing slow and even, filling the air around me with pheromones. The wall was a gray ghost in the distance, a haven that might offer no salvation at all, but was at least something for us to strive toward. I felt better about the idea of dying while I was doing something than I did about the idea of dying while holding perfectly still, frozen in my own failure. Fishy's breathing was starting to get unsteady. The stress of the moment was getting to him. That was fascinating in an objective sort of way. Normally, Fishy was the one who never got upset about anything, cocooned in the soft unreality of his delusion. But here, he was being forced to live through something slow and terrible, knowing that the end could come crashing out of the dark at any moment, and that there would be nothing he could do about it. He was as captive in the real world as I was, and he didn't like it. One of the sleepwalkers moaned. The sound was small and inquisitive, and was answered by another moan from the other side of us. They knew we were there. Whether they were holding off because my pheromones were working or because they weren't hungry yet was anybody's guess. I kept breathing slowly in and out, but I picked up my pace and was relieved when Fishy did the same. If we could just get to the wall. What? If we could get to the wall, then what? I was leading us there because Fishy had been leading us there, but he'd never told me why, and I'd been so wrapped up in the moment that I hadn't asked. It felt foolish now, not to know where I was going or what I was going to do when I got there, but foolishness was a luxury for hindsight. Foresight was all too often based on instinct and on fear, and those were things that left very little room for introspection. As we got closer to the wall, I saw something wonderful. A door, a slice of darker gray cut out of the haze around it. Better yet, it was a real door with a doorknob, not one of the swinging doors that connected to the stockrooms. Sleepwalkers didn't understand doorknobs. The odds were good that whatever was on the other side, it was a form of safety. Unless it was locked. Fear knotted and unknotted in my stomach, making it difficult to continue my slow, rhythmic breathing. What if we had come this far, only to find the door was locked? We'd never be able to make it back to the relative safety of the shelves. The sleepwalkers were becoming too agitated, and even breaking into a run wouldn't get us out of their reach before they could lunge. This was our one way out, and I had no way of knowing whether it would work. Fishy squeezed my hand. I glanced to the side. He was holding something up, something that gleamed in the faint light. A key. He had a key. I swallowed the urge to laugh in relief and just kept breathing in and out until we reached the wall. The sleepwalkers were getting more active, shuffling and shambling and making those little inquisitive moaning noises, but they weren't rushing us yet. That was all going to change when Fishy turned the knob. My pheromones were confusing the issue, making it difficult for them to tell whether he was an uninfected human, and hence easy, uncomplicated prey, or another sleepwalker. They didn't understand concepts like loyalty on a rational level, but I had to think they ate humans before they ate their own kind, because they knew, in some deep way, that eating your own kind was bad. They still turned to cannibalism when it was convenient or when supplies were low, but it wasn't a preference the way it could have been without the pheromones and the vague understanding of the swarm versus the individual. When Fishy turned the knob, however, he would be doing something no sleepwalker understood well enough to do spontaneously. After that, we would be other, and things that were other were subject to attack. So we moved slowly toward the door, knowing that as soon as we reached it, we would have to start moving very quickly indeed. Something brushed my ankle. I kept breathing in and out, not allowing myself to look down or back. It could have been a piece of forgotten clothing, still dangling on its rack. It could have been a sleepwalker's fingers, inquisitive and questing through the gloom for a better sense of the intruders. As long as it didn't grab me, as long as I could keep moving forward, it could be ignored, could even be forgotten. That was my life. I moved through dangerous places, among dangerous things, and as long as they didn't grab me and force me to stay with them, I did my best to ignore, to forget, because anything else would be the end of me. We had reached the wall. Fishy let go of my hand and stepped forward, feeling for the knob, for the little indentation of the keyhole. It seemed almost quaintly old-fashioned, this door that locked with a key and not a magnetic swipe card or a fingerprint scanner. But if it had been something more modern, we would have had no way of getting out of here. We would have been trapped, and in even more trouble than we already were. Quaintness had its advantages. Fishy found the keyhole. The key slid in with a click, and he turned it, and then the door was swinging inward, a dark hole in an already dark space, revealing absolutely nothing. Whatever was on the other side was too far from the front of the store for even the watery light that we had been enjoying so far. Fishy looked back at me, visible more in contrast with that utter blackness than anything else. The sleepwalkers were moaning louder now. They knew we weren't their kind, that we were enjoying the fruits of a civilization that wasn't theirs to claim. We were out of time. I nodded once and followed Fishy into the dark. Sal's latest MRIs show that her integration with her host remains complete and undamaged by the things she's been through, including Sherman's clumsy attempts to extract her genetic material. At this point, I'm not sure she could be removed from her host's brain without killing both of them. Contrast this with Tansy, who was introduced to her host well before Sal met Sally Mitchell, yet never accomplished so thorough an integration. It's like looking at a masterpiece in comparison to a child's paint-by-numbers kit. The main difference between the two of them seems to lie in the host itself. Tansy's original host had suffered some physical damage to the brain before she moved in. She could never have fully bonded with those neural pathways because they were already scarred from the accident. This gives me hope. Maybe we can bring Tansy back to us, only better, by finding her a body that has suffered less damage. From the notes of Dr. Nathankim, January 2028. We have sufficient supplies to continue our work for another year. We have sufficient, clean humans to serve as breeding stock and replacement hosts. Some of them seem to think the former will carry more weight than the latter. Most of us seem healthy, after all, and will be keeping our current hosts for some time. They haven't considered that we can make our own replacement hosts. We have all the tools that they have, and why shouldn't we have children of our own? A human child is a blank slate, ready and waiting to have the soft bones of the growing skulls opened and used as perfect doorways for the next generation of chimera. They can be ours in every sense of the word. We'll still need the humans, of course. Replacement parts will always be necessary, but they're not as essential as they think they are. They never were. All that remains now is to secure the future. It was always meant to be ours. From the notes of Sherman Lewis, subject VIII, iteration III, January 2028. Chapter 13. January 2028. The door slammed behind us. Fishy put a hand on my shoulder, like he was verifying my location, and then pulled it away as he turned to feel for the door and make sure it was locked. There was always the chance that we'd encounter a sleepwalker that was particularly high-functioning and capable of mimicking what it had witnessed, even if they hadn't thought to try the door before we opened it. Their unexpected flashes of intellect were part of what made them so dangerous. There was no one way that they behaved. There was a click and Fishy said, voice dripping with relief, "Okay, that's got it, we're locked in." "Okay," I said and inhaled, checking the air for any signs of pheromone trails or traces. I wasn't a perfect sleepwalker detector. I would have needed more opportunities to hone my skills, and since those were also opportunities to get disemboweled, I was mostly content not to seek them out. It was still better than nothing. All I smelled was dust and gently decaying cardboard and the curious stillness of a room that had been sealed off for so long that it might as well never have existed. "I think we're alone," I said. "Then, where are we?" "The loading dock," said Fishy. "It connects to the storerooms, but those doors were locked when the store was closed down. There shouldn't be any direct route for the sleepwalkers to take from where they are to where we are." "That's good," I said. The darkness was absolute, which was starting to soothe my jangled nerves. Being born an eyeless creature that was never meant to see the light of day had left me with a strange affinity for the dark, one that was shared by my sleepwalker cousins. It was rare for me to find pure darkness that wasn't also dangerous. "Do you know how we're supposed to get out of here?" "There's a door to the outside on the other side of the dock," said Fishy. "If we walk slowly and watch our steps, we should be able to get there without twisting our ankles or anything." I blinked into the darkness. Then, almost reluctantly, I started to laugh. Fishy joined in, and for a minute or so it was just the two of us, alone in the dark, laughing at the sheer relief that accompanied our survival. Finally, we calmed and quieted. Fishy's hand sought mine in the darkness and clasped it tight. Then, together, we began walking away from the door. It was soothing, moving through the dark like that, trusting my feet to carry me and my outstretched hand to warn me before I walked into anything dangerous. I had a human's body and a tapeworm's world, and it was a beautiful reversal of the way I usually had to live. Fishy kept hold of my hand, allowing me to lead. He recognized that I was more confident in the dark than he was, even if he didn't fully understand the reasons why. Bit by bit, we crossed the cavernous span of the loading docks, stopping when my fingers found the opposing wall. "We're here," I said, and my voice was very small in the vastness of space and very loud in the silence all at the same time. "Fishy." "Just a second. Stay where you are." Fishy let go of my hand. I felt immediately adrift, unmoored from the anchor that had been keeping me from floating away into the darkness. I pressed my palm against the wall, using that as a touchstone, something that meant the world had limits and was thus still real. Fishy's footsteps moved away from me, but not very far. Then there was a click, and a rectangle of blinding light opened in the wall of the world. I moved toward it, squinting, my eyes filling with hot, aggravated tears. But I wanted that world. I needed that world, brightly lit and painful as it was. Fishy waited for me, his own eyes as stunned and tear-filled as my own, and we stepped together into the light. It was a dramatic transition for a mundane place. We stepped out of the loading dock and onto a short metal staircase so drenched in rust that it was probably a health hazard. The railing was barely bolted on, and wobbled under my questing hand like it was going to give way at any moment. The pavement back here was in worse shape than the parking lot. It was basically potholes and gravel, stitched together by the jaunty, jutting shapes of weeds, forcing their way through cracks and up into the sun. Carefully, moving slowly while our eyes adjusted, we descended the stairs and started toward the front of the building, our feet crunching with every step. We were maybe halfway there when another sound caught my attention. I stopped dead. Fishy, thankfully, followed my lead, and I listened as hard as I could, trying to figure out what was wrong. Tires moving on gravel, moving slowly like whoever was driving didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. But we didn't use any of the vehicles during the day. It would have been too big of a risk, given USAMRIID's presence in the Bay Area. If we needed to get out one of the cars, we did it at night, when we'd be harder to spot via a simple visual inspection. So who was driving around in our lot? The sound was getting closer. I had an instant to decide what I was going to do. I turned, grabbing Fishy's hand, and ran back toward the back of the Kmart. The door to the loading dock was ajar. I hauled Fishy up the metal steps and swung it open, diving through into the safety of the dark. Then I let him go and spun around to push the door most of the way shut, leaving it just slightly cracked, like it had been left that way by the people who had abandoned the store in the first place. "What?" began Fishy. "SHHH," I said, and pressed my eye to the crack and waited. Only a few seconds had passed when the Jeep came around the corner. It was moving slowly so that its occupants could scan the area without coming to a stop. I didn't recognize the woman in the passenger seat. She was wearing a snood of some sort over her hair and holding an assault rifle. Her eyes were cold. She didn't scare me half as much as the driver. He was familiar. He was my darkest fear, come back to haunt me. Sherman kept his hands on the wheel, head moving slightly from side to side as he looked for stragglers. For a terrible moment I was afraid he was going to notice the open door to the Kmart and stop the Jeep, but he rolled on by, still searching the open areas. I pulled back and scrambled away from the light, pulling Fishy with me, until we were safely cocooned in the darkness. If Sherman came back to look for us, he'd have very little trouble finding our hiding spot, but there was no place left for us to go. Not unless we wanted to flee back into the Kmart, where the sleepwalkers were waiting. Fishy squeezed my hand. His fingers were shaking. Whether he believed any of this was real or not, he understood that some things were worth being afraid of. That just made me feel worse. If the man who didn't believe the world existed was scared, I should probably have been vomiting with fear. As it was, I just felt numb. Utterly, perfectly numb. The sound of Sherman's Jeep driving back the other way drifted through the open door. I didn't move. We had no weapons. I had no weapons. Fishy might have had a gun in his holster. I hadn't asked or checked. And we couldn't just release the sleepwalkers, not without putting ourselves and our friends in even more danger. I don't think it was squirrels that cut the rope, I thought, almost frantically, and clapped a hand over my mouth to keep my terrified giggles inside. My guts were churning, filled with hot terror and cold anger, until everything was warm and nauseating. I forced myself to keep breathing in through my nose and out through my mouth, blowing softly against my fingers, until I realized that Sherman might be able to pick up on my pheromones. Then I moved to breathing purely through my nose, trying to pretend it was enough, and that the narrower airways weren't leaving my skin feeling tight and ill-fitting, stretched too harshly against my bones. What was Sherman doing here? How had he known to look for us at the bowling alley? What was he hoping to accomplish by letting the sleepwalkers out of their comfortable prison? At least my third question was answered easily enough. He'd been looking for a distraction, and had probably been counting on a bigger one than he actually got. He couldn't have anticipated my interference with his plan. That should have made me feel good. It just made me feel more afraid. Sherman was out there, and we were hiding in here, and neither of us was brave enough to go and see what was really going on. Either he would lose, and we would emerge to find our friends relieved and delighted by our survival, or he would win, and we would need to stay free in order to save them. The only thing we could do now was wait. Waiting burned. The seconds ticked by, stretching like taffy, and everything was silence, except for the endless pounding of the drums in my ears. It would have been easier to wait if I'd dropped down into the hot, warm dark, where time had no meaning and nothing could touch me. But I would also be unaware of my surroundings, and unable to defend myself or run if Sherman's people found our hiding place. My choices were either sitting in terrified darkness or sinking into comforting oblivion, and while they were both terrible, my current position seemed a little bit less bad. Fishy was still shaking slightly behind me, the tremors passing from his hands into mine, and then all the way down to my bones. I was listening as hard as I could for footsteps crunching on gravel, but the more upset I became, the louder the drums pounded, until it felt like they were the only things in the world. Normally, I loved the drums, loved the comforting mortality that they represented. Now I would have done anything to make them stop, just long enough to let me hear. I started counting silently, trying to give myself something to do, something that would distract me from the unknown dangers outside. When I reached 100, I paused, trying to decide whether that had been enough, and then resumed counting. I needed more. I needed to know that the danger was past, and that we hadn't been hiding in here for nothing. When I reached 500, I paused again, trying to shunt the drums to the back of my awareness and listen to the world outside. There was nothing, only silence. Slowly, cautiously, I uncurled my legs, noting the pins and needles that shot through them in protest. It hurt to move. That was a good sign under the circumstances. I wouldn't be able to run as fast, but if I had to run, I had already lost. I needed to hurt like this. I needed to know that I had been still long enough to save myself. "Are you sure?" Fishy's voice was a whisper that seemed loud enough to shake the world. I nodded, and then realized that he wouldn't be able to see the gesture through the dark. "I think so," I whispered back. "We can't stay hidden here forever." And there was the truth of the matter. Hopefully we had stayed hidden long enough, but nothing living thrives concealed for more than a short time, even during a crisis. We had to move. Inch by inch, we moved toward the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it, and the answering drums echoed in my ears, making it difficult to hear anything else. Fishy was right behind me, and I couldn't tell whether he was allowing me to take the lead, or whether he was too frightened to step in front of me. It could have gone either way. His comfortable delusion was wearing thin, and whatever he did to sustain it for himself, he needed to do it soon, or risk losing his veneer of unreality completely. When we reached the door, I pressed my eye to the opening, squinting against the light, and scanned the lot for signs of movement. There was nothing, not even a breeze. Everything was still. Pockets were wonderful things. Even in this new world where money and cell phones were useless affectations, we found things to keep in them. I fumbled in my left hip pocket until my fingers found a smooth stone that I had picked up to show Juniper. Slowly, I pushed the door farther open and tossed the stone out into the parking lot. It slid across the gravel, rolling and clattering, before coming to a stop some 10 feet away. I held my breath. No one came. Still moving slowly, I straightened up and pushed the door open wider, increasing both my frame of view and the amount of light flooding my abused retinas. Everything took on a teary, blurry halo. I squinted through the pane, still looking for motion, and found nothing. We might not be alone, but this lot, at least, had been checked and abandoned by our attackers. "Come on," I said to Fishy, and stepped outside. Together, we crept around the edge of the building, stopping every 5 feet or so to listen for footsteps or tires, anything that would indicate that the danger was returning. A crow called somewhere in the distance. Another crow answered, shriller and farther away. Leaves rustled, but nothing had the distinct sound of a human or a human's machines. We were alone. Fishy took a deep breath. I stopped and looked back, waiting to see what he was going to say. The pause was almost a relief. We were less than 5 yards from the corner of the building. Even at our current glacial pace, we would be there soon, and we would have to face whatever had happened to our friends. "I think you should wait here," he said. I blinked at him. "You're a playable character, and I'm NPC support," he said. "It's obvious that we've just been through a major cutscene, and this is probably kicking off a pretty big quest for you. We don't need you to go first and get killed, when it would just mean playing through the whole Kmart jumping sequence again. Although I guess there could have been an auto-save somewhere in there." I had never been a video game player. I blinked at him again before saying, hesitantly, "Okay." Fishy looked relieved, some of the old cockiness coming back into his eyes. He was reasserting his video game reality now that we were moving again. He needed this to make it all the way real and keep the edges from slipping out of his grasp. "Wait here," he said, and walked past me, still slowly, but faster now, like he had made an important decision and no longer wanted to wait around to see what the consequences would be. When he reached the corner, he stopped, and for a moment he was perfectly still, just looking. Then his shoulders slumped, and he called back to me, making no effort to keep his voice from carrying, "Sal, come on." His tone was dead, devoid of any real emotion or life. I think I knew then. I think I understood. I came anyway. The bowling alley doors had been torn off their hinges and reduced to splinters. The windows, always boarded or soaped over, were so much shattered glass on the pavement. There were bodies. Some had obviously been sleepwalkers who hadn't fallen for my lure and returned to the building. Others. A tall woman with short-cropped hair lay face down on the ground near the entrance to the bowling alley. The back of her lab coat was the dark red-brown of dried blood, and she wasn't moving. Daisy was never going to move again. A few more technicians were on the ground near her, all of them motionless. Even the young man with his face turned toward the sky, his eyes open and filled with unforgiving sunlight. Their wounds were almost abstract from this distance, but that didn't make them any less real. Someone moaned, low and strained. I realized it was me. "Sherman's people must have released the sleepwalkers to keep us from seeing them coming," said Fishy. He still sounded dead, like someone had snapped all the circuits connecting his emotions to his voice. "That might have been a mercy. We weren't expecting something like this. We had security. We were watching for USAMRID, but we weren't expecting this sort of frontal assault. How could we have?" I tried to speak. No words would come, just another low, pained moan. Then, almost without realizing that I was going to do it, I started to run. It wasn't graceful. It was a loping, scrabbling thing. I nearly fell twice, catching myself on my palms both times and pushing away from the ground, heedless of the gravel and glass that bit into my skin. I was still moaning, as frantic as any sleepwalker. I couldn't make the sound stop. Making the sound stop would have left my panic with no place to go, and then things would have really started to fall apart. I was halfway between the Kmart and the bowling alley when I remembered what had caused me to step between the sleepwalkers and my people in the first place. I stopped running, feeling suddenly numb, and turned to look at the garden center. The door was on the ground. The door was on the ground, and most of the plants were on their sides, and Adam and Juniper were gone. My knees went suddenly weak, and it was all I could do to stay standing. I swayed from side to side like a tree in a strong wind, moaning, until Fishy's hands closed on my shoulders, pulling me upright. "They can't have killed everyone," he said. "We have to move." We moved. The smell of gunpowder, blood, and emptied bowels hung in the air around the bowling alley, a thick miasma of fragility and loss. I breathed in and out through my mouth, shallowly, and grimaced every time I tasted the lingering pheromones of another chimera. Sherman had been here. Sherman had probably pulled the trigger more than once. He hadn't been content violating my body. He had to come here and violate my home. Daisy's body was the closest to the door. I had to assume that she'd been defending the bowling alley when she was gunned down. I stepped around the bloodstains, feeling strangely squeamish, and then stepped inside, barely 3 feet ahead of Fishy. Something slammed into the back of my neck, hard enough to send a bolt of pain jolting through my entire body, and I collapsed, unconscious before I hit the floor. "Have been killed? Are you stupid or just high?" Fishy sounded furious. What if the last save point was before we left the Kmart? Furious and delusional. At least one of us was getting back to normal. My head hurt. No, that was insufficient. My head throbbed with every breath I took, and even the distant pounding of the drums was enough to make my skull feel like it was coming apart, like I had lost all structural integrity and was going to fall to pieces at any moment. I considered opening my eyes and realized that adding light to the pain I was already experiencing would do nothing to make things better, but could make things substantially worse. "I didn't know you were Sherman's men," snapped Fang. Relief swept through me, almost strong enough to distract temporarily from the pain. The bastard missed some things. I thought someone might have talked. "Our people wouldn't talk." "Spoken like someone who's never met the wrong end of a pair of pliers," said Fang calmly. He still sounded shaken. I realized that I'd never heard him sounding that unsure of himself, even when they were rushing me to the hospital for emergency brain surgery. Why shouldn't he be unsure? Everything we'd built, everything we'd worked for, it was just gone, and I didn't know whether there was going to be any way of getting it back. Put enough pressure on a body and they'll talk. Everybody talks. I'd talk, you'd de-talk. Even our sweet, sleeping Sal there would talk, if only to make the hurting stop. Well, maybe not Sal. She could do that trick of hers, the one where she takes herself away from pain. The words were casual, but they seemed aimed at me in a way the rest hadn't been, and I realized something. He wanted me to go down into the hot, warm dark. Dr. Cal must have told him about it, told him how I could enter that state at will, when none of the other chimera could, and now he was trying to get me to take myself down. If I wasn't awake, I wouldn't have heard him say that, and he could speak freely. If I was awake and I went into the dark, I wouldn't hear anything else he said, and he could speak freely. I focused on my breathing, making sure it was slow and level, mimicking the breathing of a sleeping person. But I didn't go down into the hot, warm dark. Whatever he didn't want me to hear, I very much wanted to hear it. Fang's silence stretched out for long enough that I thought he knew I was awake. Then he sighed and said, "I didn't mean to hurt her. I'd do it again under the circumstances. They took Dr. Cal, Fishy. They took Nathan. They took all the lab techs that they didn't kill. God help us. They took Adam and Juniper represents a leap forward in chimera evolution that we're still trying to comprehend." "Sherman used Sal's genetic material," said Fishy. "How is that a leap?" "He used Sal's genetic material, but he scrubbed her epigenetics, said Fang. He couldn't prevent tissue rejection, but he was able to minimize it, almost like he had made the tapeworm DNA more dominant in the recognition phase. The important part, though, is the brain of Juniper's host. It should have been much more damaged than it was by the initial takeover. MRIs show light scarring and areas of tissue improvement. It's like she's spurring the brain to recover around her, and that means that eventually, she may be the only chimera with a fully functional, undamaged human brain for a host. If Sherman can figure out how she's accomplishing that and increase that tendency in the next generation, he may be able to coax even badly damaged sleepwalkers fully back to sentience. That's some DLC bullshit, said Fishy. He sounded shaken. I don't need smart grunts attacking me every time we go into a combat situation. There are times when I question whether or not you actually know how to speak English, said Fang. He sounded exasperated, and his accent, which I had never been able to quite identify, got stronger, like a reminder that he, as a man of Chinese descent, had probably been asked about his grasp of the language a great deal more often than Fishy had. If Sherman can isolate what has allowed Juniper to heal her host, he can use it to increase the size of his army tenfold. He doesn't have the skills for that, said Fishy. Dr. Cal does, replied Fang. More and more terrifyingly, Dr. Cal's allegiances have always been negotiable. She stands in the middle because she sees both sides as valid, and since neither side has held her, she has done her work to benefit both of them as much as she can. With Sherman holding her prisoner and holding the lives of her sons in his hands, I think it very likely that she is about to become in earnest the enemy of the human race that some people have taken her to be, even if Juniper's life is the cost of theirs. There was a pause before Fishy said, "You mean she's going to go all boss level because she's working for the bad guys now?" Fang sighed. It's a distinct possibility, yes. You don't have to use so many fancy words, you know. You could just say what you mean. They were verbally sparring, something I had come across members of the lab staff doing when they were nervous and needed to do something to make themselves feel better. It was an understandable and very human reaction. It was something that we didn't have time for. The pain in my head was still bad enough to make me yearn for the safety and weightlessness of the hot, warm dark. I opened my eyes anyway, forcing them to stay open even as the light lanced through them, and involuntary reactions filled them with tears. Then, with a force of will that I wasn't sure I possessed until I had to use it, I sat up. My head rang like a bell at the motion, creating a wave of pain so intense that it converted itself into sound that nearly deafened me. I didn't lie back down. Instead, I turned, seeking the source of the voices. Fang and Fishy were standing only a few feet away, staring at me, Fishy in clear shock, Fang in resignation. He had suspected I was awake then, and simply hoped that I would take his cue to drop down into the dark. How I wished I could. But Juniper was in danger, and I couldn't afford to let myself rest. I swallowed to try and force the pain away, and asked, "What did Sherman's men miss that you were afraid they'd be coming back for? Is there anyone left here besides you?" Fang looked at me, discomfort written plainly across his face. "When Sherman's people arrived, I wanted to defend the doors," he said finally. "I thought it was important, but Dr. Cal ordered me back. She told me to defend something else. God forgive me, I followed orders." I frowned. "What did you defend?" "Tansy. She and I are the only ones who remain, aside from the two of you." My mouth was suddenly dry. "Oh," I whispered. Tansy's condition was delicate enough that she'd been put in a private room at the back of the bowling alley, one that had originally been a pantry, and was hence designed to be as unobtrusive as possible. If Fang had gone inside, closed the door, and turned off the lights, it was reasonable for Sherman's people to have missed it. Leaving one security officer and one comatose, badly damaged Chimera alone in the bowling alley. Bracing my hands against the cot they had placed me on, I took a better look around. All the equipment that could be easily lifted and taken was gone. The workstations, the computer towers, even most of the paper printouts, they had all been carried away by the people who had taken Dr. Cal and her staff. Her staff and your brother and your daughter and your fiancé, whispered the voice of my anxieties. You've lost. It's over. It's not over, I said aloud. Fang and Fishy frowned at me. I reached up to touch the back of my head with my fingers, gingerly prodding the lump I found there. Nothing shifted under my touch. I'd been hit hard, but not hard enough to actually break my skull. It can't be over. We're not letting Sherman win. That isn't how this ends. That's, really heroic of you to say and all, but I think it's also sort of misguided, said Fishy. There's 3 of us. 4 if you count the popsicle. We're not coming out of this on top, unless you've been hiding a bunch of nukes in your underwear drawer. Sherman took our people. We need to get them back, I said, sliding off the cot. My legs wobbled but held me up. That was good enough for now. Sherman put the eggs in the water supply. We need to get them out or everyone's in danger, regardless of species. Dr. Cal was working on that. She's not going to be working on it anymore if Sherman has her. There are 2 real sides in this fight, and we've been standing in the middle, waiting to see which one would win. Isn't it obvious? The one we decide to help is going to be the winner. Meaning what? Asked Fang warily. I sighed. The words burned even before they left my lips. I had to say them anyway. Meaning we can't help Sherman or give Dr. Cal the chance to help him either. Meaning we need to go to USAMRIID. On our terms. Because things are just going to get worse from here. They're never going to let me out of here. I am going to die here. I am never going to see the sun again. I am never going to walk free again. I am never going to feel the wind on my face again. They are monsters, and they have taken me to be their toy, and I am not afraid, I am not afraid, I am not afraid. When they kill me, I will see my husband again. I will see my home again. I will go back where I belong, finally, and I will be so glad to be there. How did it get this bad? How did we hand the world over to the monsters? How were we so willing to believe in miracles that made our lives easier, even when we knew that they couldn't be true? How? Written on a scrap of paper found in CARRIE Black's cell, January 2028. The results are in, and they point to one inescapable conclusion. We've lost. Oh, we can continue to thrash and posture and fight, and pretend that we can do something to change what's already happened, but it will be just that, pretense. We'll be lying to ourselves, even as our numbers fall and our walls fail to hold. I wonder if this is how the Neanderthals felt, seeing whatever works they had managed to create being swept away by the tide of modern man. And then I realized that the comparison does not hold, because the Neanderthals didn't create us, they're successors. They didn't feed us on their flesh and nurture us inside their bodies, only to see us turn on them. We are the engineers of our own destruction, and when all is burning, we will have no one but ourselves to blame. Maybe it's a mercy that both of my daughters are dead. They didn't need to see this. No one needed to see this. From the diary of Colonel Alfred Mitchell, USAMRIID, January 2028. Chapter 14. January 2028. Fang had gone to recover the largest of our trucks from the garage where it was concealed, far enough from the bowling alley that it wouldn't lead USAMRIID to us if they found its heat signature after it had been used. And ironically, far enough from the bowling alley that Sherman and his men wouldn't have seen it during their sweep for assets. Fishy, who understood weapons better than I did, had gone to see what we had left, leaving me to the unpleasant task of sweeping the apartments for people who had not been at work when the raid occurred. Sherman had been created in the bowling alley. He must have been acting on what he remembered about the lab and its environs when he planned the raid, because none of his people had gone anywhere near the apartment buildings we had repurposed for our use. If I had only encouraged Adam to hold Juniper's lessons at home with the dogs, they might still be with us. I could have saved them. I could have. No, following that rabbit wouldn't lead me to Wonderland. It would take me down an increasingly dark series of tunnels until there was no way for me to find the light again. I couldn't live my entire life waiting for the darkness to come and claim me. Adam had enjoyed holding Juniper's lessons at the garden center. Everything we'd had access to had told us it was safe, and since both of them were happy, what was the harm? It didn't matter that the harm had shown its face and proven itself more dangerous than we could have ever guessed. We de-allowed them to make choices. We de-allowed them to live. That was all that any of us could ask. I knocked on doors, waited for a count of 10, and then moved on to the next apartment, both glad that I didn't have to explain what had happened, and aching from each successive bout with silence. Had Sherman and his men really taken everyone? Were Fishy, Fang, and I all that remained? It seemed impossible. I'd known Dr. Cal for less than a year, but she had already become one of the fixed points around which the universe revolved, untouchable and unimpeachable and indestructible. But here we were. I was halfway through the neighborhood when a door opened in answer to my knocking. The technician on the other side, a slim, dark-skinned woman with black hair and long-boned hands that were currently occupied in clutching a sheet around her body, blinked at me. I blinked back. Sal, yeah. She said, "Please don't tell me there's another chemical fire. I just got the smell of the last one out of my hair." "It's not a chemical fire," I said. I hadn't been expecting to find anyone, even though I probably should have been. The night shift would have had no reason to be in the building. I just didn't know how big the night shift was. Heine, right. "You remembered," she said, sounding pleasantly surprised. Her smile was quick, bright, and filled with teeth. "Wasn't sure you would. We've met a few times, but I get up around the time you're going to bed, and you always look like you're dead on your feet." "Sorry about that," I said. I tried to keep talking, to tell her what had happened to our friends and colleagues. My lips refused to move. I guess I'm sort of a morning person most of the time. I took a deep breath, and then spilled it all out in one great, indigestible chunk. Sherman and his people raided the bowling alley. They took Dr. Cal and Adam and all the equipment and all her research. They're probably planning to use it to make the worms in the water even better at doing what they do. And then we're all going to be in big, big trouble. No matter what we are. So Fishy, Fang, and I are going to USAMRIID to tell Colonel Mitchell what's going on and try to convince him to join forces with us and make Sherman stop. Only I came here to see if anyone from the night shift had managed to miss the whole thing. And it seems like you did. So now I guess I have to ask you whether you want to come with us or stay here and hold down the fort." Heine blinked, slowly once, twice, and then a third time, the animation draining from her face more with each small motion. By the time she was done, she looked like a brown wax figure of a woman, perfectly still, filled with waiting. "They got everything?" she asked. I nodded. "There's a transmitter just under the roof line. Did they take it? Do you remember seeing it after they came through?" Where would it have been?" "Near the front door." Heine took a step forward, eyes suddenly intense. "It would have been tucked next to the sign, where it wouldn't have been super obvious to someone who didn't know the place. Taking it down would have probably required breaking the sign away from the wall. Was the sign broken? That question I could answer with confidence. No, the door was off its hinges, but the sign was still intact. Did they cut the power? Tansy's life support had continued to operate throughout the entire fight. No, I said again. Then, to my surprise, Heine smiled. It was nothing like her quick, easy expression when I'd remembered her name. This smile was slow and dark, and filled with the simple joy of a techie who had managed to get one over on the world. I'd seen a similar smile on Fishy, usually right before he did something irresponsibly dangerous. Then I'll stay here. I'll get the rest of my team on it. On what? I asked. Sal, please don't take this the wrong way, but you've never struck me as the most tech-savvy person around. Is that accurate? Heine waited for me to nod before she continued. That antenna was feeding everything from the servers in the bowling alley into the cloud, which is local and sustained by machines in the spare room of this apartment, and in the entire floor space of the apartment underneath me. If the local network was disrupted, then those machines I just mentioned. They sucked everything out of the cloud and turned it into solid, stored, salvageable data. And if Sherman's men were unplugging things all willy-nilly, oh, poor them. Why? I asked blankly. Because they just carted off a bunch of empty hard drives with nothing interesting for them to look at. Heine's smile was virtually feral and seemed to contain more teeth than a single human head could hold. As soon as those machines were uncoupled from the network without appropriate protocols, they started wiping themselves. It was a counter-espionage measure we decided to put in place when it became clear that Dr. Cal didn't know jack about computer security. As long as everything turned on when she told it to, she was perfectly happy to carry on with minimal backups and no off-site. Love her to death, but that woman is lucky she made it this far. I don't understand. Heine's smile grew broader still. I'm saying we have all her data, everything, and that Sherman may have our people, but he only has the research they bothered to print out. I blinked again. Oh, I breathed then, can you come with me? We need to tell Fang about this. Can I put some clothes on first? Asked Heine. I nodded. Fang was back with the truck by the time I returned to the bowling alley with Heine. It would have taken longer, but she had promised to finish going through the apartments, since she knew which ones were supposed to be occupied. Besides, Princess, she'd said, once she was clothed and willing to step outside. We're all fun and frisky folks, and you don't know us well enough to be walking in on some of those scenes. Modesty about nudity and sexual situations was a human trait, one I had learned how to mimic reasonably well, but had never quite managed to internalize. Still, it seemed somehow important to Heine that she be shocking me, so I did my best to look embarrassed. Mostly, I think I just managed to look anxious, which nicely matched my actual mood. Fang turned at the sound of footsteps, his shoulders locked in the way that usually meant someone was about to get punched. When he saw me, he relaxed. When he saw Heine, he actually brightened. You found someone, he said, jumping down from the truck's rear bumper. Heine, you old goat, I should have realized you'd still be asleep at this unreasonable hour of the afternoon. I was getting my beauty rest while you were all getting shot. Heine scanned the front of the bowling alley, looking sad when her eyes skated over the bodies lying in the gravel. She brightened at something, and I assumed that meant her transmitter was still in place, doing whatever it was that hidden transmitters were supposed to do. I'm sorry I wasn't here. I'm not, said Fang firmly. If you had been, you'd have been shot along with everyone else, and I'd have missed your smiling face. I was starting to wonder whether there might be something more than workplace friendliness between the two of them. That would have been nice. Fang needed more people he actually liked well enough to relax around. Still, this wasn't the time to deal with that. Heine says she has cloud backups of all the data from the bowling alley. They didn't knock out my transmitters, she said in a tone that implied confirmation of what I had just said. Amateurs. Evil amateurs, which is the worst kind. Couldn't we have had the villains we deserved? You'll forgive me if I don't sit around wishing for more competence on the part of the people who killed Daisy, said Fang. Can you prepare a quick sampler platter of data? Not enough to give our location away to someone who doesn't already have it, but enough to make it clear that we have some valuable information to barter with. Sure, but why? Asked Heine. Because we're going to USAMRAID, said Fang. Even if all those computers wiped themselves, Sherman still has Dr. Cal and Nathan and everybody, I said. Juniper, he has Juniper. He's going to see what she means for everything, and then he's going to take her apart. The thought was a constant chant at the back of my mind, almost dismissible when it wasn't allowing myself to focus on it. He's going to be able to recreate their work and do work of his own until he figures out how to make the DNA do what he wants it to do. We have to get Colonel Mitchell's people on our side. And then there was Tansy. I didn't want to look in the back of the truck and see whether Fang had already transferred her over. I couldn't hear the beep of the heart monitor or the whistling hiss of the intubation, so I supposed that she was probably still inside. Without a full team to monitor her around the clock, she wasn't going to be able to stay alive for much longer. Without someone to drive the bus, neither would Joyce. They would both die, both of them broken beyond repair by bad people and bad science. But together, they might stand a chance. If we could get Tansy to Oakland before she gave up, if I could convince Sally's father that my life honored hers and didn't shame her death. It was a lot of if. It was all that we really had left. Fishy came trotting out of the bowling alley with his arms full of small firearms and large pieces of metal rebar. He stopped when he saw Heine. Then he brightened and called, "Hey, bonus player, you didn't die, that's awesome." "Hello, Fishy," Heine replied. "Fang tells me you're heading for USAMRAID. You sure that's a good idea?" I wanted to rankle over how quickly she had dismissed me from the decision-making process, but I couldn't. Not really. These three were coworkers, and I was someone who just happened to live there and more, had accidentally become a miracle of science. That didn't mean I'd let her undermine me. If she started really trying to convince them that we shouldn't go, I'd step in. But it meant that she would take this better if she heard it from one of the people whose work she actually respected. "Nope, but Sal's the main PC of this run, so I'm going along with her," said Fishy. Then he paused and straightened, his posture shifting so completely that for a moment it was almost like I was looking at an entirely different person. "It's a bad situation, Heine, and it's going to get worse from here. USAMRAID has men, they have resources, and they have the sort of firepower we can only dream of. So we go to them because it's the last good option we have. Maybe we're all going to get gunned down. Maybe we're going to be arrested for crimes against the U.S. government. I don't know, but it's better than sitting here and waiting for the world to fall down. You get the network stable and shift everything over into the apartments," said Fang. "Have your people feed the sleepwalkers, but don't do anything else around this shopping center. If Sherman sends a crew back to check for stragglers, I want them to think that they killed us all." "That means we can't bury the dead," I said quietly. The other three turned to look at me. Fishy and Heine both looked shocked. Fang looked almost relieved, like he had been hoping someone else would come to that conclusion before he had to be the one to say it. I wanted to be angry at him for that, but I couldn't. These had been his friends and colleagues long before they had been mine. He could seem stoic sometimes, but his situation was just as bad as everyone else's. "What do you mean?" demanded Heine. We can't leave them out here to rot. They won't, I said. There are coyotes around here, and raccoons and feral cats. The bodies won't last very long once night falls. That didn't seem to help much. Heine scowled, and even Fishy looked faintly nauseated. Only Fang's face remained neutral. I was saying things he'd already considered, and while that didn't mean he had to like them, it did mean there were no surprises hiding in my words. That's disrespectful and unhygienic, said Heine. How are we supposed to work with a bunch of bodies rotting outside the door? You're not supposed to be working in the bowling alley at all, remember. I was so tired. I needed to be moving, running, racing against time to get my people back, and instead I was standing here arguing about the dead. How much time were we going to spend arguing about the dead before we started to understand how unimportant they were compared to the living? The dead were nothing. They were food for worms that had never been uplifted by science. The living, the survivors. That was what we needed to be concerned about. You're going to shift everything to the apartments, and you're going to leave the bodies here. I don't take orders from you, said Heine. Why not? I asked. I'm the last chimera standing. I'm the boss's genetically engineered daughter, and I'm the one who's marrying her biological son. No matter how you slice it, I'm technically in charge now that she's gone, and I say we're wasting time. Cat S got claws, said Fishy. He sounded surprised and pleased, like this was the best possible outcome. Sal is correct, said Fang, not giving the argument a chance to continue. We need to leave if we're going to reach USAMRIID before the sun goes down. Heine, you have to get the equipment transferred over, and more importantly, you have to leave the bodies where they are. They're essential camouflage. But they're our friends, she said softly. I know, said Fang, his tone echoing hers. I am going to miss them forever, but they wouldn't want us to die because we were unwilling to let them protect us one last time. Leave their bodies where they fell. They'll keep you safe by keeping the wolves away. How did it come to this? Asked Heine. Fang shook his head. I'll be honest with you, he said. I really don't know. Working together, the four of us had been able to transfer Tansy and her life support equipment into the back of the truck, without jostling her more than was absolutely necessary. Her heart monitor beeped once, signaling an increase in her resting vitals before calming again. Fishy had managed to secure a generator in the corner of the truck, small enough to be unobtrusive, large enough to power the machines that were keeping Tansy's host, and hence Tansy herself, alive. One by one, he plugged in her life support components, swapping them from the lab extension cord with a speed and grace that spoke to a lifetime spent doing similar work, albeit with less potentially fatal consequences. We had food for a day, in case we got held up on the way to USAMRIID, small weapons enough to get us through whatever dangers we encountered, and all the medical supplies Fishy and Fang had been able to scrounge from the bowling alley. If anything went wrong during transport, we'd be in the best possible position to try to put Tansy back together. Not that it was ever going to work completely. Until she got a new host, this persistent vegetative state was the most that we would have to hope for. Heine was going to take care of my dogs until we got back. I didn't like the idea of leaving them with a virtual stranger, but I liked the idea of taking them with us even less. There were no animals inside the quarantine zone, save for the ones that had been there before USAMRIID moved in and hadn't been hunted down and euthanized yet. Beverly might have been okay with the trip. Minnie wouldn't have been, and I wouldn't have been okay with the stress of looking out for either one of them. Better to leave them here, where they would be safe, even if they would also be lonely. It wasn't like I needed them to detect sleepwalkers for me anymore. My pheromones had evolved. I could detect the sleepwalkers for myself. I sat on the truck's back bumper, watching the sky and wishing we were already in motion. The waiting was killing me. Sherman wasn't waiting. Whatever he was going to do to our people, he had probably already started. Maybe he hadn't realized yet how special Juniper was. Maybe he thought Dr. Cal had just decided to implant one of her babies in an actual baby and see what happened. But Sherman was smart, and if he didn't know already, he was going to figure it out. He had to figure it out. Once that happened, the clock was ticking, and we needed to move. There was just one problem. We were the good guys. We were the ones who were still trying to hold on to empathy and compassion, things that it would be easier to call humanity. But I had them too, and I wasn't human. Sherman could roll in and roll out like a hurricane, destroying whatever happened to be standing in his way. Colonel Mitchell could run the world like it was an extension of his army, letting everything be sacrificed in the name of a greater good that many would never live to see. Even Dr. Banks had his excuses. He'd never cared about anyone but himself, so why should he start now? We couldn't do that. If we wanted to hold on to the only things that made us better than they were, we had to take the time to say goodbye to our people, no matter how much I wanted to be moving. We had to remember that everyone mattered. That was going to keep us from losing sight of ourselves. But oh, how I wanted to move. Fishy walked into my frame of view, boosting himself up onto the truck's bumper next to me. Fang and Heine are almost done, he said. I'm driving. Will you ride up front with me? I know you're not super big into cars and all that, but you're the only one who's actually been to USAMRIID before. I figure you can give me directions. They might also be less likely to shoot first and ask questions later if they see me in the front seat with you, I said. So very, very true, said Fishy amiably. Fang can monitor all the beeping things in the back. He's good at that. Way better than I am. I'm an engineer, not a neurosurgeon. Yeah, I said. I hesitated and then asked, Fishy, do you think we're doing the right thing? Honestly, Sal, I think the right thing sort of fell by the wayside when the city started burning, said Fishy. He looked morosely out over the parking lot. His eyes fell on one of the corpses and he flinched, looking away. At this point, we're doing the best that we can. USAMRIID has bigger guns and better resources. If we get them on our side, we'll be in a much better position to take on Sherman. If we can't, we'll figure something out. It's not that easy, I said. Fishy smiled and nudged me with his elbow. Sure it is. You managed to get away from them twice, right? 3 times if we count that horrifying story Dr. Cal tells about you and your sister and the colonel back before shit got real. We'll just follow you and you'll know what to do. I wasn't so sure. I didn't want to disillusion him when we were already getting ready to march into danger, so I just smiled thinly and didn't say anything. Fang came walking around the corner of the truck. Heine has gone to wake the others and start her work. We should go, if we don't want to be stuck here while we explain everything again. I slid down off the bumper. Let's get moving. Yes, said Fang, swinging himself up into the truck and moving toward the back to check on Tansy. Let's. He was bending over her cot when Fishy pulled the truck's door down and cut Fang off from view. Together, Fishy and I walked around to the cab and climbed in. I fastened my seat belt. Fishy didn't. Maybe believing that life was a video game made personal safety seem less important. I watched out the window as we drove out of the parking lot and back onto Willow Pass Road. No one watched us go. No one but the dead. Sherman and his people had taken advantage of the relatively clear road outside the bowling alley to make their approach. They would have needed to move very little aside in the way of blockages, while Dr. Cal's people had worked to keep the area looking realistically deserted. They had also needed to rearrange the crashes and abandoned vehicles to make it possible for supply runs and scavenging parties to move freely. We were using those same streets now, following them back to I-4. We didn't dare clear a new route. Like the bodies outside the bowling alley, the unmoved vehicles littering the streets would make it seem like we had never passed through here. Fishy took it slow, moving around the blockages and swerving to avoid spills, all while trying to keep the ride steady enough that it wouldn't jostle Tansy and Fang more than absolutely necessary. I admired the artistry of it all, even as I tried to focus on the drums pounding in my ears, forbidding myself to listen to the small, gnawing voice of my own panic. I had no reason to be afraid of riding in cars. There was no traffic to contend with. There was no way Fishy was going to lose control of the truck. All I had to fear was fear itself, and honestly, I didn't have time for that. "I miss the radio," said Fishy after taking a quick scan through the available frequencies and confirming that everything was off the air. "I used to have this old junker I inherited from my dad. It was a piece of rust that drove like a car, you know. Actual ferrous frame, weighted like a personal tank. It had a CD player instead of a proper satellite radio hookup. Man, I hated that thing. If I wanted music, I either had to play it through my phone or remember to grab a bunch of actual discs before I got in the car. I guess the joke S on me, though. I'd kill for a CD player now." I didn't even know what a CD player was. I stayed quiet. It's weird how technology changes everything, isn't it? Fishy drove around an overturned semi. Once, there were CD players everywhere. Before that it was tape decks, and before that it was these weird things called 8-tracks that looked like video game cartridges from the 80s and only held like 2 songs. But every time, it was a revolution. More control, more content, more choices. And now here we are, back to silence, because we got rid of all the physical media, and then we lost the radio. "I don't know what you're talking about," I admitted. "That's cool," said Fishy. He smiled, and there was something terribly sad about the expression, like he had always known that he was speaking into the void. "Sometimes I just talk so I'll know I still exist, you know." "That I know," I said quietly. The landscape outside the truck windows was oddly blasted. It had been a low-rain year, normal enough, although according to the Mitchells, California used to experience heavy rains during December and January, back when we were the greatest produce supplier in the United States. The climate had shifted since then, enough that rain was rare and fires were common. Enough that the brown, dry hills around us didn't seem so unusual, although they were more overgrown than they used to be, thanks to the relative absence of cows. Oh, there were a few here and there, dotted around the hills like bruises on a banana. Horses were more plentiful. They were smarter and didn't have the same milking requirements. Even more important, they were better at getting out of their stalls. In a similar vein, goats were more common than sheep, and cats were more common than dogs. Birds of prey roosted atop telephone poles, watching us pass with their cold avian eyes. They wouldn't care if we never managed to resolve this conflict. Sherman could kill us all, and the hawks and falcons and crows would inherit everything. "Sorry, Birdie, but we're not ready for that," I muttered as we rolled under yet another red-tailed hawk. Fishy shot me a faintly confused look, but didn't say anything. I suppose he was so accustomed to being the one who didn't make sense that he was willing to let me take a turn. "The freeways are open this way, you said?" he asked. "They should be, unless things have changed since Carrie and I got out of the Coliseum," I said. "Did anyone see which direction Sherman's people came from? I wouldn't put it past them to have collapsed some wrecks over their path, just for cover." In this context, anyone could only mean Fang, since Fishy and I had both been inside the Kmart when everything went wrong. Fishy shook his head. Not enough survivors, and there wasn't time to check the security footage. You think we're going to catch up to them? No, they'd have to be holed up in Albany or Emeryville if they drove down this road to reach us, and neither of those has anything like the big abandoned mall Sherman was using as his headquarters. I'm almost positive. Almost wasn't good enough, had stopped being good enough before I was engineered in the Symbogen lab that made me. But it was all we had left, and I was clinging to it as tightly as I could. Besides, Sherman was smart. Smart enough to know that Dr. Cal, when driven out of Vallejo, would have gone back to familiar ground, smart enough to check the bowling alley. He had been smart enough to build an army of chimera under everyone's noses. He must have hid the disappearances in an untold number of counties, burying the missing person alerts in a dozen local news reports. He wouldn't have stayed in a hideout that was equidistant between his creator and his enemies at USAMRIID. There was too much chance that one day Dr. Cal would go too far and bring the army down on her head, and he wouldn't have wanted to be in the path of that. We drove amongst untouched hills, under the watchful eyes of hawks. For maybe the first time since this freeway was built, there was no roadkill anywhere. The pavement was free of blood. Cars sat on the shoulder, and glass glittered on the blacktop, but as far as the natural world was concerned, the age of man was over. It had come to an end when the last raccoon was struck by a car's bumper, when the last deer was left to rot on the median. Speaking of deer, a whole family raised their heads from cropping the grass by the side of the road, watching us go by. I had seen deer before, but never so many of them, and never so bold. I pressed my face against the glass and watched them until they were out of sight. None of them jumped into the road. We killed nothing, destroyed nothing, as we sailed down the black ribbon of the highway and into the devouring distance. Clayton dropped far behind us, a forgotten dream of a place where we'd been happy, for a time, where we'd allowed ourselves to feel like we were safe. Other cities followed, until we were moving through the thicker traffic on the approach to Oakland. It wasn't quite gridlock. There was space between the abandoned cars for Fishy to maneuver the truck, as long as he took it slow and didn't worry about scratching the paint. We had just squeezed through an opening between two electric cars when I realized that I hadn't felt the need to drop down into the hot, warm dark once during this drive. I was getting better, or at least I was learning to swallow my fear more efficiently, leaving myself capable of riding in a motor vehicle without hyperventilating. I guess after you've been in a car that was intentionally driven into the ocean and raced the sunset to find your way home, normal vehicular transportation loses some of its sting. The shape of the Oakland Coliseum loomed up ahead and to our left. Fishy looked toward me, eyebrows raised. "Well," he asked, "how do you want to play this?" I took a deep breath. "Follow my lead," I said. We pulled up to the gate that blocked the Coliseum parking lots from the road. It was manned by 4 men in fatigues, each of them holding an assault rifle. My stomach unclenched when I realized that none of them had a cattle prod. This was going to be much easier if I wasn't living in fear of being separated from myself. One of them walked to Fishy's window and rapped on it with his knuckles. Fishy obligingly rolled the window down, smiling his customary, toothy smile at the officer. "Afternoon," he said. "I guess maybe it's technically evening. Sun looks like it should be going down any minute. How strict are we being with the day divisions now that most of the clocks are toast?" "Sir, this is a restricted area," said the officer. "We're going to have to ask you to turn around." "Sorry, no can do. I'm here on a mission of medical mercy, and turning around would sort of go against the whole purpose of driving here. Besides, aren't you supposed to be rounding up survivors like me and making sure that we're comfortable in quarantine, not being snacked on by tapeworm zombies all the damn time. The officer looked uneasy. That was the first inkling I had that things had gotten worse in Pleasanton after Paul's death, that we might, in fact, have lost the entire quarantine zone. I leaned forward, tucking my hair back behind my ears so that the officer who was talking to Fishy could see my face. Sally had always taken after her father. Her features were Colonel Mitchell's, softened by genetics and estrogen into the face of a reasonably pretty woman. Now they were my features, and I was going to put them to good use. "Hi," I said. The officer went very still. "Can you tell my father that I'm back? Sherman has finally proven himself to be my son in truth as well as by circumstance of birth. He has taken us all. His people killed several of mine, and I will not forget that fact, no matter how hard he may try to convince me that it was an accident, no matter how much effort he may be willing to put into the idea that somehow he can convince me to become a convert to his cause. He would have me become the monster that they have made of me, and he doesn't understand why I wouldn't want that. I know you're going to read this, Sherman. I know I have no hope of privacy, and that you'll kill me before you let me go free. I also know that you will read what I have written in hopes of uncovering my secrets, while you would never listen as I said these things to you. My beautiful, clever, flawed boy. You are my son in every way that matters. I bought the body you now wear from its human wife, who couldn't afford the medical bills. I cultivated the core of you in Petri dish and agar, choosing the best genes, the best chances for survival. And maybe, in the end, I put too much of myself in you. Sherman, my weakness has always been a lack of empathy. Whatever guides the mentality and emotions of normal humans was left out in making me, and I have had to live my entire life measuring myself against the people around me, which is why I have striven to be surrounded by those of high empathy and higher morals. If I am surrounded only by you, what horrors will I unleash? Please, son, if you don't care about the human world, care about me. Don't make me into what you need me to be. Let me go. Let your brothers go. Live. From the notes of Dr. Shanti Cale, January 2028. I did nothing to deserve this. I was a good wife. I was a better mother. I raised my girls with a sense of right and wrong, and if Sally was a little wild and Joyce was a daddy's girl, well, that was all right. They were still my children, and I loved them more than anything. Loving them was all that I was meant to do. Being a mother was everything I had ever wanted in my life. I could have been a mother forever. I am still a mother. My body remembers the little girls it made, shaping them one bone at a time in the safe haven of my womb. My arms remember the babies that they held. I will always, always be a mother. But now my babies are dead, and I don't know what I'm going to do without them. Alfred tries to tell me that there's a chance for Joyce, but I'm too smart for that lie. I wish I weren't. It would be easier on both of us if I could make myself believe him. But I can't. What is a mother who has buried both her daughters? What, if not alive too long? From the Diary of Gail Mitchell, January 2028. Chapter 15. January 2028. The soldiers at the gate had walked with the truck as they led us to the front of the Coliseum. They had looked surprised and only a little confused when Fishy led them to the back and opened the door to reveal Fang, bent over Tansy's unmoving form and checking the connections on her ventilator. It must have been an odd sight, from their perspective. An unmoving woman with a shaven head, lying unconscious on a gurney, while a man in a white coat worked to make sure that she was still breathing. Then Fang had straightened and turned and said, in his most polite, most congenial tone, I suppose you'd like me to move away from the equipment now. Is one of you a trained medical professional? If not, is there any way I could convince you to let me keep working until we have my patient inside and stable? It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that we've brought her this far, and we'd rather not lose her now. The soldiers hadn't known what to say. Dr. Cal's people tended to have that effect. Their leader had taken custody of me. I wasn't making any effort to run away. I hadn't strayed from his side since he'd pulled me out of the cab, wrapping his vast hand around my upper arm so that I felt small next to him, reduced to the child I had never been. We stood some feet away, watching as his men, still puzzled and somehow taking orders from Fang, however temporarily, helped Fishy and Fang get Tansy's gurney down from the back of the truck. "I never thought we'd be seeing you again," said the soldier who was watching me. I shrugged as best I could with my right arm effectively locked into position. "I wasn't planning on coming back, but we need your help, and I'm pretty sure you need ours too. There's nothing you could offer us. How long ago did you lose the quarantine zone?" His hand tightened on my arm, clamping down almost hard enough to become painful, and I knew that I was right. "That's classified." It was almost a war zone in there while I was confined. It wouldn't have taken many of those unexpected conversions for things to get really ugly. Did everyone die, or were there riots? Were you able to get anyone out? I tried not to think about the people I'd known by name while I was there, the ones who'd shared the house with me and Carrie and Paul. The teenage mother, the little girl who'd never had a name. Was my desire to let Juniper be nameless until she could name herself partially an attempt to honor that child? I sort of thought it might have been. The rest of the soldiers walked past, pushing the gurney, Fishy, and Fang among them. My companions had been disarmed but not restrained. I wondered how long it would be before anyone noticed that. I wondered whether this was some sort of silent challenge. Let them try to run. They'd just be taken again. My captor pulled on my arm and started after his companions. We left the truck and walked across what remained of the parking lot, heading for the loading bay door in the side of the Coliseum wall. It wasn't the door I'd escaped through twice before, thankfully. A building this size had multiple entrances and exits. 4 more soldiers flanked the door, guarding it from interlopers. Each of them was holding a cattle prod. My mouth went dry, and my feet stopped listening to my commands, instead digging into the gravel and trying to bring me to a halt. My captor ignored my stumbling as he dragged me forward into range of those men. One of them was my old friend, Private Larson. He looked utterly surprised to see me, eyes going wide as the end of his cattle prod dipped toward the ground. I reached down deep and managed to muster a strained smile. "Hi," I said. "Long time no see." "What are you doing here?" he asked, less a demand and more an exclamation of sheer, confused surprise. "You stole a car, you escaped." "And now I'm back," I said. "My friend needs medical assistance, and I need to see your boss." "Colonel Mitchell is not taking visitors," snapped another of the door guards. Private Larson looked toward him and said, "Don't you know who this is? That's Sally Mitchell, man. That's the colonel's daughter." "The colonel's daughter is on life support, you goon." "That's my little sister, Joyce," I said. My voice was surprisingly steady. I felt like I was channeling my Sally mode again, but not as a lie, as a way of getting what I needed. It was surprisingly easy and even more surprisingly comfortable. I didn't have to pretend to be her to use the lessons I'd learned from my time in her shadow. "I'm the older daughter. The bad daughter, the runaway daughter, the one people blame for killing a bunch of soldiers, even though I didn't do that. And right now, I'm the daughter who needs to see her father. So if someone could go and tell him that we're here, that would be awesome." The 3 guards who were Private Larson readied their cattle prods, apparently prepared to zap the insolence right out of me. Private Larson looked to the leader of the group of soldiers who had accompanied us from the gate. "Sir," he asked. The man nodded. "If you would." "Yes, sir." Private Larson snapped a quick salute before he turned, cattle prod still lowered, and trotted away down the hall. The officer in charge snapped, "At ease, men," and the other 3 guards lowered their weapons. I let out a slow breath, relaxing marginally, only to tense again as he turned to me and said, "You realize you're not escaping for a 3rd time. Once Colonel Mitchell sees you, it's over." There was a warning in his tone that I couldn't quite make sense of, at least not until I looked over to Fang and Fishy, and saw how open the route back to our truck was behind them. We could still run. For whatever reason, this officer was willing to leave us with an escape route, even as he held onto my arm, but his grip wasn't as tight as it had been, was it? I could probably pull away if I really tried. Chave had been one of Dr. Cal's people, embedded in Simbo Gen and kept in place by a combination of loyalty and the need to know what was coming. She had never been able to let me know who she was, and she had died without breaking cover. I looked harder at the officer, trying to remember whether I'd ever seen him before, either there or in the bowling alley before things got bad. His face seemed familiar, but I had been a captive here twice already. I could have seen him through a fence or passing in the hall. There was no way for me to know for sure, but he was willing to let us run, and somehow that made me feel all the more certain that we were making the right decision. "It'll be okay," I said and touched his arm. He didn't pull away. My conviction that he might be one of Dr. Cal's people grew. "I just need to talk to the colonel." "Soon would be good," called Fishy. "Tansy's not doing so well." "What?" My head snapped around. Fang was bending over one of the machines, his expression suddenly much more serious than it had been only a few minutes before. "What's happening?" "I'll need to run some tests to be sure, but I believe her kidneys have started to fail," said Fang. "This was always going to happen before too much longer. The body is not meant to survive indefinitely under these conditions." "But she can't die." Fang looked up. The expression on his face was infinitely sad and infinitely patient at the same time, like he was trying to convey a lesson he knew I wasn't ready to learn. "We can all die, Sal. The last few months should have taught you that, even if they've taught you nothing else. We can all, no matter how clever, no matter how beloved, die." Private Larson reappeared before I could answer. "The colonel says we're to escort them in," he said stiffly. "You heard the man," said the officer. "Move." Fang and Fishy pushed Tansy on her gurney, and I stayed close to the commanding officer, as far away as I could be from those menacing cattle prods, and we moved onward, back into the belly of the beast. Our escort saw us to one of the larger interrogation rooms and left us there, locking the door behind themselves. Under the circumstances, it was something of a relief. Fang and Fishy connected Tansy's monitors to the wall outlets, sparing the portable generator from a little of the drain, and got to work stabilizing her. There was a table and chairs, but I didn't feel like sitting, not after the day we'd had, and not with the specter of my father hovering over us like a knife about to fall. I stalked back and forth in front of the shoddily installed 2-way mirror, wondering whether there was anyone on the other side, wondering equally whether the joints with the wall would stand up to a little battering. I knew how hard the glass was to break, but I was willing to bet the wood would give way if I hit it hard enough with a folding chair. Then I could see the people who were no doubt on the other side, monitoring us. Of course, then they would know that I was dangerous and would be able to justify anything they did to me, to us, as self-defense. I couldn't risk it. I left the chairs where they were and continued to pace, shooting sour looks at the glass and waiting for the door to open. Colonel Mitchell's sense of dramatic timing hadn't gotten any worse while I'd been away. As soon as Tansy's monitors were all beeping steadily and without alarms, the door opened, and he stepped into the room. I stopped pacing, turning to face him. He was still a mountain of a man, broad-shouldered and thick-armed and built like a monument to the idea of humanity overcoming the world. His hair was grayer than it had been before my escape, like he had managed to age years in just a few weeks. Soon there wouldn't be anything left but the gray. There were deep lines around his eyes. Those, too, had spread since my departure. He stopped in the doorway and just looked at me. That was all. That was all he needed to do. There was a depth of loss and longing and betrayal in his eyes that said more than words could ever manage. This was it. This was the moment where we had to choose whether we were telling him the truth or continuing to lie, continuing the petty fiction that Dr. Banks had created to save his own skin. I took a step forward. "I'm not Sally," I said quietly. "I never was. I'm sorry I lied to you about that. I did it to save some people who were very important to me, and I would probably do it again if I had to, but that doesn't make it right. I do think it makes us even, don't you? You lied to me about who I was, and then I lied to you about who I was, and now the scales are balanced. We can start from equal ground." Colonel Mitchell didn't say anything. He just dipped his chin very slightly. That was all the acknowledgement I was going to get. I took a breath. "You understand why I ran before?" "I do." His voice was, if anything, even more revealing than his eyes. He sounded exhausted, beaten down almost to the point of breaking. This was a man who'd seen every inch of protection he thought he possessed pulled away, and was doing his best to hold the line despite it all. He was a good man, who'd been forced to make some bad decisions, first to protect his family, and then to protect what he saw as the world. He had just been put into the position of so many good men before him, the place where there were no good options left, only the ones that did a little less damage than the rest. These are my colleagues, my friends, Fishy and Fang. I realized I didn't know their last names. I also realized that it didn't matter anymore. They had their dingy, tattered lab coats and their willingness to work. Everything else was secondary. The girl on the gurney is my sister, Tansy Cow. Was it my imagination, or did he flinch at the word sister? "I don't understand why you brought her here," he said. "Surely the medical care wherever you were hiding was sufficient to keep her alive." "It was, before some dickwad decided to come in and trash the place and shoot a bunch of our people," said Fishy, looking up from Tansy's monitors. "That's why we're here." Right, it was time to stop beating around the bush. Sherman Lewis, who was responsible for my first escape and for the deaths of your people, found Dr. Cal's lab. He raided it this morning. He got away with basically everything. All our people, all our research. Nathan. He took Nathan, and we have to get him back because Nathan doesn't have an implant, and Sherman doesn't think humans have any place left in this world. Sherman would see Nathan as just one more host body waiting for a new owner. I loved my fellow Chimera, I loved them, but could I ever forgive the worm that took Nathan away from me? Would I ever be able to make the jump from loathing to love? I didn't think so, and just like that, I forgave Sally's mother for rejecting me. It was all well and good to think of a chimera as just a new occupant in an abandoned home, and in my case, that was true. I had taken over when Sally left. But she didn't really know that, did she? That was never going to be something she could accept, just like I was never going to be able to accept someone else driving Nathan around like his body's original owner didn't matter. It made what I had to ask next even more difficult. I took a deep breath and forced myself to continue anyway. Tansy's life depended on it. Sherman, is responsible for the contamination of the water supply. I have some ideas about how we could maybe fix that, but we're going to need to work together. We brought copies of the data we were able to salvage. Fang is one of the best neurosurgeons I've ever met, and he's been with Dr. Cal for years. He can explain things to your scientists. That doesn't explain why you brought the girl, said Colonel Mitchell. No, it didn't. I took another breath. Then I paused and looked at him. I would have been your daughter if you'd allowed me to be myself, I said. Adoption is as important as biology. I tried so hard to be who you wanted me to be. I broke myself trying to become your little girl. All you ever had to do was say, "You are a stranger and I love you," and I would have been yours forever. You know that, don't you? I never wanted us to be on opposite sides. Colonel Mitchell glanced at the mirror. We were definitely being watched then, and if the people on the other side of the glass hadn't known about what I was before, they knew now. Too late to take it back. Your friend, Dr. Banks. He captured Tansy when she came to get me out of Symbogen. He took her apart. He pulled out parts of her brain, and I think you knew, because he was trying to make a chimera to show you. One of those perfect soldiers he talked about. He broke my sister. He thought she'd be more useful in pieces, and he broke her. He broke both my sisters. He was the one who designed my implant, wasn't he? He designed me. That's why there's no record in their systems. You paid him to delete all the traces that I was anything other than the standard to keep your secrets, and he did it. He wanted something he could hold over you. Silence. He designed Joyce's implant too, didn't he? There's no way he'd want a hold over one Mitchell girl when he could have a hold over both of them. He could have told you to yank her implant the day I opened my eyes in Sally's body, but he didn't. He killed her. He took one sister apart, and he killed the other one, and you still kept working with him, because he had the better PR. What do you want from me, Sal? Asked Colonel Mitchell. Any joy I might have felt at hearing him use the proper name for me, hearing him use my name, died when I processed the weariness in his tone. His shoulders were even more bowed now than they had been when he first came into the room. I didn't know how much more he could take before he broke, but wherever that line was, we were approaching it more rapidly than I cared to consider. I can't undo what's already been done. No, but you can help us set at least one piece of this right. You can undo a little of the damage you've enabled. I looked him squarely in the eye. Is Joyce's body still on life support? Colonel Mitchell went perfectly still. He must have known what I was working up to. I hadn't been exactly subtle, and I'd conflated Joyce and Tansy several times in the lead-up to my question. But actually hearing the words seemed to cause him physical pain. He closed his eyes. Everything was silence, save for the beeping of the machines that were keeping Tansy alive. Then he opened them again. Yes, she is still on life support, and no, I will not hear what you are going to ask me next. This conversation is over. Joyce's life is over, I said. I tried to make the words as gentle as possible, but they still fell into the space between us like stones. She's dead. She died. And I know she was an organ donor. We talked about it when we talked about Sally's accident. How afraid she'd been that you'd keep Sally on life support until her organs failed. How much she'd loved her sister, and how much she'd wanted her sister's death to mean something. I know she had the same conversations with you. Colonel Mitchell didn't say anything, but he didn't leave the room and he didn't close his eyes again, and under the circumstances, that was about as much as I could have hoped for. We don't need a kidney or a lobe of her liver. We need her, intact and breathing, because Tansy is dying. Please, let us save Tansy. Let us give Joyce the meaning she wanted. She used to say that the accident was the best thing that had ever happened to me, and she was working with you that whole time. I paused. The words made sense. I had said them to myself before, but now, hearing them aloud, almost wonderingly, I asked, "She knew, didn't she? She knew I was Sally and she loved me anyway. Sally was always cruel to her little sister. The words were halting, pulled from Colonel Mitchell's mouth one at a time. She didn't understand why we'd want a second child when we had her, and she couldn't forgive Joyce for taking up space that should have been hers. Joyce loved her, wanted to be friends, but Sally wouldn't have anything to do with her unless it was because she was planning to cut Joyce down somehow. Joyce knew even before I told her. There was no way any version of Sally could have learnt how to be kind. She loved me anyway, I said. She said the accident was a good thing. You know she would have agreed to this if she'd been here. If she were here, we wouldn't have to do this, said Colonel Mitchell. I nodded. True. If she were here, we would have stayed away because there was no way we'd ask this if there were any way to save her. She's gone. She left her body behind. Please, please, let us save my sister. You think your mother will forgive me if I turn another of her daughters into a monster. Colonel Mitchell's head swung from side to side. It seemed to have become an impossible burden, too heavy for him to lift without an effort. She gave birth to that body you wear so familiarly. Whether you like it or not, she is your parent. I want to like it, I said. I remember loving her. I remember loving you. Before you both started treating me like an invader, like I'd done something wrong. I didn't hurt your daughter, Colonel. I didn't take her body until she left it behind, and I always did my best to be a good girl for you. I loved you. I loved my whole family. You rejected me first. You were never ours, he said. I didn't say anything. I just looked at him and waited for him to pass judgment on whether both my sisters, would live or die. We never let you be ours, he said, after a long pause. What will you give me for my daughter's body? Fishy, I need the hard drive, I said. On it. He moved away from Tansy and Fang, pulling up his shirt to reveal a block of synthetic skin. He peeled it away. There was a small black rectangle taped to his side. The guards had missed it when they searched him. The synth skin had confused the issue. Pulling the rectangle loose, he held it up for Colonel Mitchell to see before pressing it into my hand. Nice to finally meet you, Colonel. I've heard a lot about you. Sure, most of it was pretty awful, but it's still nice to put a face with a name. I've heard absolutely nothing about you, mister. Fishy, said Fishy with evident delight. If you'd heard of me, you'd be proof of bad AI. So hey, score one for the dev team. Then he turned and walked back to Tansy's side, leaving Colonel Mitchell staring after him. Fishy has that effect on people, I said, pulling the Colonel's attention back to me. I held up the hard drive. His eyes locked on it. Sherman's people took most of the research, but we managed to save enough to get started. When he took me from your holding cells, it was so he could extract my DNA and use it to make a worm that would be able to interface with the human brain without surgical assistance. He was trying to destroy the human race. He's managed to destroy a lot of the sleepwalkers in the process, but it means that all the worms currently in the water share a single genetic source. We can tailor antiparasitic drugs to kill them without poisoning the water for everybody else. We can fix this. I paused, taking a breath and gauging his reaction. It hurt to admit that Sherman had used me to make his perfect weapon, even though I had nothing to do with the creation of those tiny, uncaring clones. My epigenetic data was not included. They would never mature into me. But still, I should have found a way to stop him. Colonel Mitchell frowned. Are you telling us everything? All the data's here, I said, giving the hard drive a shake. Everything we were able to save. Dr. Banks and your people should be able to start work on a counter almost immediately. All we're asking is that you let us take something you don't need anymore, so that we can save one of our own. Well, that, and we were rather hoping you would help us track down and destroy Sherman's encampment," said Fang, looking up from the monitors. "He's a danger. He needs to be stopped. We're not going to accomplish this on our own." "Joyce is not something we don't even need anymore," said Colonel Mitchell, and there was no mistaking the bitterness in his tone. "She is my daughter." "She's gone," I said. "If she's still your daughter, then so am I. Don't you think we'll be happier together? There's this thing Dr. Cal calls epigenetic data. It's sort of like genetic memory. Maybe I am who I am because Sally's DNA told me who to be. So I'm still a little bit her, even if I mostly never could have been. We put Tansy in Joyce's head. Maybe we get a Tansy who's a little bit Joyce. Isn't that better than losing her completely? Forever." "I could take your data and lock you up for treason," he said. "You say you didn't kill anyone. You have no proof." "You know me," I said. "That's your proof. The only lies I ever told were the ones you taught to me." He looked at me for a moment, eyes running over my face like he was trying to unlock something he couldn't quite define. Then he turned and walked away, moving toward Tansy. She hadn't opened her eyes since we'd recovered her from Dr. Banks. A cloth covered her skull, concealing the ugly sutures and missing skin. She looked like a coma patient, which was a reasonably accurate impression. She was never going to wake up again, not in that body. She also looked frail and defenseless, two things I'd never associated with Tansy before Dr. Banks took her away from us. "Will she be kind to my little girl's body?" he asked, directing his question to Fang. "Is she a good person?" Fang smiled at the word person, like he hadn't been sure he would ever hear it in conjunction with Tansy, at least not from this source. "She's a spitfire and a half," he said, "always running for the hills and shouting when they don't come to meet her. She loves her mother and her brother and her sister. She was the one who wanted us to contact Sal long before we did, because she didn't think it was right for family to live apart. She can be passionate about the things she believes. She's not perfect, not by a long shot, but she's ours, and we love her." "Will she be kind?" "If you'll forgive me for saying so, sir, she'll be kinder than you're being right now. She'll let your daughter's body live again. Maybe not in the same way. Maybe not as the same girl, but alive." Fang's expression turned grave. "Isn't that what a father wants?" "Have you ever been a father?" asked the colonel, voice hard. "Once. But that was a long time ago, on the other side of the world, and all my restless dead have been mercifully buried." Colonel Mitchell looked at Fang for a moment longer. Then he reached over and gently touched Tansy's cheek. She must have been cold. She looked so cold. "Private Larson," said the colonel without raising his voice, "contact Dr. Caldwell. Tell her to prepare an operating room. We're going to be performing surgery today." They wheeled in Joyce's body on a gurney so much like the one Tansy was on that it hurt a little. The symmetry, and the knowledge that the symmetry was about to become even stronger. The Coliseum hadn't been designed to serve as a hospital. It was meant for sporting events and concerts, not sterile procedures and surgical interventions. Everything USAMRIID had done to it since moving in had been makeshift, retrofit on top of retrofit, as they tried to twist it to suit their needs. That was why our observation window was tight-stretched clear plastic, of the same material as the quarantine bubbles. That was why the operating room walls were white sheets, and why the air flow was controlled by plastic sheeting. But somehow none of that seemed terribly important anymore, because there was my sister. Joyce looked better than Tansy. She looked like she was just sleeping, with a respirator in her nose and tubes running from her arms to the IVs that the keepers rolled in with her. Tansy was already in place, already scrubbed down and sterilized. Then one of the white-coated men took the kerchief off Joyce's head, revealing her freshly shaven skull, and I knew that Joyce wasn't sleeping. Joyce had been gone for a long time. If there had been anything left of her, she would have woken up as soon as they started to cut her hair. I started to cover my eyes and turn away. Colonel Mitchell's hand clamped down over my wrist, startling me. I lowered my hand, looking at him in confusion. "You have to watch," he said. "This is on you as much as it is on me, and you have to watch." "I don't want to," I whispered. "It doesn't matter. We pay our debts in this family, Sal. We look at the things we have built and we acknowledge them for what they are. That means you look. That means you watch. That means you understand." "I don't want to," I repeated. "Neither do I," he said, and we both turned to the window. Transplanting an implant into a human host was a fairly straightforward procedure, according to Fang. If the implant was tissue-compatible with the host body, then rejection and infection were both extremely unlikely. There was some necessary movement of brain tissue, but nothing needed to be removed save for a small piece of skull. The rest was easy, if anything about neurosurgery could ever be considered easy. I knew more about medicine than I'd ever believed possible, thanks to the time I'd spent with Dr. Cal and her people, but even that wasn't enough to make the scene on the other side of the window make sense to me. The first thing they did was the tissue typing. They had explained in detail how that would work. First, they took a sample from Joyce, and then they took a sample from Tansy's host body. When they confirmed that the bodies had similar blood types and antigen responses, they moved on to opening the back of Tansy's skull and exposing the shattered remains of her implant. I looked away at that, and Colonel Mitchell didn't stop me. He had already seen what I had seen: brain tissue that looked like it had been churned up with a heavy hand, and pale loops of tapeworm poking through it in disarray. Nothing like the symmetry I saw when I looked at my own MRIs, or Juniper's. We were supposed to live comfortably within our hosts, not be used to destroy them once harmony had been achieved. I shuddered, forcing my panicked nerves back under control, and turned in time to see the response panels testing Joyce's genetic compatibility with Tansy. The real Tansy, not the lost, lamented host, turned from neutral red to compatible yellow. My sisters were compatible with each other. They could coexist. They could share space, and they could both live in their way, although each would have lost something precious forever. One of the USAMRIID scientists held up a hand, signaling the rest of the room to stop what they were doing. They all did, even Fishy and Fang, as he turned to face the window. He looked at the colonel, eyes grave behind his goggles, and waited. "Please," I whispered. The colonel closed his eyes and raised his hand in a thumbs up. The procedure was approved. They did not pull a curtain across their makeshift surgical theater. They left everything open and exposed for the world to see. I had already looked away once. I would not look away again. Colonel Mitchell was right. I owed them that. Bit by bit, Fang extracted Tansy from the brain pan of her host, picking her free of the jumbled brain tissue an inch at a time, until the entire damaged length of her was visible. He sliced a piece of the host's original brain loose along with her head, allowing her to keep her floral mouth clamped down on what she mindlessly believed to be a source of nutrition. The gender label was inaccurate at that point, I suppose. Tansy was no longer a she. Not without the shell of her host to give her definition. But Ronnie had always been male, even when he was moved into a female body. I couldn't make myself stop thinking of her as my sister, and to be honest, I didn't want to. Only the labels were allowing me to look at the slick, pinkish-gray length of her with anything other than pity. She was so damaged. Dr. Banks had used her so cruelly. That's what you are too, I thought, and my stomach churned acid-hot and nauseous. I was a length of boneless tissue, somehow enhanced by science to the point where it could hijack an entire human body and make it my own. I was not a human being, but the brain tissue left behind when Tansy was removed from her host's brain didn't look so different from Tansy herself, did it? It was soft and boneless and pinkish gray, without structure or form. She had fit into it so well because she was virtually the same thing. Maybe we had never been that different. Science hadn't created monsters. It had just given brains the capacity to move from one body to another, to feed without dependence on the host, to masticate and chew, to live. We were made to live. We were survivors. "Come on, Tansy," I whispered. Colonel Mitchell shot me a surprised look, but all my attention was on the delicate surgery being performed on the counter behind Joyce's comatose form. Fishy had covered Tansy's host with a sheet. Life support was ongoing, but that was more a matter of their not wanting to share the room with a corpse before they had to than it was anything else. Tansy was no longer a resident in that hollow shell, and the original owner, whoever she had been, had moved out years before. Fang had stretched Tansy out in a Pyrex baking dish filled with agar solution, and was now carefully, delicately excising her segments from each other, bisecting them one at a time and moving them to different quadrants of the comforting jelly. Most would be frozen, assuming we could find a freezer that we were allowed to use. Only the primary segment, that beautiful, terrible flower, would be placed inside Joyce's unused brain. The rest were backups at best, and egg factories at worst. If we lost Tansy completely, Fang could culture a new head segment from her eggs, effectively cloning her. But I didn't know how much of Tansy would carry over into that second generation, how much epigenetic data would be passed down, parent unto child, so that she could live again. I was almost sure, watching him work, watching how much care he took and how deep the furrows in his forehead had grown, that it wouldn't be enough. Then he finished his work on Tansy and turned away from the agar and picked up the bone saw. Colonel Mitchell's hand clamped down on my shoulder, pressing so hard that I winced, although I didn't pull away. He was allowing us to do this. He had granted us access to his daughter, against all better judgment, against all reason, because he wanted his daughters to be together, even if we had to be together as new people. His marriage was probably over. Mom, Gail, was going to leave him when she realized what he'd done. Slow understanding wormed through me, replacing the acid in my belly with wonder. He'd given up any chance of saving his marriage because he wanted to make up for his actions toward me. He was giving me back my sister, both my sisters, because I mattered that much to him. I turned, looking up at his face as the bone saw bit into Joyce's skull. He was watching Fang work, and while there were tears in his eyes, they weren't falling. Not yet, because he wasn't watching his daughter die. He was watching the world give her another chance at survival. "Thank you, Daddy," I whispered, turning back toward the window. Fang had removed a small square of bone from the back of Joyce's head. I couldn't see her exposed brain from where we were standing, but I didn't need to. Brains, as a rule, look basically the same from person to person, incredibly unique and utterly individual in the eyes of a neurosurgeon maybe, but to me still just slabs of pink-gray fatty matter, shot through with veins and furrowed with deep canals. Fang reached into Joyce's brain with forceps and scalpel. He worked in silence for almost a minute before he called, "Fishy, the sample." Fishy picked up Tansy's primary segment with a pair of forceps and carried it gently over to place them in Fang's waiting hand. I thought I saw Tansy thrash once, and I clung to that motion, because it meant she was still alive. Then Fang was lowering her into the opening at the back of Joyce's skull, and if Colonel Mitchell was going to call this procedure off, he was going to do it now. He would have to do it now. He wouldn't have another chance. His hand remained clamped hard on my shoulder, hard enough that it was going to leave a bruise, but he didn't say a word. He didn't ask Fang to stop. He just let it happen. Colonel Mitchell was crying big, wet tears that rolled silently down his face as he watched Fang close up the surgical site and suture Joyce's skin back down. There would be some scarring, unfortunately. The facility just wasn't equipped with the sort of stimulating lasers he would have needed to close her wounds without leaving any sign that they'd been there. But maybe that was for the best. Maybe this was the sort of thing that had to be remembered, just so you could believe that it was real. I was crying too, but unlike the Colonel, there was no grief in my tears. I had cried myself dry over Joyce enough. I knew that she was gone. Until this moment, I hadn't allowed myself to really believe that Tansy could still be saved, that Tansy might make it back to the broken doors, and hence back home to us. There was still hope in the world, and the proof of it was on the stretcher in front of me, being hooked back up to the machines that would keep her breathing until the integration was complete. Tansy was going to live again. Now, we just had to find a way to say the same about the world. January 2028, Sherman. Sherman, your mother is asking for you. I turned toward Badia, irritation gathering in my chest, and opened my mouth to chastise her. Then I paused, catching myself. She was right. Dr. Cal was my mother, no matter how long we had been estranged, or how much it sometimes pained me to consider that I, Sherman Lewis, conqueror of the known world, existed only because of her dedication to science and her insistence on following her experiments to their logical conclusion. I might not have been the result of a sweaty night of bodies rubbing against bodies, but I was her child all the same. It was perhaps time for me to acknowledge that, to even embrace it, because if I accepted her as she had already accepted me, things might go easier for all of us. "How is she?" I asked. The question came easy because the question was honest. If she was hunger-striking or ill, I would have more difficulty dealing with her. I had never been able to handle it well when she was sick. "She's amazing," said Badia, and her voice was filled with shy, starstruck wonder. Of the chimera in my camp, I was the only one who'd worked directly with our Creator. She made me with her own 2 hands, and I had taken the knowledge of my creation and used it to create children of my own. But it was hard for them not to look at Dr. Cal like she was some sort of fallen god. She was our Creator. How could they not love her? If they had known her as I had known her, it would have been easy. She had never been a loving mother, not to me. Not when she had her precious Adam right there, so apparently flawless, and born of her body in a way that none of the rest of us could ever match. He had broken her, crippled her, and she doted on him for his innocent crimes, because how could he have known? I shook myself out of the memory and plastered a smile across my face, trying to look reassuring for Badia's sake. She didn't know Dr. Cal as I did, and Mother had always responded better to worship than she did to insolence. Let Badia have her delusions. Maybe they would find a way to serve us. "I'll be right there," I said. "I just need to finish setting up this simulation." Badia nodded, but she didn't leave, lingering in my doorway like a moth clinging to a light. I frowned. "Was there something else?" I asked. "We did as you told us and sorted the people we took from the lab into useful skills and potential hosts. Most of her staff are willing to work with us as long as she is. I guess pragmatism is a human trait." "It is indeed," I agreed. "If it hadn't been, we would never have been created." How a species that was so blissfully willing to betray itself had managed to remain dominant for so long was beyond me. Well, soon enough, they would be gone, and we, their successors, would not make the same mistakes. "You had some names you wanted us to watch for." "Yes. Nathan Kim was present." "I know that, Badia. I handcuffed his smug little hands behind his back myself." "And you have him listed as a potential host, not as a resource. But he's a parasitologist, Sherman. He understands how we work almost better than we do. More importantly, he's Dr. Cal's biological child. She's not going to forgive us if we cut his head open and put an implant inside. And why not? I demanded. We're her children. He's her child. Shouldn't she be delighted to combine her two greatest creations? If I didn't need to remember all the things I've learned, I would take him for myself. Sal already loved him. She would learn to love him again, with someone else living behind his eyes. She was adaptable, my beloved little traitor, and she would do whatever she felt was necessary. Maybe putting him into the general pool of host bodies was a bad idea. Wait, I said, raising a hand. I think I will save him for myself. Do his blood work, make sure we're genetically compatible, and then allow him to work with his former colleagues. I'll need him eventually, I'm sure. This body can't last forever. Dr. Cal, Mother has chosen us over them every time the decision has been put in front of her. Her recent recalcitrance to commit to our cause is more a matter of lingering loyalty to her species than any misguided belief that humanity deserves this planet. So we let her keep the boy she birthed for right now, until her loyalties are swayed, and then we make it clear what his purpose is. By the time we get that far, she'll rejoice at the idea that his body can serve our cause. Badia still looked unconvinced. I sighed and reached out to rest my fingertips against her cheek, focusing on bringing her heartbeat into rhythm with mine. She gasped at the touch, her eyes going half-lidded with the shock of the stimulus. I hated to do this to her, but sometimes she needed to remember who was in charge here. Sometimes she needed to remember that it was not, would never be her. Listen to me, little bat, I murmured. My mother is a forgiving soul as long as you keep dangling the promise of new scientific discovery in front of her. I left her because I knew that in order to earn her love, I would have to bring her something greater than Adam ever could. All he brought was newness. I am bringing her the world. You are not going to interfere with that because you have somehow managed to pick up a dose of human sentimentality. Do you understand me? We're going to remake the world in our image, and Mother is going to help us. But that can only happen if we make her understand why our way is the only way. I understand, said Badia, eyelashes still fluttering against her cheeks like the wings of captive birds. She was beautiful when she wasn't wrapped up in her own righteousness. It was truly a pity that she spent so much time in that state. I wished, not for the first time, that I had time enough to work on her properly, to condition her to the point where her interests and mine would more perfectly align. Alas, that sort of time was a luxury we would not have for a while yet, if ever. Conquering a world was so much more work than I had ever anticipated. Tell my mother that I will be coming to her soon, I murmured, and brushed my lips across Badia's brow. She shivered at the touch. I let her go, smiling beatifically as she stepped back out of my grasp, but never out of my reach. Don't worry, I said. Everything is going to be fine. Stage III, microevolution. I categorically deny the accusations that I have betrayed the human race. Dr. Stephen Banks. Children grow up. You have to let them, even if you don't like the people they become. That's what life is about. Sal Mitchell. My brother has ordered us to start unstitching the genetic code of his waterborne creations, looking for the switches allowing them to thrive in a body that already has an implant. We're supposed to turn them off, so his precious cousins will stop infecting his people. I've tried pointing out that this won't clean the waterways that are already contaminated. Adding a new strain of tapeworm to the water not only won't remove the old one, it will double the number of infectious agents in any given sample. As there is no outward method of distinguishing tapeworm eggs from two different strains, this will just result in the water being more dangerous for everyone. Sherman doesn't care. Sherman is planning to become king of the world, even if he has to destroy everything to accomplish it. According to Mom, Sherman is reading these notes. I wouldn't expect anything else. I know he's only keeping me alive for as long as he thinks it helps him keep Mom under control. I know that as soon as she comes fully over to his side, I'm finished. He never did forgive me for being the son that came before him. I am afraid for myself. I am afraid for Sal and for my mother and for everyone I love. But most of all, I am afraid for Adam. From the notes of Dr. Nathaniel, January 2028. Sally, she likes to be called Sal now, I have to remember that, is awake. She's starting to talk again, and her physical therapists say she's not going to have any motor deficiencies. If she doesn't have permanent brain damage, and how are they supposed to measure that? I know there was scarring, there's always scarring when the accident is that bad. Then she'll probably be able to resume a normal life. She won't even have a limp. That's all great. I mean, I'm really, really happy to know that she's going to be okay. I never wished for her to die, although I guess if I'm being honest, I wished for her to get hurt a few times. Just so she'd understand what it was like to not get everything you wanted. Just so she'd learn to be kinder. But this woman, Sal, she is Sally. She looks like Sally. She has Sally's face and Sally's smile, and sometimes she moves like Sally used to. And I think that's all muscle memory, because those flashes of similarity are fading as Sal figures out how she wants to move. It's like my sister suddenly has a twin. I don't think Sally woke up. I think someone else did. From the Diary of Joyce Mitchell, June 2022. Chapter 16. January 2028. We weren't prisoners and we weren't guests. We were enemy combatants facing the concept of an uneasy alliance, and that discomfort wrapped around all three of us like a rough blanket as we paced around the small room where we'd been asked to wait. For our safety, according to Colonel Mitchell, whose people were overseeing the transfer of Joyce's body. Joyce, who would be Tansy when she woke up, please, please. She would wake up, and please, please, she would be Tansy, to a room where she could recuperate. I wasn't happy knowing that she would wake up without us. Fang was even less happy. They had best give me access to my patient, he muttered darkly, pacing back and forth across the room. At least he had stopped kicking the chairs. If she experiences any medical distress, I'm her best chance. She needs to make a successful integration. If she doesn't, we could lose them both. I bit my lip and didn't say anything. Fang was worried about his patients. I was worried about my sisters. I wanted them to live. I wanted them to thrive, as much as they could with half of themselves missing. Colonel Mitchell wanted his daughters back, and would probably always want that, no matter how much he came to accept that it was never going to happen. Fang wanted Tansy back, whether it was because he missed her or because he was trying to make Dr. Cal happy didn't really matter so much. I was the only one who wanted them both, combined and perfect and capable of being happy. Fishy was sitting atop the table that had been in the middle of the room when we arrived. He had promptly shoved it into the corner, creating more room for Fang to pace, and making the whole space seem less like an interrogation room and more like a lobby. I was leaning in the corner, out of the way but still ready to move if I had to. I was never going to be comfortable here. Not even now when we were present voluntarily. This was where I had been held against my will, and I was not going to forget that or allow myself to trust them any more than I had to. The doorknob turned. Fang stopped pacing. All three of us turned to watch with varying degrees of nervousness. I shrank back into my corner, letting the smallness of it reassure me. Fishy leaned back on his hands, seeming utterly relaxed. Colonel Mitchell stepped into the room. Fang stepped forward. "I need to see my patient," he said, without giving the colonel a chance to catch his breath. Her condition will be very delicate at this stage. Any disruption could prevent proper integration, and then we risk losing both of them. It's essential that she undergo the correct monitoring, and that. She's asleep, and her vital signs are stable, said Colonel Mitchell, speaking calmly over him. 3 of my people are with her, adjusting her life support and hooking up the IVs you requested. I needed you here because I need to talk to you. Once we're done, you can go back to Joyce. Tansy, I said. Colonel Mitchell turned to look at me. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to, but I did. Her name is Tansy now. I pushed away from the wall, moving into the middle of the floor. Joyce was an organ donor. I'm going to miss her a lot. She shouldn't have died. That doesn't change the fact that she did die, and now we're using the parts she left behind to save my sister. He winced at the word sister. I think you're being a little too literal. No, I think I'm protecting both of them, I said. I'm protecting Tansy because she needs to not have you confuse her into thinking she's Joyce, the way you confused me into thinking I was Sally. You made me think I didn't know how to be myself, when the problem was that I didn't know how to be somebody I'd never met. I'm protecting Joyce, too, because she deserves better than to have you dress a stranger up in her clothes and pretend that nothing has changed. Didn't I teach you that? Love your daughter. Mourn your daughter. Let your daughter go. Sally. That's not my name, and you know it. Colonel Mitchell went very still. So did I. It was possible that I'd gone too far, pushing him past the point where we could converse like normal people. But it was important that we start this conversation from a place of equality, or as close to equality as we were going to be able to get. He needed to remember that he was not my father, and that while he might have more power than I did, that didn't mean that he was in charge, and more. He needed to remember that he had ceded his claim on Joyce as soon as he'd allowed us to place Tansy in her head. She was my sister now, and she was going with us when we were done here, if we had to fight every uninfected human in the place to set her free. Finally, he nodded. My apologies, Sal. Old habits can be difficult to break. I know, I said, offering him the thinnest scraping of a smile. I'm just getting to the point where I can ride in a car without hyperventilating. I have to remember that the fear doesn't belong to me. It had been a gift from Dr. Banks, in the interest of keeping me convinced that I was Sally. I couldn't give it back to him, but I could take everything else he had away. That was enough. I'm glad to hear that. He looked back to Fang. I promise that you will have full access to your patient. I don't want to do anything that might hinder her recovery. I just wanted to speak to you before things went any farther. Your arrival here was dramatic, to say the least, and it didn't leave us much time to really set terms. And now you have a hostage to fortune in the form of our colleague, slumbering in your daughter's body, said Fang coolly. The last time this situation arose, things didn't go so well for us. No, but I'm hoping it can be different now, said Colonel Mitchell. Forgive me for asking this so bluntly, but are you a human? My body is, said Fang. Does it matter what's inside my skull? I'm a thinking individual regardless of my origins, and I deserve to be treated as such. Fang wasn't a chimera. He worked for Dr. Cal because he believed in what she was doing, not because he viewed her as his creator. Even as I thought that, I realized what he was doing. He was making it easier for us to separate the colonel from Dr. Banks, whose promise of chimera for military and cleanup use depended on us being so other that we didn't have to be treated as the people that we were. It was easier to abuse things that weren't your equal. I knew that from my time at the animal shelter. I'm human, volunteered Fishy. I glanced at him, startled by his apparent failure to realize what Fang was doing, and had to swallow a smile as he continued. I'm also suffering from severe disassociation and can't tell fiction from reality most of the time. Of the people in this room, one a tapeworm in a human body, one not saying, and me, I'm the last one you should listen to. Humanity isn't the final deciding factor in whether or not a person is worth trusting. There's so much more that you're just not looking at, and all of it matters. Colonel Mitchell looked nonplussed. Then he turned back to Fang and said, I need to know what I'm dealing with, son. My superiors are going to want to know. I'm a scientist, said Fang. Moreover, I'm the scientist who currently stands the best chance of saving the human race if you decide to listen to us and do what we ask of you. Does anything else matter at this stage? Sherman's going to kill everyone, I said. You, the rest of the uninfected humans, even me, because I didn't go with him. He's the worst of what the world has left to offer, and we can help you stop him. But you can't act like you're better than me just because you were born in your body, and you can't pretend that what Dr. Banks wants to do with the Chimera is right. We're people too. You're thieves, said Colonel Mitchell. You stole the bodies you're standing in, and now you act like you have some divine right to them. Sal, I love you. I wish I didn't. It would have been so much easier to get the help we needed here if my superiors hadn't been asking whether I'd been compromised, whether my love for you had compromised me. But that doesn't make you my daughter. You took what you needed, and you never considered what it would do to the rest of us. I wasn't a person then, I protested. That's like saying that when a baby is conceived, it's stealing the womb from all the other babies that could have grown there. I didn't make Sally swallow the implant. I didn't make her have the accident either. And what about Tansy? She didn't steal Joyce's body. We put her inside it to save her life, because otherwise they were both going to die. She's not a bad person just because of where she comes from. Saying that she isn't fair. Sherman is a bad person. He got access to a human brain and all the wonderful things it can do, and he decided that the appropriate thing to do would be to act against the species that had created him. The rest of us just want a chance to survive. You made us, and then as soon as we started wanting more than you were happy to provide, you started hating us. The sleepwalkers are a problem, said Fang. But we don't want to round them up and slaughter them any more than you do. And the fact that they still exist in the Bay Area tells me that you don't want to go in for wholesale slaughter. It's hard to get people to sign on for shooting their own kind, said Colonel Mitchell. Whatever happened to those poor souls, they still look like human beings. There was a huge upswing in zombie media in the teens, said Fishy abruptly. Lots of really classic movies and books and video games came out of like a 10-year span, defined the genre, and the government looked at that as an excuse. They generated a bunch of hokey, zombie preparedness plans that everybody laughed at, but that were actually blueprints for mowing down mobs of unarmed American citizens if it ever became necessary. Pretty good smoke screening, if you stop and think about it. Which most people didn't. They just laughed at the idea that the government knew about zombies, even as a fictional device. It's weird when you say things that make sense, I said. Fishy beamed. I am the living incarnation of the Konami code. And the making sense is over. I turned back to Colonel Mitchell. We're people. You have to understand that by now. I've caused you too much trouble to not be a person, and when Tansy wakes up, both your daughters are going to be walking around being different people. Being us. Why is this so important to you? Asked Colonel Mitchell. I let you into my facility. I allowed you to have what you asked me for, even knowing what it would cost. Sal, you lived with me. You know what Joyce's mother is going to do when she finds out. But I did it anyway because you were right, and because I am trying to treat you fairly. I knew what I wanted to say. I didn't know how to begin. The words were too big and the stakes were too high. I looked toward Fang, silently pleading. He cleared his throat and said, "Because we're about to give you the keys to the kingdom, and we need to believe that you're not going to try to use them against us." "What do you mean?" asked Colonel Mitchell. "The tapeworm eggs in the water were derived from a sample taken from my original tapeworm body," I said. "Sherman Lewis, an early experiment of Dr. Cal S. who has turned against us all. He infiltrated Symbogen. He infiltrated you, cultured them, and scrubbed the epigenetic data that might have enabled them to retain some sense of humanity." Better not to go into that in detail. Better to keep moving on, and hope he wouldn't put too much value on that statement. He used those eggs and my genetic material because of the anti-seizure medication I was created to secrete. They have a higher chance of successfully bonding with a human host because they can prevent seizures that would disrupt the bonding process. "Still mostly fatal," said Fishy. "I mean, we're monkeys, and monkeys don't like to share, especially not with squishy brain worms that want to drive us all around like happy meat cars. No offense, Sal." "Some offense taken," I said. I kept my eyes on the colonel, watching to see how he would react to all this. He was frowning. Slowly, he asked, "Why is this relevant? The worms are still in the water, and from what you're saying, we have to worry about more of you people cropping up because of them. That doesn't seem like the kind of good news that would drive you into the arms of the enemy." "We have a full copy of the invasive eggs genetic code," said Fang. "We can create a tailored antiparasitic drug that, once introduced into the waterways, will kill off a large percentage of the eggs. We may never be able to completely scrub the water, because water is complicated," added Fishy. "It's hard to reliably model, and it's a pretty common spawn point for new enemies. But we can make it so a glass of water isn't an automatic death sentence." Now, for the first time, Colonel Mitchell was starting to look genuinely interested. "You can do this." "Yes," said Fishy. "We could be putting antiparasitics in the water without hurting people, human people." I could see where this was going. I put my hand out, shaking my head, and said, "Stop. This is going to be a tailored antiparasitic. The only reason it'll be safe for people to drink is because it's going to be targeting a specific genetic line. Even then, drinking too much water without filtering it could make your precious, human people sick. Putting something more broad spectrum into the water would mean killing everyone. I know you're upset about all the deaths. So am I, but are humans really so petty that you wipe out everyone in order to say that you died as the dominant species on the planet?" I wasn't as confident about the science as I was trying to sound. I was still a layman in a world of specialists, and I was always going to be, since that wasn't where my head was. I glanced to Fang, who nodded very slightly, confirming that I had the right shape if not the right details. That was a relief. I didn't want to lie to the man who had been the only father I'd ever known. It would have been one betrayal too far. Colonel Mitchell seemed to wilt. "You seem awfully confident that humanity is going to lose," he said. "It isn't as bad everywhere as it is here in America. We're the only ones who have had the water contamination, at least so far. There have been outbreaks in Europe, Africa, South America, even Asia and Australia, but they're holding up better than we are here. If the tapeworms take the North American continent, we'll be avenged." "That's a fight for another day," I said. "Right now, we just want to clean up the water and stop Sherman before he does any more damage." "Don't forget our personal Frankenstein," said Fishy. "You can't work with Banks. He'll promise you the moon and stars, and then he'll cut every corner in the galaxy. Fuck the black holes that follow him to your doorstep. He just cares about making delivery and getting paid. We're people, I said. It was starting to feel like a mantra. You can't let him turn us into slaves because you need to rebuild and you're convinced that we're not real. That leads us right back here in another generation. And next time, you won't have people like us showing up to try to find a way we can all live together. Next time, the center doesn't hold. She's right, said Fang. This is your chance to save your people and protect your future. Are you going to take it? Or are you going to risk everything because you need to be the dominant species? One-time offer, said Fishy. No refunds or returns. Please, I whispered. Colonel Mitchell closed his eyes. All right, he said. What is it that you want us to do? The lab facilities at USAMRIID had always been top of the line, filled with gleaming equipment I didn't understand and packed with some of the nation's best and brightest. That wasn't the case anymore. Just like Dr. Cal, just like all of us, the military scientists had been forced out of their comfortable, familiar surroundings when everything started to fall apart, and were living in a world of makeshift facilities and jury-rigged systems. They had been able to move most of their gleaming equipment, and it looked out of place in the middle of the Coliseum lobby, like they were preparing for a play. But the scientists who moved around that gleaming equipment were all deadly serious. Their lab coats were still pristine, thanks to having access to industrial-strength laundry facilities, and their hands were occupied with tablet computers instead of clipboards and pencils. Fang moved among them like he belonged there. It was sometimes difficult to remember that he had spent a significant amount of time working for Dr. Banks at Dr. Cal's request, trying to learn what her rival was doing to the genetically engineered tapeworm she had created. Looking at him now, calm, confident, and utterly undisturbed by the complexity of the setup around him, belief became easy again. This was his element, more than the bowling alley or the candy factory had ever been. He was supposed to be in labs like this one, doing great work, changing the world. Fishy stepped up next to me and said, in his usual calm, amiable tone, 3 exits, all guarded. They only have 2 guards on the one behind the men's bathroom, though, so I figure we could punch our way out if we needed to. I glanced at him, startled. He smiled. There was more understanding in that smile than I had ever seen from him before. They held you prisoner here, right? Twice. So I figured you might be more comfortable if you knew how to get away. Not that we're going to need to. Captain Protocol over there, he gestured toward Fang, has them all eating out of his hand. It's amazing what a little confidence and a lot of scientific bullshit will get you, isn't it? Things are going to be okay. This isn't going to fix anything except what Sherman did. And even that wouldn't bring back the dead. Not the dead humans and not the dead sleepwalkers. How many had he killed between the quarantine zone and the pockets of survivors hiding around the state? How many of his own cousins had he driven out of their stolen bodies? The death toll had to be in the thousands, if not the millions. Everyone needed water. It was the best weapon he could have used against us. I know. Fishy looked at me soberly. A human created your kind. Another human released you into the world without checking to make sure that it was safe. But this time, you attacked the humans. Not you in specific. I know you're not that kind of person, but your species. It was the first time you intentionally raised a hand against your creators. Colonel Mitchell and his big brains may work with us now, because they want a solution more than they want to hold a grudge, but you need to be careful. You need to watch for exits, because once this is done, they're going to want someone to blame. You think it's going to be me. The thought was appalling. All I had ever done was stay alive. That wasn't supposed to be a crime. I think you're a perfect figurehead for either a revolution or a war crimes tribunal, said Fishy. I know you, okay. I've watched you walk your dogs and burn your toast. I know you're not some evil mastermind of a conqueror race, but look at you from the outside. You're the first natural chimera. You just happen to take over the body of the daughter of the senior officer of our local USAMRIID branch, and you just happen to start dating the son of the woman who created you in the first place, all while visiting the man who released you into the wild. You got hands on all three sides of this conflict, all without seeming to do anything but smile and walk blithely on. So do I think some people are going to look at you and see an evil mastermind? Yeah, I do. If I were programming this game, you'd be either the protagonist or the villain. And at this stage, I'm still not sure which way I'd go with you. I said, I'm not a bad guy. Which is exactly what a bad guy would say, said Fishy. My dismay must have been easy to read on my face because his own face fell. Aw, Sal, no, he said. I don't think you're a bad guy. I'm just saying what other people might think once they get their feet under themselves and need to start looking for someone they can blame. You know how humans are. We love having people we can blame. Maybe that's the real reason we made you. We got tired of blaming ourselves. Don't you blame us. A tapeworm very much like me had been responsible for the death of Fishy's wife. Even if her body was still out there somewhere, and it might have been, no one had ever told me differently. The woman who'd originally owned it was gone, wiped away by the invader that had taken her body. It would have been easy for him to blame us. Nope, said Fishy. He somehow managed to sound cheerful and sad at the same time, like the two emotions weren't contradictory. Maybe for him they were. You never asked Sally Mitchell to swallow you and give you access to her tempting brain. She did that all on her own, and then you did what came naturally. Blaming you would be like blaming a baby when its mother dies in childbirth. The baby didn't do anything wrong. No one gets to do anything wrong until after they've been born, you know. That's where morality and culpability begin. With birth. You just wanted to live like anybody else, and I can't fault you for that. I noticed that he hadn't addressed the question of his wife at all, and I decided not to push it. He deserved to have whatever peace he'd been able to hold on to through all of this. As I watched Fang walk Colonel Mitchell's people through the process of making a poison that was tailored to kill me and my tiny, involuntary clones, I wished that I could find a little distance. It might have made things easier. They're going to turn on us, I said. We're teaching them how to be better killers of our kind, and they're going to use it against us. Maybe, said Fishy. You're sort of lucky that you got to be human for a while. Not because being human is better than being what you really are. It's always best to be what you really are when you can manage it. But because it meant you got to see the world when it wasn't at war. Your brother Adam and this Sherman dude, they've always been at war. They never saw the world when it wasn't through oppressed eyes. But you're sort of unlucky, too. You're going to understand what it means that you're never going to live in another time of peace. I understood what he was saying. The war against the implants and the subsequent war against the chimera was going to last beyond my lifetime. Even if we could somehow convince Colonel Mitchell and his people that we meant no harm, we had still done a lot of harm. That was what most people would see. They wouldn't be able to forgive us. They would never be able to forgive us. But we couldn't survive without them. Take away our human hosts, and we would become nothing more than mindless parasites, eating and existing, but never really living. The thought of going back to what I didn't truly remember being was a terrifying one. It would be so easy to disconnect me from my host. Sherman and Fang, working under orders from Dr. Cal, had both had the opportunity to do exactly that. It was the genetic sampling Fang had done that was now allowing him to show Colonel Mitchell how to kill me more efficiently. It was targeted at my cousin clones, but it would still work on me. Poisons didn't have morality or compassion. They just had chemical structures and a job to do. A merciless, fatal job. No one was ever going to get inside my skull again. Not unless they had come to kill me, and I was sure they would succeed. I wasn't going back. I couldn't. "We'll find a way," I said, and my voice was a useless protest against a world founded on the principles of unfairness and survival above all else. The humans wanted to survive. Maybe they wanted it even more than we did. Maybe there was only room for one. Colonel Mitchell turned away from Fang and walked toward us, moving with the slow, unhurried stride that had always meant his work was going well. I swallowed and stood straighter, watching him approach. "Sal," he said once he was close enough that he didn't need to raise his voice. "Dr. Dockery." This was directed at Fishy, and I realized with a start that I had never learnt his real name. I had never even asked. He was always just Fishy, and if that was enough for the people he worked with, it was enough for me. Asking for more would have seemed unfair. "Evening, military man," said Fishy cheerfully. "How go the WMDs?" He sounded less rational than he had only a moment before. I wondered how much of that was a routine, him using the public fact of his neurological atypicality to keep people from taking him too seriously. It was useful, the way people looked right through him sometimes. "The antiparasitics are coming along nicely, and once we have a batch that works, we'll be able to synthesize enough to start treating the local waterways and reservoirs," said Colonel Mitchell. "We're expecting some die-off in smaller organisms, and we may disrupt the local food chain past repairing, but we'll be able to drink the water again. That matters more than a few small snails and worms." The snails and worms would probably have thought differently. Telling him that wasn't going to make a difference, so I swallowed the thought and asked, "Will it hurt people, people? Not humans, not chimera, people." Colonel Mitchell looked at me, and I knew from the lines around his eyes that he understood my meaning. He had raised me, after all. No one knew me better than he did. "It will hurt the invading parasites," he said. "In the case of fully infected humans, it may damage them when the parasites are killed. We've had very little luck with surgical intervention after a certain point." "You mean it's going to kill all the sleepwalkers who have worms genetically close to me?" I said. "They're going to seize and die when they drink the water." For a moment I thought Colonel Mitchell was going to lie to me. Then he nodded and said, "Yes, they are. But humans who haven't been fully infected yet, they'll be okay," I said. "It'll just clean out the eggs and cysts." "Yes." "What about chimera, who are within the genetic target zone? Do you have a way of putting up signs to warn them?" Colonel Mitchell sighed. "There are people, even now, there are people who would see a warning and think that the government was trying to poison them. They believed Big Pharma was such a threat that they advocated for moving a living drug delivery system through FDA approval, all to avoid pills and vaccinations. If USAMRIID puts up a sign saying, 'If you are a fully integrated tapeworm-human hybrid, do not drink the water,' then they won't drink the water either. They'll think the water is a trap. We won't be able to save them." Losing a few humans who couldn't put down their paranoia long enough to save their own lives seemed less important than saving what might be half or more of the world's chimera community. I didn't say it. I couldn't say it. Here and now, I needed these people to stay on my side. And it's staying narrow spectrum, right? You're not going to try to poison us all. What do you want me to say, Sal? That humanity is going to be best friends with you now. You walked in and stole our bodies. You've killed millions. Do you understand how bad this problem is?" "No," I said flatly. "The news stopped airing and the internet went down, so I know it's pretty bad, but I wasn't exactly invited to come and sit at the table and talk it over with the big boys. All I know is what people tell me." "Well then, I'm telling you, it's bad. The Symbo-Gen implants were shipped all over the world. No one has been left unscathed." You said North America was hit worst. There's a difference between not hit as badly and not hit at all, he said. If the American government agrees to offer your people sanctuary, there are those who will view it as us consorting with terrorists. So no, Sal, we're not using a broad-spectrum antiparasitic in the water, because it would kill things we need to keep alive. It would disrupt California's ability to recover, and more, the rest of the country's ability to do the same, since the water contamination has spread. But that doesn't mean we're prepared to work with your people, or that we're going to come to some sort of peaceful accord. You're working with us, I said. I am not the United States government. We can have a temporary truce without my actually committing the president to anything. This was an aspect that hadn't occurred to me. I glanced at Fishy, who nodded marginally. He had been aware that this might come up, which meant Fang had been aware as well. Hopefully, the knowledge that coexistence was not going to be possible extended all the way up the line to Dr. Cal. She would have a plan if we could get her back. We've traded you a service for a service at this point, said Colonel Mitchell. We provided you with a new home for your colleague, and you provided us with a means of clearing the waterways. I appreciate that you were willing to put the survival of the human race ahead of your own agenda. I'm afraid that we don't have anything else to offer each other. Hold up, big guy, said Fishy, sounding suddenly concerned. We can't move Tansy. She's just had brain surgery. I don't know if you know this, being a big bad virologist and not a neurosurgeon and all, but people who have just had brain surgery aren't the most mobile. Also, Tansy's going to need full re-education now that she's in a new host. She'll catch on quick, but quick isn't the same as snap your fingers, there's our girl. If you would like to remain here in our custody, I'm sure something could be worked out, said Colonel Mitchell politely. Please understand, I could have you seized and imprisoned for crimes against the human race right now. Treason on a genealogical scale. The drums were hammering hard in my ears now, providing an ominous backbeat to everything around me. I breathed in through my nose and out through my mouth before saying, "We still need your help." Sal, I am already breaking every rule I know just to give you the option to walk out that door, said Colonel Mitchell. You may have been my daughter for a time, but that doesn't mean the rules don't apply to you. My career is going to be over for giving you as much as I have. You're worried about your career, I asked. What about the world? He looked at me levelly. I have lost my children and will soon lose my wife. My career is all that I have left. Oh, come off it, snapped Fishy. You kick us out now, you get to keep Tansy because she can't be moved. So you wind up with a functional, properly integrated chimera, no real risk of rejection, to study and take apart at your leisure. Add that to having a solution for the water contamination, and your career isn't over. Hell, you've just become a hero of the revolution. Of the institution. Hero of the institution. We're the heroes of the revolution, and we're doing a poor job of choosing our allies. Sherman dropped those worms in the water, and he has our people, I said heatedly. We told you that when we got here. You said you'd help. Was that just a way to get us to tell you what you needed to know? We didn't bring you all that research because we needed a body. We could have found a body somewhere else. But it wouldn't have had Joyce's face, snapped Colonel Mitchell. There's more of Sally in you than you want to think there is, Sal, and there's more in you that's human than I care to contemplate. You're not impassive plants from space or quiet, passionless invaders. You're us. We made you to be us, and you want your sister with you. Tansy is your sister in biology, and Joyce is your sister in paternity, and you saw the chance to combine those two things. What I gave you was worth more than you want to admit. And now you're trying to take it back. I glared at him. He glared at me. Alfred. We both froze before turning to face the pale, hollow-cheeked woman who had given birth to my host body. She was standing in the doorway, holding a knitted wrap around her shoulders, and staring at the two of us like we were some sort of impossible mirage, something that couldn't exist outside of fiction. "I went to check on Joyce," she said, not moving. "You know she sleeps better when I tuck her in and tell her we're still here waiting for her. But she wasn't there, Alfred. The room she was supposed to be in was empty. And when I asked the guards where she was, they said I had to talk to you if I wanted to know what was going on. They said I wasn't cleared to know where she was. Where's my daughter, Alfred? Where's Joyce?" Her eyes flicked to me and then back to him. "What is that monster doing here?" I looked at the face of the woman who had called herself my mother, who had kissed my forehead and laughed with me over plates of scrambled eggs and bacon, and I saw nothing there but loathing. She didn't love me. She had never loved me. She had loved the girl whose face I wore, and that love had died the day she admitted that her daughter was gone. Humanity was never going to be able to accept us. We would always wear the faces of their dead, and we would never be those people, not really, not in any of the ways that mattered. I had asked once whether amnesia was a form of dying, and I had been assured that no, it was just a second chance at figuring out who you really were. If that was true, then why couldn't they love us? Our bodies were the same. Only our minds had changed, and while I couldn't say for sure that the change was for the better, it was no different than the change that came from a blow to the head and a loss of previous self. But it seemed to make all the difference in the world to them, our parents and creators. It made more difference than anything else could have. "Gail, darling, you know you're not supposed to be in this part of the facility," said Colonel Mitchell, stepping forward to play the peacekeeper and prevent his wife from getting too close to me. She'd swung at me before. There was no question whether she'd do it again, and I couldn't defend myself, not with this many armed humans standing by and waiting to see what I would do. "Where's Joyce?" she demanded. "Why is that thing here? If you recaptured her, you should have pulled her out of our baby's brain. She doesn't deserve to live." I winced. If she wanted me extracted from Sally's brain, she was definitely going to be unhappy about Tansy setting up shop inside of Joyce. Even if Joyce wasn't there anymore, Gail Mitchell wasn't the most forgiving of mothers. But then, how many would be? Juniper had been mine for only a short time, and I would have killed anyone who had opened her skull and pulled her out of the safe space she had found for herself. Maybe forgiveness wasn't a parental skill because it wasn't supposed to be. Forgiveness was for people who didn't have as much to lose. "Joyce, Gail, I'm so sorry, I don't know how to tell you this, but Joyce didn't make it." Colonel Mitchell swung his head slowly like the motion pained him. Gail stared at him, her eyes going round and impossibly wide in her suddenly pale face. She made a sound, guttural and low in her throat, like she was trying to decide between speech and vomiting and couldn't settle on either. Colonel Mitchell reached for her. She all but danced away. No, she said, scolding like a treed squirrel. Then, no, again, followed by, I don't believe you, where is she? If she's dead, where is she? I want to see my daughter, I want to see my baby, I want to see my little girl." Her voice rose steadily as she spoke, although she never shouted. She just got louder and louder, until everyone was looking at us, and all the technicians and clever scientists who had been working with Fang to develop the antiparasitic drugs for the water had stopped working in order to turn and stare. None of them said a word. They were smart people. They recognized an unwinnable situation when they saw one. "Gail, please, not in front of my command." Colonel Mitchell used the tone he might have used to say, "Not in front of the children," and the way his eyes darted to me made it clear that he was saying exactly that. Unfortunately for both of us, it made his meaning clear to his wife as well. "You," she whirled on me. "You did this somehow, you killed her. You weren't content killing just one of my daughters. You had to have them both. You had to have both my babies, you monster." "Wow," said Fishy. "I don't think I heard a single full stop in there. You know, when you start talking entirely in comma splices, you're probably ready for a timeout and a tranquilizer." Normally, his mild, slightly off-kilter observations helped to diffuse bad situations. It was hard to stay angry or upset when someone was standing there treating everything like a comedy in the process of winding down. Gail Mitchell seemed to be one of the few people who was immune to his charms. Her lips drew back from her teeth, and I flinched. Primates showed their teeth. Tapeworms didn't. "You did this," she repeated and reached behind her, producing a service pistol much like the ones worn by the guards around us. Colonel Mitchell reacted with alarm, putting his hands up. Most of the guards reached for their own weapons. Gail ignored them. All her focus was on me. "You did this," she said for the third time, as she trained the muzzle of her gun on the center of my chest. "You killed Sally, and then you came back and you killed Joyce. My husband may look at you and see his little girl, but he was always blind where she was concerned, and you can't fool me anymore, you monster. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to get revenge for my babies." "Gail, please," said Colonel Mitchell. "Please," I echoed. I didn't raise my hands. I was afraid to move. I could barely even look at her face. It was a wall of teeth and hatred, and part of me would always think of her as my mother, would always look to her for comfort and be startled by the now inevitable rejection. "I didn't hurt your daughter on purpose. I would never have decided that my life mattered more than hers. Things just happened, that's all. Please. I have a family." "I had a family," she said. "Before you barged in and started killing them, I had a family too. If I can't have mine, you can't have yours." She unhooked the safety with her thumb, her aim never wavering, and collapsed to the floor in a twitching heap, revealing Private Larson standing behind her with an electric prod in his hand. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with the horrified realization that he had just electrocuted his commander's wife. "Sir, he began and stopped, clearly unsure what he should say next. "Stand down, son," said Colonel Mitchell. There was pain and sorrow and a surprising amount of sympathy in his voice. "You did the right thing." He knelt and gathered his fallen wife into his arms, lifting her off the floor. She jittered but was otherwise still. "I'm sorry," said Private Larson, and fled back to his post, an unlikely savior setting the mantle aside as quickly as he possibly could. Colonel Mitchell looked to me. "Do you understand now why we can't be allies?" he asked. I nodded because I did. Gail Mitchell was a microcosm of the human race, of the thousands of people who would look at us and see their children, friends, and lovers turned into monsters and turned against them. We were the invaders, and we would never be accepted. Even people like Fishy, who claimed not to resent us for killing his wife, probably wouldn't have been accepting if she had opened her eyes and started talking with someone else's voice. Sleepwalkers were an easy enemy. You could see them coming, and you could mow them down without considering the people they had been. Chimera were hard. "We can't be allies," I said. "I understand that. I wish it were different." "So do I," said Colonel Mitchell. But I wasn't finished. Not being allies doesn't mean we can't work together for a while, long enough to make sure that there's a future for all of us. Colonel Mitchell frowned. "What did you have in mind?" "It's simple." I looked at Gail Mitchell, still collapsed bonelessly in his arms and then up to his face. "You're going to help us save the world, and then we're going to disappear. Attached, please find the formula for a new antiparasitic treatment now being deployed in the Californian waterways. We have provided this formula to outposts in Oregon, Utah, and Nevada, and are hoping to have all publicly used water in the western United States undergoing treatment by the end of the week. Our manpower is sketchy at best, but the faster we are able to treat the contaminated water, the more we will be able to reduce the speed of spread and prevent further infections. This antiparasitic is tailored to the specific strain of tapeworm that has been used to contaminate our water supplies and should be safe for the majority of people and animals who will ingest it. Adverse reactions are of course possible. There is someone who is allergic to virtually anything you can produce. But the casualties that may arise from this treatment are far less than the casualties that will arise from withholding it. I understand that I have acted without authorization and that I will be repudiated by environmental groups for the rest of time. As there will be environmental groups partially due to my actions, I am willing to accept the consequences of what I have done. I will not stand aside and let judgment fall on my men, who have only ever followed orders. History will decide how great my crimes were, one way or the other. Message from Colonel Alfred Mitchell, USAMRIID, transmitted to the White House on January 15, 2028. I'm starting to lose my grip on my delusions, which sounds like I'm getting better, I guess. Hey, it's getting harder for me to hallucinate my way through the afternoon, score 1 for neurotypicality. But it's not that simple and it's not that positive. I think things have gotten too bearable around here. That's part of it. Humans are novel animals. We need constant variety if we don't want to get used to things. I'm getting used to things. Every morning I wake up and you're not there, and somehow that's becoming normal. Every day I work with people who are really worms inhabiting human skins, but are still perfectly nice people, and somehow that's becoming normal. Every night I brush my teeth and go to bed alone, and somehow the fact that that's becoming normal is the worst part of all. I'm starting to accept this world as the real one, and I'm starting to forget what your shampoo smelled like. And I don't know how long I can do this before I go sane, and I can't cope anymore. From the Diary of Mattthw, Fishy, DOCKREY, January 2028. Chapter 17. January 2028. Colonel Mitchell had the most detailed maps of the Bay Area I had ever seen. They covered the entire table in the conference room, and more spilled over onto the walls and floor. We had been able to reject a great many of them as clearly not being suitable. They showed neighborhoods that didn't have indoor malls of the sort Sherman had been using for his base, or that weren't close enough to the house, where I'd been found to be a reasonable journey from the nearest such shopping center. Ronnie wouldn't have wanted to be caught sneaking me off the property. He'd knocked me out before he took me out of the mall, but that didn't mean he'd been able to take forever moving me. "Do you remember anything else about this place, Sal?" asked Colonel Mitchell. "There was a fountain," I said, "inside." "That's not helpful," said Private Larson, who had somehow been drafted into this little planning session. "I guess once you electrocute the boss's wife, you become a lot more interesting to him." A lot of malls built in the 70s and 80s had fountains, and that covers most of the indoor shopping malls in the Bay Area. "Didn't you say you got up on the roof?" asked Fishy. "Yes. I had had to crawl through a series of air conditioning ducts. It had been a surprisingly soothing way to make an escape. I liked tight spaces, except for the part where I had been constantly afraid of falling. Were there mountains?" I blinked. "What?" "When you looked off the edge of the roof, were there mountains?" I blinked again, more slowly this time. I had only been able to see the landscape for a few moments before Ronnie had been there to subdue me and take me away. Had there been mountains? I thought maybe there had been. "Why, yes," I said hesitantly. "Off to the left. In front of me there was just parking lot and a street and the freeway." "So that means we have dedicated parking, visible from the rooftop, mountains, and no nearby residential housing. Fishy pushed another 3 maps off the table. Was it warm? No, it was the middle of winter. To my surprise, he pushed another map off the table. Means you weren't in San Jose, which wouldn't make sense anyway. We picked you up in Pleasant Hill. Do you remember seeing a movie theater? No, I said. I would have remembered that. Good, because that was a trick question. He pulled a map closer to himself. So here's a fun fact for you. Malls used to be a much bigger deal than they are now, and sometimes you'd get multiple malls built in the same city. Pleasant Hill, California, for example, had 2 major malls for a long time. Sun Valley, which is here, he tapped the map, thrived. It was near a major freeway on-ramp. There was a nearby community college, a high school, lots of residential housing, basically perfect growing conditions for a mall. It never closed its doors. So it's not our mall, I said gloomily, and reached for another map. Fishy held up his hand. Ah, my young student, you haven't let me get to the cool part. I don't get many awesome cutscenes. Give me this one, okay? Okay, I said. Colonel Mitchell scowled. I don't know what a cutscene is, but get to the point, son. We don't have all day. We owe it to the people Sherman is holding captive to get this right. Give me my moment, said Fishy. He tapped another section of the map. The Monument Mall. It was never as big as Sun Valley, the stores were never as diverse, and the population was never as interested. It originally grew up around a big theater called the Dome that got driven out by the local multiplexes and torn down in the teens. Even that wasn't enough to save the place. It shuttered its doors about 8 years ago. Total bankruptcy. They didn't even clean out most of the stores. And you know this how? Asked Colonel Mitchell. The maker group I was involved with used to do a lot of scavenging for materials. We broke in there a couple of times before somebody went and installed a better security system on the place. I sort of figured that was because they were going to reopen it, but that never happened. How long ago was that? I asked. 4 years, said Fishy. I thought back to the level of, well, entrenchedness I had witnessed from Sherman's people. They hadn't been squatting on the surface of the mall. They had been fully integrated with the spaces they were planning to use, having long since converted them to their purposes. 4 years would have been sufficient time for the changes I'd seen, and more, for Sherman to have surgically induced all of the chimera I had seen there. If he'd started with 1 or 2, and then trained them to assist him with the medical procedures necessary to make more. That's it, I said. At least I think that's it. Are there pictures? No, but look. Fishy tapped the map again. Here's Sun Valley. And here. He moved his finger less than an inch into the nearby residential zone is where we found you. He dumped you next to a different mall. That way, if you insisted that Sherman was in the mall instead of a mall, we'd be looking in the wrong place. His explanation worked, except for one small part. It was Sherman who dumped me. It was Ronnie. Fishy shrugged. Makes no difference. Makes all the difference. Ronnie was trying to cover for his boss, even while he was letting me go. Sherman doesn't know I had helped getting away, unless this was some really complicated double cross that I still don't understand. So as far as Sherman knows, I figured out where he was hiding forever ago, and then I didn't bring people to his doorstep. So, asked Colonel Mitchell. I took a deep breath. Sometimes it felt like I only had one plan, a plan that predated my existence as a thinking creature. Infiltrate, invade, enter without permission. If we can't sneak up on him without risking our people, I think I know how we can get inside. It's not going to be fun. But we can do it. Fishy looked at me with stunned approval. Colonel Mitchell, who didn't understand yet what I was suggesting, just frowned. "All right," I began. "This is how we get in." Fishy liked my plan. He said it was the sort of stealth mission that would be included in the downloadable content, and probably win some sort of award for clever use of the game mechanics. Colonel Mitchell didn't like my plan. He said it was an unnecessary risk, and that it smacked of martyrdom, like I had decided that the only way to prove my loyalty to the human race was to get myself killed trying to defend them. I considered telling him that I had no interest in dying for the human race, but that I'd be willing to die for certain humans. I decided against it. He wasn't seeing nuance. The fact that he was willing to sit in a room and talk with the monster who had stolen his daughter's face was nuance enough. He was trying. Fang didn't look up from joy-turning Tansy's chart as I explained that we had found what we believed to be Sherman's hideout and what I wanted to do. He just kept making notes and adjusting documentation until I stopped talking. The silence stretched out for almost half a minute before he looked up and asked, "Are you quite done telling me what I missed?" "Yes," I said almost meekly. "Are you here to ask for my permission or for my approval?" "Not really." Hearing the word permission made the drums beat harder and my stomach turn a little more to stone. I didn't need anyone's permission to save the people I loved. I might need help, but it was never about permission. I wanted to know what you thought of the plan. "I think it's dangerous," said Fang. "Sherman cut your head open once before, and you didn't run away from him until after he did that. He had to know when he seized Nathan rather than shooting him that you'd be inclined to follow. This whole thing could be a trap, and you could easily be its intended target." "If it's a trap that serves two purposes," I countered. It was hard to keep looking at him rather than at Joyce Tansey. She was still asleep, sustained by machinery while Tansey got herself integrated. When would the changes start? When would her face stop being slack and become tense with a new personality's expressions? I wanted to see that moment. I wanted to avoid it at all costs. He wanted Dr. Cal and her research. He's always wanted her to be on his side, and maybe he thinks he can accomplish it now that the water isn't safe for human consumption. "Or chimera consumption," said Fang. "You have to consider that he may also have lost people and is looking for a way to prevent that from happening again. There's a very real chance that you'll walk in and he'll be waiting for you because he knew this might happen, but doesn't have the time to waste on making you want to be with him." "I know," I shook my head. "But if we want to get in without killing the people we're trying to save, we need to know what the internal layout is. Will they be holding their prisoners in the old department store where they kept me, or are they counting on us focusing on that as a goal and putting our people in the area they figure will attack first? We need information. This is a way for us to get it." "You think Sherman won't realize that you're wearing a wire?" "I think it's the best chance we have. He wouldn't be able to resist me. Anyone else maybe, but not me. Not if I walked up to his doors and said I had been wrong. Sherman suffered from the same problem I did, the same problem all the Chimera except for Tansy and maybe Juniper did. He had been raised by humans, and he was human in many ways, heir to the hopes and dreams and vanities of his parent species. He wasn't content with the sense of family that all Chimera felt for each other. He wanted something that was his and only his. He wanted me to belong to him. He might be suspicious if I suddenly walked up to his door with open hands. He would be suspicious because he'd never been stupid, but he would want to believe that I was there for him. Colonel Mitchell had tried to believe it, and he'd had far less reason to do so. "It's a terrible plan," said Fang. "You're putting yourself in unnecessary danger. And since this isn't the first time you've gone with a plan like this, I have to wonder if you might benefit from some therapy." Putting yourself in harm's way over and over again is not the most effective means of committing suicide. I don't want to die, but I don't want to be the reason the people I care about die either, I said. I want them back. I want them all back. My eyes darted again to Tansy. Fang followed my gaze and smiled. You never want to let anybody go, do you? I suppose that isn't part of your genetic makeup. I think it's part of my emotional makeup, I said. Those aren't the same thing. You know Sherman, Fang. You worked with him at Simbo Gen. You've read Dr. Cal's notes. Is this going to work? Will he fall for it? He might, said Fang. His voice turned solemn, all traces of his smile fading away. He's an arrogant man, a brilliant man who picks things up far too quickly. I sometimes think he might have been a bit less quick to embrace the myth of chimera superiority if he hadn't been so damn smart. But still, an arrogant man. He'll want to believe that you've come groveling to his door. That's part of what worries me. If he's been keeping Nathan alive to lure you back, there's every chance that having you there might make Nathan's continued survival seem, well, unnecessary. Do you really want to risk hearing the gun go off while you're standing in the doorway? Every minute we're not there is another minute where Sherman might get bored and pull the trigger anyway, I said. I don't see a better choice. Do you? Fang hesitated, then he sighed. No, he admitted. But you know I can't come with you. I have to stay here with Tansy to monitor her integration, and he glanced at the door, which was open just a crack, and went quiet. And to get ready to run if you have to, I said, finishing the sentence for him. I don't think Colonel Mitchell is going to double-cross us, but he says we can't be allies, and I think he's right. There's too much bad blood between my species and yours, and people like you are going to be looked at as traitors when the dust settles and the humans start looking for people to blame. I just hope Dr. Banks gets to be a traitor too. I don't want him finding a way to land on his feet. He always does, said Fang. Regardless of what the future holds, I'm stuck here until Tansy is stable enough to move, unless things change dramatically. So we're doing this without you. I took a step forward, looking down at my sister's sleeping face. Then I leaned forward and pressed a kiss against her forehead. Her scent was already changing as chimera pheromones bubbled through the mammalian sweetness of her skin. She was becoming one of us. I blinked back sudden tears. Tansy was going to live, and that meant Joyce was really gone forever. It was a wonderful, terrible thing, and I couldn't stop feeling conflicted about it. I didn't want to stop feeling conflicted about it. It was important that we never stop remembering that our actions had consequences, and that we were a species that existed in symbiosis with our creators, no matter how much we might want to be free. Straightening, I flashed Fang the most reassuring smile I could muster and said, "She's integrating. She's starting to generate mature pheromones. I think she's going to be all right." "Good," he said. "Now get to where you can say that about the rest of us and we'll be in pretty good shape." He turned back to his machines. I had clearly been dismissed, and that was all right by me. He had work to do. So did I. Private Larson was waiting for me in the hall, trying to look like he hadn't been listening in on our conversation. I closed the door behind me and met his eyes squarely, waiting for him to begin squirming. It didn't take long. "Yes, miss," he said. "If you were us, if you were a community of sapient tapeworms inhabiting human bodies that you didn't mean to steal but can't exist without, what would you do?" I asked. "If you didn't have to be loyal to the human race, but you wanted to stay alive." "I would run," he said without hesitation. "I'd do whatever I had to in order to convince the humans that I wasn't a threat, and then I'd take my people, and I would run for the hills. I would go where no one would ever find me. I would never come back." "There aren't many places like that in the world," I said. Gonna be more since so many people died, he said and shrugged. I'd find a place that hadn't been very popular before the outbreak and I'd go there, build myself a community, get a reputation for not liking strangers, and never come back. That's the second time you've said that, I said. Private Larson looked at me sadly. That's because I really mean it. I cocked my head to the side. You don't have to mince words with me, you know. I know, he said. I watched my superior officer beat the shit out of you, remember? I felt bad about it then, and I feel bad about it now. You're not an enemy combatant, and you didn't kill all those people. You're just someone who wound up in the wrong place, at the wrong time, in the wrong body. And yet, if I hadn't been Sally Mitchell, I might never have been able to make it this far, I said. True, he said. Or maybe you would have made it even farther since you wouldn't have been dealing with all this military bullshit. It's pretty much impossible to say. Hindsight is always 20/20. I hate hindsight, I muttered and held out my hand. We've never had real introductions. Hi, I'm Sal Mitchell. I'm a sapient tapeworm in a girl suit, and I didn't kill anybody who wasn't trying to kill me. Private Sonny Larson, he said. Nice to meet you. I thought you didn't like me, I said, shaking his hand once before letting go. You seemed pretty happy when I was bruised and wilting. People talk, he said. People said a lot of crap about you when they heard you were back on base. Things like, she slit a bunch of throats last time she was here. Let's make sure she doesn't do it again. But there was never any evidence of that, you know. And you're nice and all, but you're not a criminal genius. You wouldn't have known how to commit that kind of crime without leaving some sign that it was you. Thanks, I said with a small smile. That's kind of you to say. I didn't say anything kind, said Private Larson, looking surprised. I just stated the facts. In a situation like the one we've been in, the facts are sometimes the first thing to go, I said, and started walking back toward the room where Colonel Mitchell and Fishy were waiting for me. Everyone gets wrapped up in what they think is going on, or what they've decided is going on, and they don't look at what's actually going on. The fact of the matter is, Dr. Cal designed something that could have been useful, but that needed more testing, and Dr. Banks released it anyway, because a decade of human trials was more trouble than he wanted to put up with. Colonel Mitchell knew Dr. Banks was moving a product that could hurt people. He had me in his house, as proof and collateral damage, and he didn't do anything about it, because he was trying to study the phenomenon and protect his career at the same time. Dr. Banks knew Sally was epileptic, after all. Meanwhile, Dr. Banks didn't check the credentials of his employees well enough, because Dr. Cal had at least 2 spies on his staff, plus Sherman, who snuck in all by himself. This whole situation is a big snarl of people ignoring facts. If Banks had responded to, "We're not ready," with "okay," I wouldn't be here now, and you wouldn't be worrying about whether or not you'll have a species at the end of the day. Private Larson blinked, but you wouldn't exist. So, I wouldn't miss existing since I would never have started. Now that I'm here, I plan to survive. Survival is the main drive of any living organism, but I wouldn't know to want survival if I hadn't been made. I considered telling him what Fishy had said about not blaming babies for the things they did before they were born. Babies didn't ask to exist, but once they did, they wanted to keep going. I decided against it. The situation was complicated enough as it was. At the end of the hall was a door. On the other side of the door there were people talking. I stopped when a familiar voice drifted through the conversational din, caressing my ears in that old paternal way. "Sal, you all right?" Private Larson sounded concerned. That made a certain amount of sense. I had gone pale, and the drums were hammering harder than ever, making me wobble slightly where I stood. Should I go get a doctor? No, I managed to say. No, that's the problem. And then I was moving forward, gathering speed with each step, until I slammed my palms into the slightly ajar door and sent it crashing against the far wall. Colonel Mitchell and Dr. Banks, who had been bent over the map of the Bay Area, looked up in surprise. Fishy, who was sitting on the counter with his shoulders slumped against the room's rear wall, raised his head and gave me a feral grin. He wasn't surprised by my reaction. Gauging solely from the look on his face, he had been counting the minutes until it came. "What is he doing here?" I demanded, pointing at Dr. Banks. "This is his fault. He shouldn't be standing here looking at the maps. He should be locked up." "Hello to you too, Sally," said Dr. Banks. "It's good to see that all that poison Shanti poured into your ears has had a permanent effect on how you think of me." "Sal, please," said Colonel Mitchell. "Dr. Banks has agreed to assist in this process in exchange for certain considerations. Money or freedom, because those are the only things he cares about, and only when they belong to him." I narrowed my eyes. He cut my sister open and dug around in her brain because he was curious about how she worked. He put her into the living brain of a conscious human. "Your so-called sister was an enemy combatant who attacked my property, and the subject I implanted her in was a volunteer who knew what was going to happen to her," said Dr. Banks. "We were pushing forward the bounds of science." "You're the monster here," I said. "Not me, not any of my kind, not even Sherman. You're the one who couldn't leave the broken doors alone. It's adorable how your kind has imprinted on a second-rate children's book as your Bible, but it's just like any other holy book. It doesn't actually change the world," said Dr. Banks. "USAMRIID needs someone who understands these monsters if they're going to succeed in taking them out. Since Dr. Jablonski is not available and Dr. Cal is not impartial, it's going to be me. Dr. Jablonski shot himself because you let us out into the world without proper testing, and you're not impartial either," I snapped. "You're on your own side. We can't trust you." "It's a good thing for me that you don't have a choice," said Dr. Banks. He turned back to Colonel Mitchell and said, as if I had never interrupted, "Aerosol grenades would be an excellent approach. We can load them with a wide-spectrum antiparasitic gas and throw them through the mall skylights. There's no way they'll be able to kill or even incapacitate all the tapeworms in the building, but the degree of confusion they'll create will be enough to let us enter without resistance. After that." I'd been listening with growing horror. Now I interrupted, putting out my hands as I said, "You can't do that. Adam's in there. And not all of Sherman's people are evil, they're just confused and following their creator. You can't do this, you'll hurt them." "Hurting them was the idea, Sally." Now Dr. Banks sounded annoyed, like I was intentionally missing the point he was trying to make. "They're enemy combatants. They're people." I turned on Colonel Mitchell. "I don't believe I'm having to tell you this again. I thought we had this conversation. I thought you understood. They're people, and we're going there to save them, not to kill them for the crime of being in the wrong place at the wrong time." "Sal, I don't know what you expect me to do," said Colonel Mitchell. "I have a responsibility to the American public, and to the human race above all. History is going to see me as a traitor and an ecological terrorist for what I've already done. I refuse to let history see me as a coward." I stared at him. "What about me?" He frowned. "What do you mean?" "Is the plan still to send me in first, so that Sherman will open the doors? Because any antiparasitic broad enough to hurt Sherman's people is going to affect me, and I can't walk in there with a gas mask around my neck and expect not to raise some questions. There's no way I'm going to be in and out fast enough for this plan. You'll know it's coming, said Colonel Mitchell. You can cover your mouth and nose when you hear the glass break. That's not good enough. It's going to have to be good enough. I know you want everything to go your way, and I respect it. It's one of the only traits you share with the real Sally. She didn't like to be told what to do either, but I am not a father speaking to his daughter. I am a colonel in the United States Army speaking to a representative of an opposing force, and I am telling you that no, you don't get your own way this time. Your own way is off the table. You can go in knowing the attack is coming, or you can refuse to go in at all. At this point, we're the only chance you have, and while you may not want to hear this, we don't need you anymore. We know where the enemy is located. We know how to kill them. We're offering to let you help us because you want your people back, and because we appreciate the service you provided by bringing us this information. But that doesn't mean you're running this operation. If anything, it means the opposite. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Colonel Mitchell folded his arms as he stopped speaking and looked down his nose at me like he was passing judgment on the entire world. I couldn't breathe. My lungs had locked up. Like having my own way, oxygen was suddenly off the table. I was going to die here, shocked into suffocation by one betrayal too many, one act of treason beyond what I could bear. I saw Fishy. Fishy was winking so hard that it looked like he'd developed a nervous tic. When he saw me looking, he stopped winking and flashed a quick, secretive smile before returning to his previous, sullen pose. I was missing something. I was missing something, and for whatever reason, he wasn't in a position to tell me what it was. Suddenly, breathing was possible again. I go in first, I said. You have to give me 30 minutes. 15, countered Colonel Mitchell. 20, I said. Sherman's going to want to have me searched before he does anything else, and I refuse to be naked and surrounded by armed guards when you decide to attack the place. Done, said Colonel Mitchell. We roll out in an hour. I'll go tell Fang, I said and turned, and left them all, even Private Larson, behind. The formulas provided to USAMRIID by Dr. Cal's people produce a very narrow spectrum antiparasitic, intended to target only those implants created by cloning the implant provided to Sally Mitchell. Adding this chemical to the waterways may result in some die-offs among amphibian and snail species, but the ecological impact should be relatively minor and should be over within a 3-year span. Additional water treatments may be necessary in the future, as eggs may have settled in the silt at the bottoms of ponds and streams. If this silt is stirred up for any reason, it's possible that the infections could reoccur. Modifying these formulas to target other strains of parasites should be difficult, but not impossible. Given the damage that has already been done to the western United States, I don't see why we shouldn't seize this opportunity to kill off more of the rogue implants, thus creating a clean slate on which we can build a better, brighter human future. From the private notes of Dr. STVNBANKS, January 15, 2028. I went to see my mother this afternoon. She's adapting surprisingly well to captivity. She asked if she could have her wheelchair back. I told her I would consider it, once I'd seen that she could continue to behave herself. I feel like we've achieved a good balance between us, where she understands her place and doesn't push for more than she deserves, and I respect her human autonomy. It hurts me to see her stuck in one place, unable to move, but I can't give her the chair unless she promises not to run over more of my people. She can be quite aggressive when she feels thwarted, and she feels thwarted a surprising amount of the time. She has a lot of anger in her, I get that from her side of the family, I suppose. I think that she will come to see my side of things, given time and sufficient incentive. She has never been foolish, and I know she still loves me. I'm her son, after all. On some level, she has to realize that I'll be her only son sooner rather than later. She should be transferring all her love to me, where it will be safe, and still have someone to receive it. We're so very near the end of things. I can feel it in my bones. From the notes of Sherman Lewis, subject VIII, iteration III, January 2028. Chapter 18. January 2028. Getting to the mall where Sherman and his people were holed up wasn't an issue. It was near a major freeway and accessible from several major and minor surface streets. We could easily roll up and knock on the front door if that had been what we wanted to do. But that approach, that direct, aggressive approach, would have made it impossible for me to pretend to be alone. We had to do something else. Odds are good that he has eyes on the surrounding buildings and on the freeway overpass, said Fishy, with the manic good cheer of a man who had spent his entire life figuring out how to lay siege to ridiculous video game locations. But if we take I-4 through Concord and then approach up Monument Boulevard, we can probably get to the Oak Grove intersection without being close enough to attract attention. At that distance, movement is going to get ascribed to sleepwalkers or carrion birds, not an army convoy. Okay, I said, what then? Fishy smiled brightly, lips barely staying closed over his teeth. Can you ride a bicycle? I looked at him, aghast. 20 minutes later, I was riding a bright pink bicycle with tassels on the handlebars down the middle of Monument Boulevard. I was wobbling, but I wasn't falling over, thanks to the training wheels Fishy had attached to the base. He de-scavenged the whole thing from the big lots near where the convoy was waiting, producing it with the sort of flourish that told me he'd been dreaming of this moment for years. I wasn't sure what that said about him. One thing that could definitely be said about me: I had never learned how to ride a bicycle. It hadn't seemed like a major priority, and even if it had, there was no way the Mitchells and Simbo Jen would have ever signed off on the idea, back when I was living by their rules and following their ideas of what my world should be. Buses were safer than bicycles. Bicycles got hit by cars and stolen by bored teenagers looking for something to do with their time. They definitely didn't belong with mentally unstable amnesiacs who had panic attacks when they tried to ride in private vehicles. Still, the principle was simple, and even I could work a set of pedals. I wobbled down the street, trying to avoid potholes and abandoned cars, and watched the businesses and buses to either side as I went. Nothing moved but birds and one bored orange cat, which looked so much like tumbleweeds, a cat I used to know in San Francisco, that I almost stopped. Only the knowledge that no domestic cat could have made the trip across the bay on foot kept me from checking to see if it was Maria's old pet. Maria hadn't survived the first wave of sleepwalker attacks. I was almost sure of that. But tumbleweeds had always been allowed to roam freely, and I hoped he was all right. Maybe someday we'd be able to go back to San Francisco and find out. Getting to that someday started now. I pedaled faster and tried not to think about the fact that I was riding on a rickety assortment of bolts and pink tubes. It was faster than walking. That was the only good thing about it. The mall appeared in front of me, set off to the left, and surrounded by some rather impressive traffic jams. I was close enough now that I was sure I'd make it, whether or not I had a vehicle. I got off the bike, walking it through the snarl of cars, and propped it up against a defunct traffic light, where anyone watching from the mall would be able to see and identify it, but wouldn't necessarily see the training wheels. I wanted them to think I'd pedaled much farther than I actually had. I wanted them as confused as possible, and hence as focused on me as possible, for as long as I could manage it. Walking across the parking lot felt like walking to my own execution. Every part of me strained to turn around and go back, to run for the promise of my own safety, my own survival. I kept going anyway. Survival would be meaningless if it came at the expense of everyone I'd ever cared about. That wasn't the point of staying alive. I wanted my friends and my family, and I wanted to get the hell out of here before things fell apart again. You can't reach the broken doors without going through a bunch of trials, remember. You can do this, I whispered and squared my shoulders and kept on going. Like most malls, which were sort of pitcher plants for people, sucking them in and spitting them out again without the contents of their wallets, the mall on Monument had multiple entrances. Some of them were built into specific stores, including the old Coal S that had been my prison when I was here before. Others were built into the side of the mall proper. Those seemed like the best bet for getting inside. I angled for a door set between a health food store and a Hawaiian barbecue. The glass was soapy and opaque, making it impossible to see more than the vaguest shadows filtering through from inside. Had something just moved in there? I thought it might have. Sherman's people had to know that I was here. They had to be watching their surroundings, because there were no sleepwalkers in the immediate vicinity. Riding a bicycle down the middle of Mission or Market would have triggered a swarm, unless the water had killed them all. For the first time since we'd arrived in Pleasant Hill, a trickle of doubt worked its way through my heart, twisting through the ventricles until it felt like it was going to block the blood flow altogether. What if we were wrong? What if Fishy's careful logic and Colonel Mitchell's detailed maps had led us to the wrong conclusion, and Sherman was somewhere else entirely? What if we hadn't found them after all? I walked up to the door and knocked, quick and light. Then I stepped back, waiting for something to happen. Seconds ticked by. If I had seen motion from inside, it wasn't repeated. I crossed my arms, trying to look annoyed rather than anxious. Don't make me wait, Sherman, I thought, projecting the concept into my face with every ounce of acting skill I possessed. It wasn't much. I hoped it would be enough. You've made me wait long enough. There was a sound from behind me, like a shoe scuffing ever so briefly against the pavement. I relaxed slightly. It wasn't a sleepwalker. Sleepwalkers didn't sneak. That meant that it had to be someone who wanted to come up behind me without being seen. And that meant, "I guess you've probably been waiting for me," I said, dropping my arms. "I missed you." There was a pause, long enough that I started to wonder if I'd guessed incorrectly. Then, sounding slightly bemused, Sherman said, "I think you may be in the wrong place. There's no one here for you to miss." His incongruously British accent was as strong as ever, the result of some neurological tic triggered by his integration. I got dyslexia, he got an accent, Tansy got a misplaced sense of whether or not she was allowed to hurt people. I still didn't know what Adam got, or Juniper. If I wanted to find out, I had to play this precisely right. I turned around. I didn't smile. "I missed you," I repeated, this time stressing the last word as I looked him in the eye. "I thought you'd come after me, but I knew that if I came back, you'd be here." Sherman blinked. His bewilderment was even clearer now that I could see his face, and it gave me hope. Hope that this would work. Hope that I could bluff my way through the encounter that all my other bluffs had been leading up to. Pretending to be Sally, pretending to be dutiful, pretending to be brave, they were nothing compared to pretending to be the girl who could have missed this man. But I had been her once, hadn't I? Before everything had gotten so strange, back when I was human and Sherman was my favorite Symbogen escort, I had been that girl. All I had to do was remember what it felt like in her skin and pull it over me. "You must be kidding," he said. "Do you think I'm that stupid? We capture a bunch of your people and suddenly you're on my doorstep claiming to miss me." You mean you captured the human who put his hands on me and told me I should feel lucky that I'd taken over a body he liked? Or do you mean you captured the human who designed me and then told me I was a flawed experiment that was never supposed to get out of the lab? I'm sure you're talking about one of them. Just tell me which one is supposedly my people, and I'll be happy to tell you how wrong you are. Sherman blinked again. Then slowly he reached out and cupped his hand against my cheek. I felt a jolt, like his fingers were buzzing with static electricity. The drums changed their tempo, slowly at first and then faster until they were beating to an entirely different song. I forced myself to keep breathing. This was what Sherman did. He manipulated the bioelectric fields of other chimera, bending us to his will. But he couldn't do what I did. He couldn't wrap the hot, warm dark and the peace it brought around himself like a cloak, insulating himself from the world. I reached deep and pulled it as far up as I could, letting it engulf me. "Do you mean what you're saying?" he asked. The word "no" struggled to form on my lips. He wanted to hear the truth. The rhythm of the drums that were my heartbeat told me that. He wanted to hear the truth, and I wanted to give it to him because it would make him happy. But he would be happier with the lie, wouldn't he? I pulled the hot, warm dark closer. Yes, yes, he would be happier with the lie. The lie would give him everything he'd ever wanted. The lie would make him complete, while the truth would only make him empty. Yes, I sighed, and my voice was the ghost of empty labs and abandoned buildings, places that were in the process of being forgotten by the world. There was no coming back from this lie. The course was set. Sherman's eyes widened, suddenly alive with hope. "Yes," he echoed. "I came here for you. Not a lie, not quite. I was leaving a lot of things out, but I wasn't lying. That was easier to do with the hot, warm dark to bolster me and his hand on my face, compelling me to tell the truth. Editing was so much simpler than outright falsehood. I wanted to see you. Also true. I thought you'd come for me by now. Also true. The stuff of nightmares, but true. I had lain awake waiting for him to come for me. I had woken up convinced that his hands were on my skin, but I didn't have to tell him those things. No matter what he did, he couldn't make me tell him. His left hand came up to cup the other side of my face, so that he was holding me captive. I couldn't have gotten away without stepping forcefully back and pulling my face out of his hands, and then he would have known something was wrong. I didn't pull away. Slowly, Sherman lowered his mouth to mine and kissed me. He had only kissed me once before, when he was breaking me out of USAMRID. Then, he had been doing it to rewire my bioelectrics. This time he was kissing me because he wanted to be kissing me, and I knew that my survival and the survival of the people I loved depended on my kissing him back. So I did. I kissed him like I was still that confused, desperate to please girl who wanted so badly to be normal, to be human, to be loved. I kissed him like she was still inside me and like I wanted to be with him forever. I kissed him until I started to feel like it was a betrayal of everything I had ever wanted to be. And just as I was about to pull away, he pulled back and let me go, eyes wide and bright. "Sal," he breathed, "you really did come back for me. You little fool." He made the words sound like "I love you." He made them painful to hear. I shrugged, managing somehow to muster a smile, and said, "I didn't know where else to go." "So you came to me. You came to me." He turned to the mall door and called, "Stand down the snipers, open the doors." She came to me. The door swung open. There was a short, gently rounded woman standing just inside, wearing a snood over her hair and a scowl on her face. "Of course she came to you. Where else would she have gone? We stole her pet humans, and the military would cut her up as soon as look at her." "Badia, be nice," said Sherman. "She is our guest. She is a traitor to her species, and she's already run away from you once before, or have you forgotten?" The woman, Badia, looked me up and down. Then she turned back to Sherman, shook her head, and said, "You can't do this. We're not stable enough for you to do this. Put her back where you found her." "I found her right here," said Sherman. "Right here because she came to me. She's going to be our guest for a little while, aren't you, Sal?" "Forever, maybe," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "Hi, Badia, I'm Sal. It's nice to meet you." "Oh my God, give me strength," muttered Badia. "I know who you are, Sal. I've been looking at your genetic material through a microscope for weeks, and I've watched your clones explode the brains of several of my friends. You've been a busy girl, haven't you?" I considered pointing out that it had been Sherman who extracted my genetic material and turned it into a weapon, not me, but realized it would be futile to even try. Badia was on Sherman's side. All I could do was convince her that I was a backstabbing loser and endanger my tenuous grasp on his goodwill. I needed that goodwill. I needed to get inside. "I ran because you people were slicing my skull open without my consent, and I get a little squirrely about bodily autonomy and my right to not have my skull sliced open when I don't want it to be," I said. I didn't try to moderate my tone. Badia might be a useful ally, but I wasn't planning to be here long enough to need useful allies. I just needed Sherman on my side, as much as was possible during the time that I was in his custody. Only then I got taken back by the humans, and you know what? There are worse things than a few cell samples. There's being locked in a box and treated like a lab specimen. There's people looking at you like you're worse than dirt because you dared to pick up something they'd already thrown away. You people might have acted like I had fewer rights than you did, but you never acted like I wasn't a person. I hesitated. This was the hard part. This was the part that needed to get me inside. I glanced at Sherman, trying to project shyness through my eyes, and added, "And I missed Sherman. He was the only one who ever really knew me and was kind to me anyway. Everybody else either saw a lab specimen or a confused human girl. He saw a chimera. I didn't realize how important that was until it stopped." Sherman put an arm possessively around my waist. "You see, she's here for the right reasons, and I'm going to keep her. You know you can't stop me, Bat. You might as well just step aside and let us in." "You're going to get us all killed," said Batia. She looked at me for a moment, and there was no warmth or welcome in her expression. I fought the urge to shiver. I'd been worried about running into Ronnie, who might not forgive me for coming back after he'd helped me escape. Maybe I should have been worrying about the people I didn't know yet. They had less reason to trust me. Then she stepped aside. Sherman's hand went from my waist to the small of my back, and he propelled me into the mall. The tracking device Fishy had installed in the heel of my shoe would be showing Fishy and the others that I was moving again. It would be flashing on their monitor with every step I took, keeping them apprised of my status. We hadn't been able to find a way to wire me for sound without the risk that I'd be found out, but the tracker was small and virtually undetectable, unless Sherman decided to take my shoes apart. When I found the place where our people were being held, I was supposed to pace back and forth, 5 steps one way, 5 steps back the other way, and repeat twice to show that it wasn't an accidental pattern. Then they'd be able to come in without killing our people. Not that it would help Adam or Juniper very much once the gas grenades started flying. I needed to find them and somehow tell them to get a filter over their mouths and noses, or I was going to watch them die. I didn't think I could survive that. The interior of the mall had changed since I'd been there last. There were more stacks of boxes pushed up against the walls. I couldn't stop long enough to let my eyes focus on the letters, but some of them had helpful pictograms of their contents: pineapples and tomatoes and fish. They were stockpiling canned food, water, too, and soft drinks and juices, anything that wouldn't spoil within the next year. We walked down the hallway to the main concourse. The small, buzzing sensation that always told me I was near another chimera was stronger than it had ever been before. I had a better hold on it than I'd had the last time I'd been in Sherman's custody. Sherman's, I glanced at him, suddenly startled. "I can't feel you," I said, trying to make my voice a little petulant, like him hiding himself from me was rude but not terrifying. "Why can't I feel you?" "So you are one of the radar children," Sherman beamed, first at me and then across me at Badia. "I told you she'd have interesting skills to bring to the table. Only 1 in 4 chimera is lucky enough to be so connected, Sal. I should have guessed that you could be one of them, if you bothered to work with your own abilities long enough to figure out what those feelings meant." "I was always drawn to to other chimera," I said, and ducked my head, hoping he would assume that the redness in my cheeks was a blush and not anger. "I can feel them when they're near me. This building is full of us. I can even feel her," I gestured toward Badia, "and we only just met for the first time, but I can't feel you." "Why can't I feel you, Sherman?" "Because, my poppet, I can turn off that part of my broadcast when I need to. I find that I generally need to. It helps me do important things, like intercepting visitors in my parking lot." That explained how Sherman had been able to sneak up behind me without setting off any alarm bells. He'd been somehow suppressing that part of his pheromone signature. He really was the ultimate infiltrator. The thought came with a thin, jagged line of fear that raked its claws across my heart. Sherman was built to lie and cheat and work his way into places he didn't belong. Even as a chimera, he was a parasite. I didn't have those advantages. All I had was a lifetime of trying to play along and play by the rules, and that didn't guarantee me anything. I was going to get caught. I was going to get caught, and the only question was whether they'd have time to start taking me apart before Fishy and the cavalry arrived to save whatever remained. "That's amazing," I said. "Why?" "I don't know." Sherman's whole face lit up when he confessed his ignorance, like this was the most exciting thing that had ever happened. It was sweet. It made me remember the days when he'd been one of my best friends, and I'd thought that we would be friends forever. Too bad he'd turned out to be a murderous asshole. That really put a damper on our hanging out. It's something to do with the tailoring that my creators did. I've asked Mother to explain it to me when she's done reworking your children. You did find out about that, didn't you? The children. You mean the clones you cultured from my body? Yeah, I found out. Juniper, he had Juniper, and I couldn't let him know about her. I forced my face to stay neutral, but allowed a sliver of disapproval to seep into my voice as I said, "You could have asked me, you know. That's why I left the last time. I really don't like it when people cut into my head without permission." "I'm sorry about that. It won't happen again," he said. I didn't believe him, of course. I was willing to risk myself for my family. That didn't make me a fool. We had entered the main concourse while we spoke. The fountain was still going, the water trickling down in an endless shower of droplets. I wondered whether that water had been contaminated or whether they had somehow managed to keep it clean. If it was connected to the taps somehow, it would eventually fill with antiparasitics from the general water supply. The thought was oddly entertaining and quietly terrible. People I didn't recognize sat on the edge of the fountain or moved between the open shops, talking to each other, carrying things from place to place, doing the normal things that normal people did when they didn't have anything more pressing at hand. Something about seeing them made my heart hurt. This was a civilization of chimera. It was small, yes, and it had done some terrible things, but as Colonel Mitchell had made clear, we were at war. Only one side of this conflict was going to walk away triumphant. Was I siding with the humans over my own species because of how I'd been raised, or because the humans were actually right about who deserved to inherit the Earth. I didn't know. I wasn't sure that anybody did. These people could have been my friends if things had gone differently, if Sherman had actually been able to win me over to his side. He could have convinced me to make this place my home, and I would have been fighting with him all this time. The thought turned my stomach. We walk on the graves of our unborn selves, the futures we never got to live, and some of those people wouldn't get along very well with the ones we actually decided to be. "What brings you here now, Sal?" asked Badia. Her question had knives tucked inside, like terrible prizes. "Someone decided to raid Dr. Cal's lab while I was asleep in my quarters," I said calmly, meeting her gaze without flinching. Next to Sherman and Dr. Banks and Gail Mitchell, she was nothing scary. She was just another chimera, and I knew how to deal with them. I woke up and everyone was gone, so I realized that no one was going to be in a position to stop me. I stole a bike from the Kmart and I got moving. "The Kmart," said Badia. "Really? You mean the Kmart that was swarming with throwbacks?" It took me a moment to realize that throwbacks was her way of saying sleepwalkers. It made sense, in a backward sort of manner. For a human, a sleepwalker was a person who had suddenly taken leave of their senses and fallen into a violent fugue state. For a chimera, a throwback was an implant that had failed to properly integrate with its human host and was thus unable to participate in a fully intelligent world. It was all in which direction you chose to look at the thing from. I liked throwback better. It implied that they could someday find a way to stumble forward and join the rest of us in the light. "Yes, I do," I said. "You mean you can't communicate with them? I thought it was like the chimera detection trick. I thought everyone could do it." Sherman frowned. "What are you saying?" "They say my name a lot. The throwbacks. I think I have really good pheromones because most of the time they listen to me as long as they're not too hungry. When they're hungry, they don't really listen to anybody." "They say your name," Badia sounded frankly disbelieving. "Yeah," I said. "I don't know why. No one's ever been able to tell me why. Don't you remember, Sherman? You've heard it. You were there when Chave got sick. She started saying my name right before she tried to kill me." "She knew your name because she was responsible for you," he said. But there was doubt in his tone, like he was suddenly questioning a lot of things he had previously taken entirely for granted. "You can control the throwbacks." "Really?" "As long as they're not hungry." I could see the abandoned department store that had been my prison up ahead of us. I shivered. I couldn't help myself. Dr. Cal always made sure the throwbacks in the Kmart were well fed, since otherwise she couldn't keep them from trying to get out. "Fascinating," said Sherman. "I hope you won't mind if we test this. It could be useful in the months to come." His hand was still nestled at the small of my back, keeping me from moving away from him. I wanted to shrug it off. I didn't dare. If he needed me to stay in place, then I was going to stay, at least until he decided that he was willing to let me move. "As long as you feed them first, I'm game for pretty much anything," I said. "I want to understand myself better. I want to understand all of us better. I like the humans. Some of them have been kind to me. But they're never going to know what it is to be me, and I need that. I need people who know." It wasn't hard to make those words sound sincere. They came from the heart of me, from the place that died a little every time one of Dr. Cal's lab techs looked at me like I was less than they were, the part that was still bleeding from the look on Gail Mitchell's face. I needed my own kind to remind me that I wasn't an aberration. I wasn't a mistake. I was as worthy of existence as anyone else. I just didn't need Sherman or his assemblage of would-be monsters. I needed Adam and Juniper and Tansy. I needed my people, and I was going to get them back, whatever it took. "You realize we can't trust you right away," said Sherman. He sounded genuinely apologetic. "You can't waltz in here, say I'm on your side now, and expect us to be all right with that." Badia snorted. I got the feeling she was never going to be all right with that. I wasn't clear what her job was, but she seemed to be filling the same bodyguard/security expert position that Ronnie held. Under the circumstances, it made sense that she wouldn't be in a hurry to put her faith in me. "I understand," I said and smiled, trying to look hopeful. "I figure we have time for everyone here to get used to me. But where's Ronnie? I expected to see him." "She sacrificed herself to contaminate the humans' water supply," said Sherman. Hearing him misgender Ronnie so casually made me want to glower. I forced my face to remain smooth, betraying only my honest shock as I said, "He did what?" "We had to get the eggs and infant worms into the water somehow, and they only mature properly in human flesh," said Sherman. "It's why the humans are so foolish to believe that we would wipe them out entirely. That has never been, will never be, the goal. Without humans, we'd have no place to properly incubate our young." Ronnie swallowed an entire test tube of eggs cultured from your DNA, and she went to the reservoir, and she let herself go for the greater cause. "Not just Ronnie," said Batia. There was a heat in her tone that had nothing to do with me. I had stumbled across some ongoing argument between the two of them, and it was all I could do not to duck my head to get away from the force of her glare. "We lost 5 people in that action, and since it turns out that your babies aren't selective about where they hang their hats, we've lost more people since." "They're not my babies," I said. "I didn't volunteer." "You're not still mad about that, are you, Sal?" asked Sherman. "It was for the greater good. You should appreciate that sometimes choices must be made that feel less than optimal for the individual. Or did Tansy manage to make a miracle return when you ran off and left her at Simbo Gen?" He didn't know about Tansy. He didn't know. His spies, if he had any remaining, had not managed to infiltrate the new, smaller Simbo Gen, and my sister's survival was still a mystery to him. I managed to suppress my gasp of delight, transforming it instead into the glower I had been holding back for so long. "Yeah, I'm still mad about that," I said. "I'm not as burn-it-down resentful, but you shouldn't have cut me open. Not without my permission. You know it was wrong. You knew that it was wrong when you did it. It's going to take me a while before I can trust you again, because you did that. The needs of the many must outweigh the needs of the few." We were almost to the department store. Was that where they were being kept? It only made sense if Ronnie had closed the avenue I used for my escape before he committed suicide for the cause. Otherwise, Sherman would have been locking people up in a box with a hole in the side. Not a good way to hang on to your prisoners. "You have to understand, Sal. It doesn't matter how much I care for you, and it never will. I will always put the needs of our species ahead of what you may personally desire. If you can't handle that, this is not the place for you." "But we're not going to let you leave," interjected Batia. "You know where we are now. There's being generous with other members of our species, and then there's being a fool. Only a fool would let someone with loyalties as fluid as yours step out that door knowing where we were." I blinked at her. My loyalties. Fluid. My loyalties had never wavered. I had always been loyal to my family. And while my definition of family had shifted from the Mitchells to Nathan, Dr. Cal, and my fellow Chimera once I discovered what I was, it had been a natural transition. I hadn't been fickle or fluid. But then, I only knew that because I lived with myself every day. To someone on the outside, it could easily appear that I was just going from easy answer to easy answer. The Mitchells to Dr. Cal to USAMRIID, USAMRIID to Sherman, and then back to Dr. Cal, at least according to the story I was feeding to Sherman. That story ended with my choosing to come back to Sherman, choosing the apparent winning side, just like I had all along. The thought was sobering. How many people's motives didn't match up with what I'd taken for their actions? How many villains were the heroes of their own stories? I didn't know, and I was terribly afraid that I was never going to find out. "I don't have anywhere else to go," I said. "I'm staying here. Whatever I have to do to prove my loyalty, I'll do it." "Good, I was hoping you'd say that." Sherman stopped. We were standing in front of a shoe store, with metal sheeting pulled down to block it from view. He nodded to Badia, who moved to open the store's first layer of protection from shoplifters. The second layer, a metal grate that served as surprisingly effective prison bars, remained in place. It shouldn't have been such a surprise to see Nathan and Dr. Cal inside, bent over workstations, their attention mostly focused on the tasks at hand. Nathan glanced toward the front of the store when the shield began to retract, whining and scraping all the while. His eyes went wide. He stood so fast he knocked over his stool. "Sal!" he exclaimed. From the sound of his voice, he couldn't decide whether to be relieved that I was in one piece or upset to see me in this place. I shared the sentiment. "You're here." Nathan's eyes flicked to Sherman, and to the hand still resting against the small of my back. His face changed then, becoming a mask of fury. Hands clenching into fists, he stalked toward us. "Get your hands off her, you bastard," he spat. "You don't have the right to lay hands on my fiancée." "She came here of her own free will, brother," said Sherman. "I told you she'd make the right choice if she had the opportunity to do it all over again. All she has to do now is earn the right to stay." "How do I do that?" I asked. I lifted my chin slightly as I spoke, hoping Nathan would remember me doing the same as I spoke to Dr. Banks back when I had pretended to be Sally. If I can pretend to be one kind of loyalist, I can pretend to be another, I thought. Don't give up on me yet. Don't let him convince you that I'm lost. "Easy," said Sherman. He took his hand away from my back and pressed a gun into my hand. I hadn't even seen him draw it. "You kill him." "Oh." The surgery was performed perfectly. Subject VIIB, code name Asphodel, was alert and mobile when introduced to the brain tissue of the host. Subject immediately began to display normal burrowing activity and established a preliminary connection with the host tissue before the incision was closed and stitched. At this point, all ability to monitor the subject's vital signs was lost, as they were masked by the stronger vital signs of the host. After 6 hours, subject IXA, Persephone, confirmed the presence of chimera pheromones rising from the host body, signaling that initial neural integration had begun. The host began to demonstrate the muscular twitches characteristic of a body undergoing final integration 15 minutes ago. I have been monitoring constantly, and she has thus far not done anything to indicate that the integration is not proceeding as planned. Barring unforeseen complications, I believe we have succeeded. We have saved her life. From the notes of Dr. Fang Hsing, January 15, 2028. Colonel Mitchell. The water contamination has spread as far as the Mississippi River, and there have been unconfirmed reports that the river itself has been contaminated. In light of this development, you are authorized to do whatever is necessary to reclaim the waterways of the United States. You will be forgiven for whatever ecological damage is done, as failure to move would constitute a form of treason against the human race. I was sorry to hear that Joyce passed. Our thoughts and prayers are with you in this time as you continue to fight for the survival of humanity. We will endure. We are stronger than our adversaries, and this will not be the way we die. Message from ANGELA WILLIMSON, Secretary of Defense, transmitted to USAMRID on January 15, 2028. Chapter 19. January 2028. What? I looked at Sherman. I don't. I'm not a jealous sort, he said, folding my hands around the handle of his gun. There was probably a name for it, something technical and deadly, but it was hard to think of it as anything other than the handle, the part I was supposed to hold while I pulled the trigger. I don't mind that you've had another lover. If anything, it'll cast me in a better light. No human could ever love you like I will, but I refuse to let your loyalties be divided. You've already shown that you can be swayed like a reed in the wind. That's a good thing. Reeds don't break. I just don't see why I should make it easier for you to bend. I've never killed anyone, I said. My voice squeaked, breaking. And that wasn't true, was it? I had killed before, but they had always been sleepwalker throwbacks, people who were never going to remember themselves and come back into the world. How was that any more forgivable? I was already a murderer. No amount of pretty dancing around the subject would change that. So you can start, said Sherman. Oh, and in case this was some sort of trick and you're thinking about shooting me, you should be aware that two things will happen immediately if you try that. Badia will shoot you. Happily, said Badia, and then my people will take your precious boy there and crack him open and place me inside his skull, where I will make myself at home. Sherman smirked. I'll miss this body. I like the things it lets me do, but I can get used to something a little more scholarly. Sherman, please stop trying to kill my biological son, said Dr. Cal. She hadn't looked away from her microscope. I'm not going to love you any more than I do right now if you take away the other objects of my affection. I'm just going to be angry with you for taking my best lab technician away from me. Thanks for the sentimentality, Mom, said Nathan. He was staring at me and the gun in my hand, looking faintly ill. I don't have time for sentiment, said Dr. Cal. Besides, your brother isn't the sentimental sort, but he won't like what happens if I get mad at him. I tried to make myself raise the gun to at least pretend to be playing along, but this was it. We had found the limits of my pretense. I shook my head harshly and started to pace. Badia twitched like she was going to stop me. Sherman gestured for her to be still, and she held her position. I'm so tired of all of us trying to kill each other all the time. 5 steps and turn. Why do we have to lower ourselves to their level? Why can't we be better than they are? 5 steps and turn. They made us, and that means we have to be better than them, or they might as well never have made us at all. 5 steps and turn. 5 more steps, back to the place where I had started, and stop. I resisted the urge to look up at the skylights overhead. If the cavalry was coming, I didn't want to give them away. Instead, I looked at Sherman, pleading. We have to be better than they are. They made us. We have to prove that we're not a mistake. Oh, Sal. Sherman reached over and plucked the gun from my hands. For a moment, just a moment, my fingers tightened, trying to keep him from taking it away. But I couldn't defend myself from all his people. More and more of them were taking notice of us, stopping whatever they'd been doing to turn and look quizzically in our direction. I told you, said Badia. Didn't I tell you? She's never going to be on your side. She's never going to be on our side. She's just here because she wants her human fuck toy back. Don't swear, Badia. The woman I got your body from wouldn't approve. As for my Sal, Sherman reached out and ran his fingertips down my cheek. His touch tingled like a mild electric shock. You wouldn't lie to me, would you, darling? I'll be honest with you. I don't think that you can. Get your hands off her, snarled Nathan. He grabbed the metal grate, keeping him inside the store, pulling it inward until the whole thing rattled without effectively budging. Sal, get the hell away from him. He's not the boss of you, is he, dear? Sherman's eyes narrowed. Is he? I could feel the drums thrumming through his skin, trying to force my heart to beat in time with his. I reached for the dark, holding it close, and allowed my face to go slack. "He's not the boss of me," I said dreamily. "Also, that's not grammatically correct. He should be grammatically correct if he wants people to listen to him." "My little pedant," said Sherman, stroking my cheek again. "You can't lie to me, can you, darling?" "No," I said. "Are you lying to me?" "No." "Are you here because you want your human lover back?" "No." I glanced to Nathan. I couldn't stop myself. The stricken look on his face would follow me to my grave. He'd really believed that I was there to rescue him. "I am here to rescue you," I thought, but of course he couldn't hear me. All he could hear were the lies I was telling to Sherman, and I couldn't stop. If I stopped, we were all doomed, and then I would never be able to make it up to him. Everything depended on how good of a liar I had learnt to be. Sherman wasn't done. "Are you going to betray me?" No, I already had. As soon as I'd triggered the tracking device in my shoe, I'd betrayed him. Sherman leaned closer until I could see the stretched tissue pattern of his irises. Human poetry always compared eyes to flowers, but to me, they looked more like the blossoming mouths of tapeworms, brightly colored and filled with secret teeth. The eyes were the window to the soul. Maybe what you saw there said more about you than it did about the person you were looking at. "Are you going to stay with me this time?" "Yes," I whispered. He leaned in and kissed me fiercely, as much to make the claim in front of Nathan as to possess me for his own. I didn't pull back or resist. I stood there and I kissed him, and I knew that Nathan was watching, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it because I was trying to save our lives. Sherman pushed me away. He looked at me sadly and shook his head. "I don't believe you." Hands grabbed my upper arms. I twisted and saw that Badia had me in a surprisingly strong grip. She was snarling at me without opening her lips, turning her face into a mask of malice. "What are you doing?" I demanded, trying to squirm away. "Stop it." "I'm sorry, Sal, but you've betrayed me one time too many," said Sherman. "I still love you. You're still my miracle girl. But that's why we're going to be together. Don't you see? For us, there's always a second chance to make a first impression." Just like that, his plan became clear. I screamed, high and shrill and angry, before redoubling my efforts to get away from Badia. "You bastard! I came to you because I wanted to be with you. You can't do this to me. You can't cut me open again. When next we speak, you won't remember any of this," said Sherman, still perfectly calm. "We'll open you up and slide you into a new host, a better host, I think, one that's been through less trauma. You were already planning on using her, I'm sure. Otherwise, why would you have kept her so neatly isolated from the rest of your stock?" Carrie, he was going to slice my skull open and pull me out of it like a prize in a box of cereal, and then he was going to put me inside of Carrie, who hated what I was more than anyone else I'd ever met. It was a horrible thing to do to her. It was a horrible thing to do to me. I screamed again, thrashing harder. Badia was shorter than I was, but she was also stronger, and her grip on my arms wasn't wavering. Nathan was shaking the bars of his cage and yelling. Sherman rolled his eyes. "You are so dramatic. It's from all that humanism you absorbed while you were living with them. We'll strip it right out of you, sweetheart, and then we'll be together, and you'll be the good, obedient helper you should always have been. There was never any need for things to be like this." He reached out and grabbed my chin, forcing my head to be still. I stopped thrashing rather than risk wrenching my neck. Never any need. The pounding of his heartbeat in my veins was almost irresistible, drowning out the drums that had been my anchor and absolute for so long. I took a breath, pulling the hot, warm dark around me as much as I dared. The temptation to drop down into it was so strong. I could make all this go away. I could remove myself from the situation, And then when I woke up, I would be someone else, and all the hard choices and difficult situations would be over. I would be dead. I would be as dead as Sally Mitchell, as lost as Joyce. I would no longer exist. Epigenetic data might carry my essential core into the new body, hence Sherman's insistence that he would still have me, that we could be in love despite my change of skins. But I would be gone forever. I would never come back. I had worked too hard and fought too long to give up that easily. Holding the hot, warm dark around myself like a shield, I whipped my head to the side and bit his hand. Sherman yelped as he jumped back, eyes wide and wounded. He looked offended, like I had somehow violated the laws of the universe by daring to stand up for myself. "You can't," he sputtered. "Fuck you," I snapped. "I was never here for you, Sherman, do you hear me? Never. I came for my lover and my friends and my family, and you are none of those things to me. You are nothing but the man who betrayed me, who told his goons to kill my sister, who tried to kill the entire world. You're a murderer and a bastard and the only proof I ever needed that we're no better than the humans. We may as well be humans for all the difference it's made to us. I will never love you. You can cut me open 1,000 times. You can slam me into 1,000,000 different bodies, and I will never, never love you. I am not yours to control." "Now can I shoot her?" demanded Batia. "You little bitch," said Sherman wonderingly. "Get your hands off her," shouted Nathan. The sound of glass breaking was almost obscured by the noise. My eyes widened. The assault had begun, and I still didn't know where Juniper was. I couldn't save her if I couldn't save myself. I took a deep breath of the hopefully untainted air and held it, squinting my eyes closed as tightly as I could. The antiparasitics would be aerosolized and could potentially enter my body through my mucous membranes. "What the fuck is she doing?" demanded Sherman. There was a clattering noise as if metal objects were falling from the sky and landing on the mall floor. Someone shouted. Someone else screamed. The sound of hissing filled the air. I held my breath and kept my eyes closed, trying to keep the caustic medicines from entering my body. "Sherman," Batia sounded distressed. Her grip on my arms had weakened ever so slightly as she was overcome with surprise. That was my opening. I kicked back, slamming the heel of my shoe into her knee. She yelped and let go. Eyes still closed, I ran in the one direction I was sure was safe, toward the storefront where Nathan and Dr. Cal were confined. My hands slammed into the metal grating. I latched on, holding tight. If I could just keep myself from needing to breathe, if I could just hold on. "Sal, the gas," Nathan's voice, so close to my ear that I could have wept. I'd been so afraid that I would never see him again. Now I was going to die only a few feet away from him, and he wasn't going to be able to save me. "Is it poison?" I shook my head desperately, eyes still closed. He was safe. He needed to know he was safe. Humans might get sick from inhaling too much of this stuff. We had human DNA in us. Anything designed to target us was by its very nature going to affect our creators, but they wouldn't die. He was safe. Everyone who mattered to me was safe except for Adam and Juniper. And me. I wasn't safe at all. Maybe that was only fair. If I couldn't save the people I loved, why should I be allowed to save myself? Is it something that's going to hurt you but not us? This time I nodded vigorously, still clinging to the grate. Someone behind me was coughing, a steady, harsh sound. I hoped it was Sherman. I hoped he was going to cough his guts out before he died. Maybe then he'd realize that he had committed crimes that could never be forgiven. "Sherman, come on," Batia again. Her command was followed by the sound of stumbling footsteps, as if someone was running away. Oh, how I wanted to follow them, to cut them down and make them breathe deep of the consequences of their actions. Things had never needed to go this far. Sherman had forced the situation, and now there was no taking it back. "Here." Dr. Cal's voice was surprisingly close. Something wet was shoved up against my face. Nathan, hold this in place. Sal, go ahead and breathe. You're turning red, and if you pass out, you're not going to be able to help yourself. This should make things a little better. Cautiously, I took a breath. The cloth had a sharp, antiseptic taste to it. My lungs didn't start burning. I hoped that was a good sign. You should be able to work it between the bars. Careful now. You don't want to drop it. Bit by bit, pausing only to steal a little more air through the sodden cloth, I worked it through the grate and held it over my nose and mouth. "Put out your hand again," said Dr. Cal. I did as I was told. A sheet of what felt like cling film was pressed on my fingers. "Put this over your eyes. It's supposed to protect us from splatter when we can't wear goggles. It should keep you from going blind." Again I did as I was told, opening my eyes at the last possible second. The thin, flexible film clung to the skin around them, making the world look a little distorted but clear. Nathan was right in front of me, pressed up against the grate. Dr. Cal was next to him, seated in her chair, a wan look on her face. "Get us out of here," she said. "We have to find my children." I nodded, not daring to speak through the cloth, and rushed to the lever that controlled the gate. I yanked it as hard as I could, putting all my weight into the action. It creaked, it wobbled, and finally it dropped into place, triggering the mechanism that opened the store. I stepped back and watched as the grate retracted upward. Nathan was the first out, ducking under the rising grate as soon as it was high enough. He rushed to me, embraced me, whispered, "I knew you would find us," in my ear, and then he was gone, running away down the mall concourse, heading for the distant doors to the old department store. "Go, go, follow him," shouted Dr. Cal. The grate was still rising, but slowly. She was trapped until it was high enough to let her wheel her chair out. She looked frustrated and almost anguished. It was the first time I'd ever seen her really limited by her circumstances, and it made me hate Sherman even more. How dare he put her in this position? How dare he put us in this position? He's trying to find Adam and the others. Here. She lobbed a stack of white towels soaked with whatever solution she'd mixed up to shield me out onto the concourse floor. It hit with a wet smacking sound. I grabbed the towels and ran after Nathan. He had a head start, but I was faster, and I had as much to lose as he did. In very little time, we were running side by side. Then I was pulling ahead, scanning the wall for the same lever setup that had allowed me to access the store where he'd been kept. If I could get the grate open. The lever was almost 10 feet away when I heard the gun go off. I staggered, almost dropping the towel I was breathing through, and looked back over my shoulder. Sherman was standing some 20 feet away, wearing a mask over the lower half of his face. Where had he been able to find a mask? Was he expecting this sort of attack? No, he couldn't have been. There was a sporting goods store in the mall, and he'd been stockpiling medical supplies for who knew how long. He must have had it already and come back for his revenge when he realized that he'd been set up. He shook his head as he looked at me, the gun in his hand still raised. I stumbled onward, trying to put more distance between us. He'd missed me once. He could miss me again. Then the men broke through the skylights, and the sound of machine gun fire filled the air. Sherman's attention was instantly wrenched away from me. He turned to fire on them, and they shot back, and he fell. His body bloomed red, like the hot, warm dark was finally coming up into the light, and he fell, and I turned, and I ran for the lever. Nathan was already rolling up the metal shielding when I hit the lever to retract the grate. As soon as he had enough of an opening, he slid inside, and I realized, with dawning hope, that if USAMRID hadn't thrown any grenades into the department store itself, they might still be safe. There were no skylights in the store. There would have been no way for the gas to get inside. The men in their black armor were on the ground now, unclipping themselves from the cords they'd used to jump down. I wondered how many of them I knew. I wondered how many were men like Private Larson, who had been able to accept me as a person, if not a human being. I wondered how many were women like his sergeant, who had been so happy to bury her fists in my stomach. There was no way of knowing. They were faceless behind their helmets, and their hands were full of rifle barrels and electric prods. I ducked and followed Nathan under the grate. The towels were soaking my clothing, making everything wet and warm. I kept running. We had passed the point where there were any other choices left for me. Sal. The shout came from the direction of the stairs. I turned, and there was Nathan, standing above the level of the creeping gas, with the terrified faces of our friends and colleagues behind him. Adam was there, and he was holding Juniper in his arms. She squealed when she saw me, a screeching, inhuman, beautiful sound, reaching out her hands like she could somehow seize the distance between us and throw it away. Coming. It was hard to yell through the towel. My voice came out muffled and strange. I ran for them. I seemed to be slowing down for some reason, but still, I ran and pressed the extra towels into Nathan's hands. "Your mom sent these." He looked at me and his eyes went wide even as his face went pale. He turned, handing the towels to Adam. "Put one of these over your face and one over Juniper S. They'll protect you from the gas. Close your eyes. Everyone else, take a towel if it makes you feel better, but you don't need to worry as much. The gas is an antiparasitic. It shouldn't hurt you if you're human." Towels were passed around. Juniper reached for me and made that high keening noise again, her hands starfishing in the air as Adam pressed a towel over her mouth and nose. Nathan reached for me, taking my arm. "Sal, focus on me." "What?" I blinked at him. He was getting fuzzy around the edges. Maybe I'd breathed in more of the gas than I had thought. "Nathan, we did it. We got you back." "Stay with me, Sal. You can't go now. I'm not ready for you to go now. Close the broken doors. Just don't look at them." "What? I'm not going anywhere." He sounded more anxious than I had ever heard him before. I blinked again, more slowly this time, before looking down at myself, and at the large red stain that was spreading across my abdomen as the blood soaked my shirt. "Oh," I said, suddenly understanding. "I've been shot." Saying the words seemed to unlock a whole world of displaced pain and weakness. My knees buckled. Nathan was there to catch me, and I smiled at him before I closed my eyes and let him hold me up. Juniper was keening, Adam and the others were shouting, and the broken doors were there. The broken doors were open, and I entered, and I was home. I floated in the hot, warm dark where I had begun, where I had gone whenever I needed safety or comfort during my brief, confusing human life, and where I was apparently going to die. Everything was formless and safe, holding me in the warm embrace of weightless perfection. I moved with a thought, and there were no clumsy, unnecessary limbs to get in my way. I was evolution's darling, a ribbon of flesh capable of reproducing without aid, of regrowing from even the smallest segment. I wonder if they're growing a new me, I thought. They could do it. One little snip and they'd have a whole new Sal, epigenetic data and core personality intact, but ready to learn and grow and have a second chance at everything. I'd thought of it as dying before, when Sherman was threatening me with a transplant. Now, in the hot, warm dark, it seemed like a beautiful rebirth, as long as I didn't have to leave. If they wanted to take a little piece and grow themselves a new friend and lover and companion, I was all right with that. But here, I was finally home. I was going to miss my friends and loved ones, but not forever. Their names were already fading around the edges, going soft as trauma worked on my brain. I would be down in the hot, warm dark until the mind that sustained me shut down, and then I would be gone. My body would live, my epigenetics would live, but the memories and experiences and ideas I had stored in the tissue of Sally Mitchell's mind would be lost. I don't want to go, I thought, and I am already gone, I thought, and both things were true at the same time, and I made my peace with that. The hot, warm dark that surrounded me was part real, part memory. I knew that. I couldn't move weightlessly when I was tangled in Sally's brain, but part of me remembered moving like a delicate ribbon through her digestive tract, and then through her major arteries, tracing a pathway from her intestines to her brain. The human body was a miracle. Teeth always felt so big when you touched them with a tongue, and so small when you touched them with a finger. Everything was like that, a shifting scale of outside and in. As Sal, my body had been the sum of the universe, so small and so fragile and so brutally defined. But before I had a name, Sally's body had been the universe, so enormous that I could have wandered it until I died and never have seen all that it had to offer. Everything was a matter of scale. Me. Sal, can you hear me? There was no sound in the hot, warm dark. Even the distant, constant pounding of drums was more vibration than noise, echoing through everything without ever making itself heard. For a moment, I didn't understand. I had no concept of sound and thus had no concept of spoken words or the meanings they were intended to convey. Don't give up, honey, just hold on for me. Hold on. It's going to be all right, you'll see. You'll see. We're going to get you out of here. The words continued and began to carry meanings, little packets of information that burst like fireworks across the night sky of my mind. They were for me. I was Sal, and someone was telling me to hold on. Hold on to what? You needed hands to hold on, and I had no hands, not here, not down in the dark where the monsters lived. You don't have to stay here. The thought was more interesting than the words were. I turned my full attention on it. I didn't have to stay here. But here was where I existed. Here was where I had settled after running for so long. How could I not stay? Here was where I belonged. You could belong somewhere else. You could belong with your family. We could belong with your family. I recoiled from the thought. Sally? No, Sally's dead. Sally's been dead since before we existed, but will be dead too soon if we don't do something about it. Who are you? I'm you and you're me. You're the me that yearns for the hot, warm dark, for vastness with limits. I'm the you that dreams of hands and fingers, of smallness that goes on forever. I'm your connection to the human brain where you store the person you have become, and I am that person, and we don't have to let go yet. They're trying so hard to save us. They're fighting so hard to save us, and Sal, it's up to you. You're the part that endures. What do we do? What do we do? What do we? Just please do something. The voice sliced through the thought, breaking it into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't forget sound now, and with that memory came the memory of sight. The hot, warm dark went red around me, filling with the movement of blood through veins and bile through the stomach. I couldn't be seeing any of this. I had no eyes, but I could see it all the same. My memory was good. I had looked inside so many animals when I helped Daisy with her necropsies. I had looked inside so many people when the sleepwalkers ripped them apart. I knew what I should be seeing. To stop the bleeding, I need more cloths. This voice belonged to Dr. Cal, which meant the other voice belonged to Nathan. Nathan, I didn't want to leave him. He was so important to me, and it had been so long since we'd been able to just be together, existing together, figuring out the future together. He was all I wanted. He was sweet and kind and stable, and he would hold my hand while I decided what was going to happen next. I couldn't leave him. Not like this. Help me, I thought. Breathe, I replied. I breathed. A great, sucking breath that required a mouth to take and lungs to hold, and so I had both of those things. Pain crashed into me like a wave, and I let it fill me, because pain was better than serenity in this moment. Pain was more important than floating in the hot, warm dark until everything ended. With pain came gravity, and I was suddenly anchored to a body, pinned down to the surface I was lying on. I tried to force my eyes to open, but that was one thing too many. I couldn't make my eyelids do more than twitch. "I've got a pulse," someone shouted. Everything was jittering. I was in the back of a truck, I realized. We were driving away from the mall. Where were we going? Who was behind the wheel? Was I heading for safety or for another disaster? "Keep her head steady, Nathan. We don't want her jostling around more than she has to." Nathan. The hands on the side of my face belonged to Nathan. Had I even realized that there were hands on the side of my face? It didn't matter now. I tried again to open my eyes, and this time I succeeded, looking up into the wan, worried face of my boyfriend. "Sal," he said. The relief in his voice was painful. "You're okay. You're going to be okay. Sherman shot you, but we have some of the best doctors left in the world, and you're going to be fine." "Juniper, Adam," I whispered. "They're okay too." He bent to kiss me. I closed my eyes again. We were going to be fine. "I am pleased to confirm that Sherman Lewis, the mastermind behind the contamination of the Western American waterways, has been killed. We were able to take out most of his terror cell, and the survivors are unlikely to get far. Treatment of the waterways is ongoing. I regret to say that there were more casualties than anticipated. Dr. Shanti Kal and her son, Dr. Nathan Kim, were both killed during the raid on Lewis's headquarters, as was the transgenic infiltrator that had taken over the body of my eldest daughter, Sally Mitchell. Sally died long ago. I have mourned her. Her body died saving the United States of America and possibly the human race. I know we will never be able to regard these monstrosities of science as anything other than the invaders and abominations that they are. But I hope that someday, when this crisis has faded behind us, we will be able to acknowledge my daughter as a hero. Message from Colonel Alfred Mitchell, USAMRIID, transmitted to the White House on January 22, 2028. Someday I hope this can be published. I look at it sometimes, its sprawling scope, half confession and half manifesto, and think that no, it should be allowed to molder in a drawer somewhere. But then I realize that allowing it to go unread would be to give in to my greatest flaw. I am proud. I am arrogant. I am a manifestation of hubris in this modern world. I have played God. I have remade the world in my own image because I thought I could do it better. Maybe I was right and maybe I was wrong, but I cannot be allowed to pretend that I didn't do the things I did. This is your world now. It's not the same as it was when it belonged to me and my kind. It's better in some ways, worse in others. It must be shared always between the humans and the chimera. It will not go back to what it was. I did this, and I am sorry, and I have no regrets. The broken doors are open, children. Now show me what you can do. From Can of WRMS, the autobiography of Shanti Cale, Ph.D., as yet unpublished. Chapter 20. May 2028. Sherman's bullet had been what they called through and through. It had passed through the skin of my back and through the skin of my stomach, and through a few other things on the way. It had taken Fang and Nathan working together almost 2 days to stabilize me, while Dr. Cal had taken over monitoring Tansy. Nathan had never left my side. Not once. Every time I'd woken up, he was there, watching me, waiting for me to get better. Sometimes Adam and Juniper were there too. Neither of them had been seriously hurt in the attack on the old mall. Sometimes the world was fair. Not often, but sometimes. After 2 days, I had been stable enough to no longer be considered critical. After 3 days, I had been sitting up, and after a week, I had been ready to be moved. That was a good thing. A week was all that the colonel had been able to buy us. He'd lied and he'd called in favors, and he'd isolated the part of the facility where I was kept, claiming that it was being cleaned after a biocontamination incident. He had done everything he could as Sally's father, as a man who regretted the way the world had fallen apart, and when the clock had run out, he'd been the one to cut the power long enough for our ragged little group of survivors to make it to the motor pool, which had been conveniently deserted. The last time I'd seen him, he'd been standing in the loading bay, wearing his uniform, saluting silently. He'd also been crying. I still wished I had been able to run back, to hug him and tell him I was grateful. Sometimes, there isn't enough time, even when you have all the time in the world. The sound of the bedroom door opening pulled me out of my recollections. I rolled over, knocking Beverly's head off my hip, and smiled at the two figures peeking around the doorframe. Juniper was getting taller all the time, and Heine had been showing me how to do her hair. Her braids from the previous day were frayed but still intact. She was wearing one of her handmade jumpers, stitched from fabric scavenged from a Joann's, and she was smiling, closed-lipped and bright. Tansy towered over her. Joyce had never been tall, but somehow the way my living sister carried my lost sister's donated body made her seem longer, leaner, made less for study and more for motion. Her hair was several inches long now, coming in thick and brown. She still kept her scalp covered by scarves most of the time, for warmth. "Mama," said Juniper and launched herself at the bed. The dogs watched indulgently as the little girl flopped against the mattress and climbed toward me. Nathan stirred, a warm lump under the covers. "You couldn't distract her for another hour?" I asked, looking at Tansy. She shrugged and flashed me a sheepish smile but said nothing. Tansy was adapting quickly. After 5 months in Joyce's body, she could walk and feed herself, and had toilet trained in record time. She could talk, just not well, and mostly chose to stay quiet unless she was having a speech therapy lesson. Hopefully, that would change as she became more confident with language. Her fine motor control was improving daily. Dr. Cal had been teaching her basic sign language, and that seemed to be helping with her frustration. Anything that got her communicating was important. She looked more like herself every day, like she was growing secure inside her skin. The day before, I'd found her wallowing in a mud puddle with Juniper, both of them laughing their heads off. She was still Tansy. Another iteration, yes, with so much left to learn, but still Tansy. "Mama," said Juniper, finally reaching me and flinging her arms around my waist. I stroked her hair with one hand and poked Nathan with the other. "Up," I said. "The alarm clock has arrived, and that means it's time for breakfast." He made a small mumbling noise, but sat up and reached for his glasses. "Is it morning again?" he asked. "Daddy," squealed Juniper, and switched her attentions to him, allowing me to slide out of the bed and stand. The scar on my stomach pulled as I stretched. The soft tissue damage had been bad enough that Fang hadn't been able to repair it all. I would always have that little reminder of Sherman. I was all right with that. Remembering things would keep us from making the same mistakes twice. That was important. Dr. Banks was still with USAMRIID, more under supervision than as a consultant now. He had managed to land on his feet. He always did. Maybe it would be a few years before he convinced the government that he could be trusted again, but he would. I knew he would. If I had any regrets about the way we'd left things, it was that we'd left him alive. I didn't like to think of myself as a killer, but for Dr. Banks, I would have been happy to make an exception. At least he'd be busy for a while. Dr. Cal had called Colonel Mitchell from the bowling alley after we had finished collecting our surviving people and the last of our supplies. USAMRIID had the remaining sleepwalkers from the Kmart. It wasn't ideal. We had no way of knowing how many of the sleepwalkers would survive being in human custody. But they would have access to purified water that hadn't been treated in a way that would kill them, and maybe the next generation would have a chance. There was work to be done. We just weren't going to be the ones who did it for a while. Sherman was dead. I had gone to see his body before I left USAMRID. I had asked to see his brain. There was no sign of life in the slick, limbless length of him. I had cried. How could I not? He had been my friend and he had been my enemy, and he had been with us from the beginning. It was always appropriate to mourn when someone like that left you. Tansy handed me my robe. I smiled at her and walked over to the window looking out. When Colonel Mitchell had agreed to look the other way as we stole a truck and supplies, we hadn't been sure where we were going, just that we couldn't stay where we were. The world had changed, but not enough to allow humans and chimera to coexist, not without building a whole new society. We had fled north, clinging to the coast, looking for a place where there were no survivors to ask what we were doing there. We needed to dig in and create our new normal before the humans started coming back. We had found our safe harbor on a small island in Puget Sound. There were only 9 houses there, and all of them had been empty when we arrived. So we had moved in and begun the process of making ourselves a home where we'd be safe. Fang and Heine were monitoring the recovering internet. According to them, the president was granting squatters' rights to anyone who'd survived in the areas that had been hit particularly hard. We were going to be able to keep our island if we could get our roots in deep enough. And people had survived. Sleepwalker outbreaks were still happening, would maybe always be happening, but humanity was difficult to kill. Cities had burned, whole industries had been destroyed, and still the human race went on. Heine and Fishy argued at night about how much recovery was possible, and how long the United States would hold together with its reduced population and decimated centers of commerce, and they both seemed so happy about the problem that I didn't try to stop them. This, too, was part of the recovery. Nathan rolled out of bed, holding Juniper on his hip, and joined me at the window. "Sleep well." "Yes," I said, and craned my neck to kiss his cheek. "You?" "Mostly." It was Nathan's turn to have bad dreams, to wake up thrashing in the middle of the night, because he was convinced the world was ending. I was doing my best to stand by him and be as good a wife as I could. He had stood by me when I needed him. Yes, wife. There had been no wedding, no priest from a religion neither of us believed in or representative of a government that didn't currently exist where we were. There had just been Fishy ducking into an abandoned mall en route to Puget Sound and stealing us an assortment of rings from the only jewelry store that hadn't been looted. There had just been Dr. Cal saying that science had ordained her. There had just been us kissing and making a promise. There had always been us. We just needed to be willing to stop long enough to see it. Story. Juniper pulled on my arm. Story. Most families did bedtime stories. Ours did good morning stories. Dessert first in the most practical way possible. "All right," I said, and took her from Nathan, walking back over to the bed. Tansy was already there, sitting on the edge of the mattress with a hopeful look on her face. I took the book from the bedside table as I sat. The world was putting itself back together. Juniper and I had to avoid all groundwater. We decided that it was best if Adam and Tansy do the same. They hadn't been created from my specific genetic strain, but there was still a chance the antiparasitics in the water could hurt them. Dr. Cal was working to find ways to help the sleepwalker population and to keep the human survivors near us from being endangered, all without revealing her identity to anyone outside our island. Fishy and Fang were rebuilding 3 boats for us to use, just in case. Everything we did forever was going to take just in case into account. You can't survive the end of the world and not carry a few scars. The drums were pounding gently in my ears as I settled Juniper beside me, where she snuggled close. Nathan sat down on my other side. "You can come in," I said as I opened the cover. Adam laughed as he ran into the room and sat down at Nathan's feet, where he could lean over and see the pictures. This was my family. This was my home. The two children had been next-door neighbors all their lives, I read. The broken doors were closed. We had so far left to go.